much I can take. Now every time I take a dump, it's like a 2-hour break up in this quarantine. We locked up. Quarantine. We locked up. Quarantine. We locked up. Toilet paper stay stocked up. Quarantine. We locked up. Quarantine. We locked up. Quarantine. We locked up. Toilet paper stay stocked up.
Dear Journal, quarantine, day 10. The girls have been out of school now for 7 days. I swear to God, they're getting dumber. We're gonna get past this. I just don't know how much I can take. Damn, I've been bored as hell. Up in this bitch. And if you need a plug, I got that Purell. Up in this bitch. Crypto is the only point of sale. Up in this bitch. And if you deal with cash, you can go to hell. You better switch. Yeah, that gamer tag is Vegas 2-0 if you want it. When I leave the house, I look like Sub-Zero buying chronic. Everybody's got a buddy with conspiracy theories, so I just practice social distancing so you can't get near me. Up in this quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Toilet paper stay stocked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Quarantine, we locked up. Toilet paper stay stocked up.
In a world full of ICO scams, vaporware, and Ponzi schemes, we wish to remember those who have passed on. Rest in peace, dear friends.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy.
And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard, but we're here to give you some tips. Always remember, buy the top and sell the bottom.
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler Olson. I am one of your hosts and the creative director at Reimagine. You are tuned in to Reimagine 2020 V2, that is to say version 2. Our first event was held in May, and we had the pleasure to speak with some of our industry partners and showcase some of what they were doing by way of innovation and building out this emerging and exciting industry. We also had the opportunity to chat with and showcase some of our student members at Mousebelt University, which, by the way, Mousebelt is one of the teams behind Reimagine virtual events next to Multi.io, cryptocurrency exchange. So when I refer to students that we had acquired, I mean to say students that we had acquired at Mousebelt University. So not only did we have the chance at Reimagine version 1 to talk with our industry partners, but we also had the opportunity to chat with some of the students that we had acquired in the past 2 years. And they came to us after we had made an effort to sort of reach out to students at major institutions who were interested and eager about learning about cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology, but maybe didn't have the kind of institutional support structures that they needed in order to study these technologies in a systematic way. Joining me right now to talk a little bit about some other opportunities that such students could get involved with on top of anybody else that is developing in this space is Tyler van der Hoeven, who is an ecosystem evangelist at the Stellar Development Foundation. And as I mentioned, he's going to be telling us a little bit about the Stellar Community Fund. But before we get there, I think it's right to stick to the tradition of hearing a little bit of testimonial from the guests that we bring on. And this is in large part because many people flock to the cryptocurrency and blockchain space for many different reasons. So you have a wide variety of profile types. And I think that because this is something that has the potential to profoundly change the way that society is structured, both at the economic, the political, and the financial levels, I think it's good for all of those people who may not quite be totally convinced to hear some of the stories from those people in the space. So, Tyler, how are you doing? How are things in your neck of the woods?
I'm doing fantastic. My neck of the woods is pretty great at the moment. I live in Tennessee, so right in the middle of the mountains here. Live with my wife and child, so we're having the time of our lives. Recently, actually joined the Stellar Development Foundation back in November. Before that, I had just kind of been on the fringes, actually competing in some of the funds that we'll talk about in a minute. If we go way back to kind of how I made my foray into software development and engineering and eventually finance, you'll find me on a tractor in a farm. So I was a farmer for a number of years. I've actually been a farmer longer than I've been a programmer. So fun little fact, I guess it won't be true for too much longer, but I was a farmer for a long time, picking apples, planting pumpkins, doing lots of farmers markets. But farming is kind of a cyclical thing. So during the winter, you don't have a lot of work, and you start getting old enough, start wanting to move out of the house. And eventually you're like, okay, I kind of need money to be flowing in all year long. So I started looking to other things to do. And so one winter rolled around and I taught myself how to program. Went on Treehouse and just took a bunch of classes, hours and hours and hours of this thing. My parents were kind of worried because I'm buried in the basement on my computer at all hours of the night. But eventually I pop out of that. I have a little LLC, little company that I founded to do freelance programming. Had no idea what I was doing, but I did know how to Google. So Google helped me land some initial freelance work, did that for a little while. One of my clients hired me full time about a year into it. So I was doing front-end development for a company doing business analytics. So I was kind of getting familiar with business and money management, starting companies. We were working with a lot of startups, and we were a SaaS analytics company. So dealing with a lot of folks that are kind of getting started and trying to figure out how to make money online. And it was super fascinating to me because most of our cancellations for our own software, our company was a software as a service, and most of our companies are canceling because they just can't figure out how to make money. They've got a good idea, they enjoy what they're doing, but they just can't figure out how to convert. You've got this problem where these developers are building something cool, but they don't know how to market themselves, or they don't know how to kind of get that first injection of cash. So a lot of people try and get VC funding, but they're not focusing on their customers. So their product is suffering because they don't, it's a tricky situation. And so I'm dealing with a lot of those customers, but I'm also kind of a serial entrepreneur. So I'm building a lot of my own stuff on the side and finding the same problems as I start to scale things or build things. And, you know, a handful of people like them, but you reach this point pretty quick where it's a little bit too expensive for me to do this without charging money, but I don't know how much to charge. I don't know, like, how am I going to get this thing started? I need to hire somebody else, but I definitely don't have the money. And there's this gap kind of in between where you're creating something, you're building something, you enjoy what you're doing, but you can't quite make the jump to either working on it full time or figuring out how to kind of make the jump towards profitability. And that's what our company was doing a lot. Barometrics, that was the company I was working for. They were kind of pushing for that, filling in that gap. And it's still tricky. It's difficult. You can only write so many blog posts before you just need money. It's that question of where does that come from? And so I'm in that same boat, like I mentioned, trying to figure out how to make money from these side projects. And I enjoy doing all these things and building little startups and little apps and trying to sell them or launch them on Product Hunt and stuff. But as I couldn't make money and they still, to keep something up, keep servers alive, it costs money. So I'm starting to transition, starting to shift and look around for, are there opportunities outside of just straight up asking for VC money or going through that whole process? I don't really want to move to California to do a Y Combinator. I want to find some other way to fund these fun projects. I'm not looking to like jump into this full time yet. So I actually found, at the time it was called the Stellar Build Challenge. I had been a little bit familiar with cryptocurrency, just on the fringes, had done a little trading with Bitcoin, was familiar with Ethereum. Wasn't super interested in it at the time. It wasn't a wow thing for me. It was more just like, this is kind of interesting. We'll see where it goes. But I ran across Stellar. I was Stripe, a payment processor. I was very familiar with them, and they had made an early investment into the Stellar Development Foundation. So I had become familiar with Stellar through Stripe. And they had just launched about a year ago a Stellar Build Challenge where they were offering some of their tokens for building on their platform. And so there weren't a ton of developers building on the platform at the time, but this was an injection model for them to kind of get new developers interested in trying things out. And so I was like, oh, this is interesting. This is a fascinating technology. It's aligned with finance, and it gives me opportunity to build something relatively quickly, but kind of get paid for it. So I entered and I won. The first one that I entered, I created a little application called Popcoin, which was like micro payments for API calls. So as you make API calls to like Netflix or a magazine subscription or something, it could charge you per API call. So you could very fine tune and say, this particular API call costs X amount, so we're going to charge this amount. So you could kind of, a user or a client would fill up their account with a certain number of these tokens. And then as you made API calls, their token balance would drain. And then once it hits a certain bottom threshold, we get an email to say, hey, you need to pay for more tokens. Kind of similar to like a Twilio model with the SMS messaging, right? Where you have a certain amount of balance, and then as you make these API calls, it drains your balance. So this was kind of an API service that you could plug into anything that you were building and kind of have a payment model with microtransactions. So I won with that entry. The next time I was like, oh, it was cool. I was neat to win. And I finally had made some money and didn't have to give away my project and had built something that I really enjoyed. The next one was a game. I built a little color glyph, which is a little pixel glyph creation and trading game that won as well. And all of a sudden, like it's starting to like, wow, I can get paid for something, to build something, to give myself like a cash injection for the things I'm building relatively quickly. Like it's not guaranteed, obviously, but if you apply yourself and you really try and implement this technology and care about what you're doing and are actually trying to build something, there's a real opportunity to make money here, to get paid, to have that initial cash injection to keep it going. And that's what I did. So I kept building these things, kept entering competitions, and kept this cycle going of entering, winning, kind of having this enough money to keep going on to the next thing. Whether a lot of these projects that I built, I ended up selling and then just moving on to the next thing. And that was really cool to me, that there was this opportunity out there where if you had an idea, you could get paid to build. If you had something, in this case, financial directed, where you wanted some financial service, you wanted to implement some new financial service in your app, there was an opportunity to get paid for it. So I kept going along with that for a number of years. And then just last November, I won my last SCF, so Stellar Community Fund. We have that fund. It's still going on. We'll talk about some redesigns, but that was the last one that I won. I got hired at the company to be their ecosystem evangelist. At this point, I'm very deeply involved in the community, talking to people. I understand Stellar very well because, again, it's not guaranteed. It's not free money, but if you care, if you get involved, and like this technology, the company that I work for, Stellar, is just a very fascinating cryptocurrency. And it's a very interesting model that's quite different than a lot of the other ones that are out there. And as I'm getting deeper into it and becoming more fascinated with it and understanding how it works and helping people out, it just made sense to transition from kind of being on the fringes, winning competitions, to actually being on the inside. And now I'm actually designing the SCF. So kind of from the outside, competing in it, to now I'm creating it along with some of my colleagues on the ecosystem team to create the best funding mechanism out there, I believe, in the cryptocurrency space, identifying what's the best design to get these projects funded. As we look to entries that are coming in, or businesses that are coming in that want to implement new blockchain technology, or they've heard some benefits, but they're not quite sure if it makes sense, right? That's always the question. Does it make sense for us to spend engineering time on something we're not sure is going to have a guaranteed result? I can't necessarily guarantee you results. I can show you the feature set, but if you can get paid to implement this thing, if you can cover your engineering time, or you can have the funding that you need to ship that pilot, well, then what's to lose, right? So this is really what the SCF is aiming to do through the seed fund that we have, and then there's also the lab fund, which is more like a hackathon fund, which maybe we can get into some more of the details there.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, like, that's what is so exciting about these platforms, at least for the entrepreneurial types, right? Is because they sort of take crowd sourcing and fundraising to a whole new level, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I'd sort of really like your narrative going from, right, you start out as a farmer, and then you sort of like want to figure out some way to have a steady flow of income beyond whatever is happening there for you seasonally. So then you sort of utilize tools like the sort of internet, maybe to kind of, take it upon yourself to teach yourself how to code. I have a lot of friends that, right, kind of abandon this notion of going to college, or they sort of abandon the merits that they achieved at their time spent in college, because they realize, like, oh no, I can go and teach myself to code, and then I sort of open up this whole new world of opportunity for me, because they see that there's such a high demand for that, right? So it's nice to see that you sort of did that for yourself. But on top of that, you didn't want to, right, be confined to the old VC models and, travel to the Bay Area and sort of do something like that. So you find these opportunities, like, for example, at Stellar, you end up winning your first submission, right? They sort of, not only do they sort of give you a little bit of monetary compensation, right, to sustain yourself, but I'm sure that does a lot for your self-confidence and for making it seem like all the work that you had put in, right, was actually worth it in the long run. And so what's so great about it is the capstone there about how you go from being a farmer to sort of teaching yourself how to code, to participating in a Stellar building a competition, you sort of win, and now you're sort of really involved in the community, right? You're sort of working with Stellar, you're sort of an evangelist, and you have now said, okay, well, how is it that I can sort of give back, right? You see that model really catalyzed your success to where you are now. So it's like, what can we do to kind of reinvent this, or maybe not reinvent it, but build upon that fundraising model and sort of make it even more accessible, more plentiful to people who might be in a similar situation like what you were before. And so I definitely want to go into sort of the details of the Stellar Community Fund that you have now. But maybe before we get there, you're at Stellar now. For those people who aren't familiar, what is Stellar? What is the protocol all about, right? How is it uniquely contributing to the larger DHT blockchain ecosystem?
Sure. So Stellar is primarily a financial product. We're software, right? So you implement software if you've got our Stellar software, if you've got financial problems that you're looking to solve. And what's different, I would say that in itself is not unique, right? That's a lot of cryptocurrencies, is trying to be some sort of new financial service. What's different about Stellar is that we're not replacing anything. We're not trying to usurp the existing financial system. We're looking to connect it. And so a lot of these, there's tons of financial services out there, and a lot of them, like, people rely on them and they use them every day. And what Stellar's trying to do is connect those things. The problem is a lot of these financial services exist in isolation, where geographically it's kind of a local internet, if you will, where everybody just kind of interacts in their own ecosystem with their own currency and their own little sphere. And in the West, that sphere is pretty big, right? We can transact relatively easily, relatively anywhere. But as you start to get outside the West into less reached or less banked geographies, that becomes much less true, and the circle gets smaller and smaller, and that local internet gets tighter and tighter, where you don't have access to much outside of your own sphere. And these tend to be all geographical, like as far as my feet can walk type barriers. What Stellar's aiming to do is make those connections to bring that internet connectivity where you don't need to be limited. There's no real reason to be limited in your financial access to only as far as your feet can walk, right? All of these things are digital. They exist on computers. And once you connect those things together, once these databases can talk to each other, you have this access, this connectivity, which allows money and value really to be transferred anywhere, to move from place to place to place very quickly and very cheaply. And so that's really what Stellar's trying to do. Is it's not its own currency. It's not its own base asset. It has similar maybe in some respects to Ethereum, where you have ETH, which provides the gas cost. We have XLM, Lumens, which provide the transaction fees for things to move around, the gasoline for things to move around. But you have assets. You just tokenize things, other assets, other stable coins, other currencies, other real estate and securities and stocks and bonds. You tokenize these stores of value, and then because they're connected to the Stellar network, they're transactable all over the world. You have that connectivity where everything's pieced together, everything has a line to it. And once you have that, everything can begin to move, and you can transact all over the world without being limited to only as far as your feet can walk. And that only unlocks economic potential for those that don't have it, but it also unlocks economic potential for people who are building products and services where I might have been limited to, like, do you have Stripe access? Do you have a PayPal account? Well, now it doesn't matter. So long as you've got a route in your country, a bank that's tapped into the Stellar network, there's a path from me to you where our value can move between each other. And that's really powerful, and that's really interesting and really neat to have that capability and to be working on something that's that transformative, to where it's working with things that already exist rather than trying to replace it. Because if you're in the replacing game, you're just kind of working by yourself, and somebody else is going to replace you. They're going to do it faster and cheaper. But if you work with other people and you connect with other services and institutions, everybody's working together, and you're just a piece in the bigger puzzle. It's a very important piece. It's a very critically important piece, but everybody's kind of working together at the same goal of financial inclusion for everybody in the world. And being able to be a part of that is phenomenal. It's fantastic. Being able to talk with and work with tons and tons and tons of smart people who don't directly work at SDF, but are working on the same sorts of goals that we are, and being able to partner with them makes the team and the goal much bigger and achievable.
Awesome. So maybe now we're in a position to have you tell us a little bit about the Stellar Community Fund. What is it that you're trying to fund? Who are you trying to fund? What kinds of projects are you looking to fund, hopefully? Or is it just kind of open, fair game?
It is open and fair game. So the Stellar Community Fund has a bit of a history, which I'll spare you too many of the details, but ultimately it boils down to it's a continuously iterating program where it's getting better and better all the time. And we are launching here in August a brand new update, the SCF 2.0, right? Stellar Community Fund 2.0. We've been doing this for 5 rounds. This will be our 6th round technically. And in this round, we're taking what we have, which is a single fund just for any project to enter. And there's 12 million lumens that get split up between 8 different projects. We're changing that to be now 2 different funds. So there's a seed fund and a lab fund. The seed fund is for serious entrepreneurial. We want to launch a business. We want to implement Stellar. We know what we're doing. We're a good, solid team. We're looking for some cash to really implement this thing, to take this thing. We're looking for out of this like as the designer of the fund, I'm looking for these entrants, winners of this fund to last for at least a year successfully out in the wild. I want to see solid business plans for how they're going to keep this project going. So that's the seed fund, and there's it's going to happen twice a year, and we'll be giving away 5 million lumens in each one of those funds, splitting that 5 million between 3 to 5 projects. So 3 to 5 winners every 2 years, splitting a pool of 5 million lumens. That's a seed fund. On the other side, we have the lab fund, and this is your hackathon fund. This is for people that just are like, I'd like to get involved in blockchain. I don't really know where to start, but it'd sure be nice to not, it would be really nice to find some place where I can really compete, where I can really test my mettle, where I have a community that I can get involved with to really learn and understand, get some feedback. And maybe if I really apply myself, if I really work hard, if I build something amazing, I can get some reward for that. So this is happening, this lab fund is happening 4 times a year. These rounds will go for about 2 months apiece with a month break in between. And we're going to be picking probably about 12 projects. So out of all the entrants that come in, 12 projects will make it into what we call the final round. And this will be a prize pool of about 500,000 lumens. And so 12 projects will be splitting a pool of 500,000 lumens. So I've talked a little bit about the organization, the structure, and the 2 different funds, but there's also this, we pick 12 projects in a final round. So there's the next phase of this piece of this is that there's 2 kind of rounds in this for both of these funds. The first is everybody just enters. If you think like, hey, I would like to try and win the lab fund, you put in a project, you implement Stellar into something, you try some experimental, crazy wild hair idea, you moonlight for a few weekends and see what comes out. You put your name in the hat, you put your project, we have a submission page where you'll put in your submission. From there, it'll go to a panel of judges. And this is both SDF employees like myself, as well as a large collection of dedicated, proven community members. So these are people that have won SBCs in the past or have been around in the community for a long time. That panel will go through all of the entrants and select from that in the seed fund, those 3 to 5, and in the lab fund, the roughly 12 projects. They'll go through, say like, oh, these ones are the strongest ones. And they'll sign off essentially on those as being the finalists for both the lab and the seed funds. And from there, it goes to a community vote. And this is, we use a fancy quadratic funding mechanism. It's called flaggable quadratic voting. It's quite fascinating, but it's essentially allows the greater WWW World Wide Web to contribute their preference towards prize allocation, right? So I have a pool in the seed fund of 5 million lumens and a pool of 500,000 lumens in the lab fund. The way that gets allocated is by popularity vote, right? So if you get 10% of the vote, you get 10% of the prize. If you get 50% of the vote, you get 50% of the prize. And so it will be important to really work on your marketing pitch and to spread the word about your project and to get the news out there if you make it into the final round, because the quadratic vote will determine how many lumens you actually get from that pool. So the panel picks the top projects, and then quadratic community vote picks your prize allocation percentage. So there's this nice little balance between making sure we get really good solid entries in, but then the world is involved in allocating funds. It's a very interesting and unique opportunity to kind of put your project out there and see it get funded. A lot of, like, for myself, I would have loved the lab fund and just coming back again and again and again. I've got a new idea. I want a new idea. Getting some feedback, tweaking it, approving it, having that community around you that's just like, we are the lab fund people. But then for those that are like, no, this is cool. Maybe I want a lab fund, but now the community loves this. I feel like I've got something here. Maybe it's time to pitch to the seed fund, right? Or maybe you've already got a financial platform and you really want to try and implement blockchain, but it's like, that's a little bit of a risky move. That's going to be a lot of engineering time. Maybe make a pitch to the seed fund, right? Because then you can get that prize money to hire another engineer, or at least dedicate a year of your efforts towards really implementing this, running a pilot, seeing if it works. The 2 funds are very specifically designed to support these 2 important use cases of allocating some of the foundation's pool of funds towards actually creating and seeing projects built and funded and running and successful. They are two very different funds, but they're both very important, I think, towards supporting the ecosystem and seeing the best things come out of the community that's coming in and maturing in the stellar ecosystem.
Great, thanks for that. Did I hear that correctly, that sort of aspect of community involvement is just unique to the lab fund as opposed to the seed fund? Or
it's both. So on both sides you have, so from past winners, like the funds are great, but the friends seem to be the bigger reward a lot of times. I mean, I know everybody like sitting like, okay, yeah, sure, the friends we made along the way, I've heard that before. But it's actually true. Like as somebody who's won, the funds are great, but they run out. But you know what doesn't run out is the relationships that you have and the people you can come back to and the people that you can talk to and ask questions about. And hey, I'm thinking about launching this, or does this seem like a good feature to add? Those are things like the money's going to run out. You have to find a way to either make more or to move on to the next thing. And that's where relationships become so incredibly important. And so that's kind of built into the core of the SCF, both on the lab and the seed fund side, is both the panel who's judging a project and trying to pick those top 3 to 5 or 12-ish projects. They're talking with you. If you're under consideration, they're giving you feedback. They want to see you succeed. They have a vested interest in the success of Stellar, just like I do. And so they're talking to you and asking you questions and like, have you thought about this design? And would you consider this improvement? Or I really like this particular aspect of your project. We really hone in on that. And that happens on both the lab and the seed fund side. And then after the panel has chosen finalists, it goes to a discussion round in the actual community. So outside of the panelists, you're just out there in the community talking about your project. Like, what should I add? What is interesting? And that's where you're just going to get loads and loads of user feedback. You know, as you're able to market your project and get it out there, you're collecting feedback to make improvements so that when it comes time for that community vote, you're well set and positioned to succeed. And that ultimately, like those relationships you build will be the most important things that you'll bring out of the SCF. Like if you focus on that, if you think about that, and if you make efforts, plenty of people may come in and just really care about the money, but I think you're missing a huge part of the Stellar Community Fund, and that's the community aspect, that there's people out there who care about the same things you do, who are building things with the same code base that you are. So like talk to each other, talk about those problems and try and solve things together, because you'll come out with better entries. You'll be able to come back again in the future as a stronger entrant. Those relationships are incredibly important, and things that don't like die out or get spent like the money will. Those are things that you can keep coming back to and drawing from for a long time after you win, or even if you just compete and you don't win, you still can build relationships. You can still win in that sense.
Yeah. You know, I was talking to Charles Hoskinson yesterday, the CEO of IOHK, and we were talking a little bit about the importance of like the peer review process, and he had sort of referred to it as an effort to create a decentralized brain, right? And sort of that's kind of what I'm hearing in what you're saying right now, right? You have people that are sort of talking to each other, right? And sort of that's all wrapped up in this decision of who's getting funded, what projects are getting funded. And that only makes sense because you want to be working together, right? To sort of like preserve the longevity of this space in general, right? Not just, right? Like it's not just people sort of on the other side of the table, right? Some sort of executives who don't have any sort of skin in the game in the sense that they're, right? It's not like they're really building out a project and they're seeing the ways in which this person over here might be able to connect and sort of complement what they're building, right? It's not just executives making arbitrary decisions on what they think is hot, right? But it's actually people that are sort of in there, you know, getting their hands and their elbows dirty, right? Sort of forming relationships with each other and sort of, right, you know, taking on that decentralized sort of neuron, if you will, if we're going to run with the sort of brain analogy, right? They're sort of creating the connections so that sort of great things can come out of collaborative efforts as opposed to sort of isolation. I love it. So for everybody out there, if you're an early stage business and you have a working product, right, you can go and look at the seed fund opportunities there at the Stellar Community Fund. If you're somebody that is, you know, maybe not fully developed in your ideas, but you want to be a little bit more experimental, you can keep an ear to the ground for the lab fund opportunities. Is that right?
That's correct.
Where can people stay up to date with these announcements?
So the communityfund.stellar.org would be a fantastic place. Another one would be our Keybase channel. It's stellar.public. So if you go on a Keybase, we have our community is all on there, and that would be a great place to be directed towards wherever your efforts are going. Also to get help for applications that you have. Those would be my two big suggestions. We'll also make all our announcements on our Twitter, stellar.org. So make sure and follow us there too. Those would be the primary ones. I mean, there's definitely other places, but there's no need to flood. Those would be the best places to get the most important and up-to-date information. And then as you start to dive in more and dig in deeper, there are a plethora of more focused communities and groups. Stellar's a big thing. But starting kind of broad and then narrowing down would be good. But the community fund .stellar.org would be the first place I'd go, and then kind of just explore and play around with that. Would be the best place to hang out.
Awesome. Well, Tyler, thank you so much for hopping on a call with me and sharing a little bit about the your roots, where you've come from, and kind of how that figures into your now efforts to share the wealth, if you will, right, and provide opportunity to all of the innovators and entrepreneurs out there. You're tuned in to Reimagine 2020 V2, folks. We'll catch you next time.
Yar, and now a lesson from the Crypto Glossary. LARPing. Live action role playing as a cartoon or some other animated character on crypto Twitter, usually posting all day. Yar, can I say Yeah, they're bleeping it? Yar, those
Hi, it's Miss Crypto Cleo here, your favorite futures telling psychic. Are you unsure whether to go long, short, or market buy? Not sure which of your altcoins is going to move next? No problem. Call me at 1-800-555-MOON and Miss Crypto Cleo will tell your futures. Oh, here we have a caller now. Hello, it's Miss Crypto Cleo. How can I tell your future?
Hi, Miss Crypto Cleo. First off, I just want to say that I really love your show, and I want to know, is XRP going to 589? Thanks so much.
Greetings, fanciful leaders of this world, and wannabe authorities of all stripes. You thought that you could just print infinite money, did you? Well, the decentralized world of cryptocurrencies is on the rise. It's only a matter of time before the intricate web of blockchain architecture and distributed governance enables so much financial and existential freedom that your model becomes obsolete. Good luck. Time is running out.
Reading fortune, I just got the news. I can be a millionaire too. Check the OP, what did he do? Gas in his bag so to go to the moon. Spent half an eighth, I got a million coins like the real McCoy. You know I feel that joy, cause if it goes to a buck, I won't believe my luck. And now 10 on my Lambos for me and my friends. Butterfly doors, but I'm already in dock. Trump is like Biff from a squad on the block. Jamming with a hold alive. Chat rooms, we scroll at night. Bitcoin Ether, been told twice. Now I hold my ish like it's mold divide. Going to the stars, cause it's only right. Read the white paper, I was sold that side. Now I steal my shit coins, cause I'm overhyped. We can't take the pressure. Cashing out for you was tether. My craft ship shape. Ashy sails through stormy weather. With pleasure, come with me on this endeavor. I will be smoking fat joints on Italian leather. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. This goes out to my crypto squad and the crypto gods. Blockchain clearing that fiscal clog. Rolling through town like the Frisco fog. Push the button, bought some coins. Now push the button, start my whip. Used to push my feet through the tenderloin. Now I'm pushing this spaceship. Some thought it was a bubble. Now vision doubled. Wishing they had taken the trouble. Hardware wallets, private keys, no more paper and duffels. Bank staying puzzle. Now I'm going for hikes. Have the mountain sex. My returns just hit 10,000x. Used to be humble. Now I proudly flex. Should I fly to Dubai or Saudi next? And I only cashed out part of my assets. Hodled to my last breath. Not the one to half step. It's so strange. Wealth is like a rebirth. Clawed my way out of debt. Fueled by my research. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and today I'm joined by Ron Melamed, Head of Business Development at Orbs and Head of Research at the Hexa Foundation. Ron, thanks so much for joining me.
Hi, Yona. It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
No problem. Now, according to Orbs, to start off, let's get some background on Orbs. According to you guys are a hybrid blockchain designed for the real world, and you guys build apps that provide guarantees to users. What do you mean by a hybrid blockchain, and what guarantees are you providing to users?
Yeah, so of course, I'll start with a hybrid. So the way we see blockchain, especially corporate blockchain, usually divided into permissioned infrastructure and permissionless infrastructure. Now, most of the corporate solutions are purely permissioned. The way we see it is that the real use of blockchain should be permissionless. Okay. However, it will take time before we get there. And talking to many corporates and large enterprise organizations, government, etc., they're still not quite there yet. And the way we look at it is kind of, the public cloud versus private cloud. It took so long for even banks, to open up and allow access from an outer network, which 30 years ago might have sounded like complete science fiction, right? You're accessing your bank account not through the branch talking to a banker, but through this small black box that you have in your pocket. So this concept is developing, but it's gradually. So the idea of a hybrid blockchain is mostly combining both concepts of a permission blockchain, permission infrastructure, and a permissionless. And our solution is unique in the sense that while you are able to start with a fully permissioned infrastructure, when you want to evolve into the permissionless environment, which in our view would happen at some point, you can do it within the same solution. So you would not have to redesign everything. You would not have to start over. You would just take what you have, which is, for instance, with the blockchain, you have nodes. So it's first, you're the one who appointed all the nodes. They're all permissioned under your governance, right? Everything. But later on, once you do realize the added value of opening up, again, very gradually, very slowly, but at some point you will do that. You can do this with the same infrastructure when you just allow additional nodes to join your network rather than just having to deploy a complete new solution from scratch.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if we're speaking about nodes. Proof of work consensus model is kind of what powered the original big blockchains like Bitcoin and historically Ethereum. But Ethereum has notoriously been trying to move over to a proof of stake model, and Orbs actually uses that. Orbs is actually a randomized proof of stake. Can you explain to me what that means, randomized proof of stake, kind of how it works and why it's better than other consensus models?
Yeah, so the idea of, first of all, the real distinction is between proof of work versus proof of stake. So obviously, proof of work is, in terms of energy and the power consumption is detrimental to the environment, right? And this is obviously our key decision right when we started was that we cannot have that, right? And talking about, innovation, you cannot develop something that, is consumes so much energy and is such a burden to the network, to the grid. So obviously it would have to be proof of stake. However, with proof of stake, you have, again, other challenges. And the main challenges, especially with a corporate solution, is how do you get it scalable and fast enough? So if you're looking, you're looking to provide a solution for a corporate, and then you say, oh, our solution supports 20 transactions per second, then obviously it's a no-go. So you have to be much more fast. In order to do that, you have to, design the best algorithm possible. So our concept was a randomized proof of stake, which means that you have a large pool of nodes who are, who the token holder delegate their power to. However, per each block, a random set is chosen. So you get really the most out of two worlds. On one hand, you have a very large pool of potential nodes who participate in the next block's approval as the network propagates. So if someone does want to attack, he still has to attack, taking into account that there's a very large pool of nodes. However, per the specific block, in order to maximize and reach the highest speed possible, a smaller random set is chosen every time. And we can get into the details, who leads this, writing down of every block, right? But the idea is that you do not have to reach a consensus out of the entire pool, only of a consensus within this randomized set. So this is our concept of randomized proof of stake, which again, provides a very high scale, very fast blockchain. However, it is not, it does not, there's no, in terms of, the overall security, you're not giving up on anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we see this a lot. It's kind of, there's this balance when trying to develop this new technology between you're trying to scale, you want the security. It seems like, with Orbs, a lot of the, and you touched about this in your last answer, a lot of the inherent design decisions were kind of made to accommodate, a wide variety, to accommodate both the dApps and the DAOs that are not well suited for the enterprise world. How do you balance accommodating enterprises with their specific needs? But on the other hand, you want to bring the innovation of those public permissionless blockchains, to the dApps and to the DAOs, whose needs are different. And it's kind of this pull from both sides. Yeah.
So it was these are all tough decisions that we had to make. And knowing that from the get-go, there will be no one blockchain that will take everything, right? And we believe that while, a lot of the innovation is driven by the community, by devs, by DAOs, exactly as you mentioned. However, we do see corporates, and we do believe that in order for blockchain to gain serious momentum, right, beyond, you know, the early adopters and, you know, the distributed applications that, you know, so far their adoption and, you know, real usage is being somehow limited, you know, putting cryptocurrencies aside and, you know, DeFi and stuff like that. We do believe that the mass adoption, in order for it to really happen for blockchain in general, would have to be through an enterprise, through corporate. So we looked, you know, we surveyed the market, and we could not find a solution that was, you know, adapted as it should be, you know. And for instance, there's certain aspects, knowing the corporate world, most of our team has worked for corporates, you know, for a major part of their career, knowing what are the must-haves for a corporate in order for it to adopt the blockchain. And this is what we were aiming for in our design. And this is what we're trying to provide.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it does seem like enterprises are already kind of dipping their toes in the blockchain field, experimenting. A lot of them are running proof of concepts. You know, and you mentioned that you guys are really focusing on that enterprise. But where are we in terms of full production for corporations and governments? Is it there? Or you know, is blockchain ready for the big time?
So personally, I think it definitely is. I think the main barrier is conceptual, you know, with the customers, with the other side. However, looking at it through, you know, over the past 3 years when we first started. So at first, when you started I remember talking to one bank, right, an Israeli bank, that we had this intro to blockchain presentation, and I told them a true story that a year and a half before that, one of my first tasks at Orbs was try and open a bank account, right, for the company who's just incorporated. And going into this, you know, bank, the branch manager, she was a very nice lady, and she told me, listen, you seem like a very nice guy. We're not into Bitcoin. We're not into anything like that. Please leave, or else I'm going to call security, because we're not going to open up a bank account for you. And I did not mention the word Bitcoin even once. I talked about blockchain and what blockchain can do for banking, for government, for, you know, for corporate. And all she could hear was Bitcoin, Bitcoin. And there I was a year and a half later, giving this deck to the board of directors of a bank, telling them, okay, this is what blockchain can do for you. So, you know, this is what happened within a year and a half. And I think that corporates, again, every large corporate, every large bank, I'd say most governments have teams working on blockchain. They're still having a hard time figuring out what is it good for and what it can do for them, what are the risks they're willing to take, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. However, they realize that blockchain is there. So now the question is, what do you do with it, and how do you adopt it, you know, gradually enough for it to make sense? So I'm definitely convinced, and again, this is, you know, I'm in the blockchain industry, right? If I didn't believe it, I wouldn't be here. That it will take some more time, but like we're seeing the adoption, we're seeing the organization that we're working with, that probably, and again, most of them have had blockchain teams for at least 2 years, some even more, and they see the value in blockchain. Again, it's still, you know, it's growing. Even they still have hard times within the organization, you know, being the ambassadors and, you know, talking about and convincing other divisions that blockchain does have value. However, you know, it takes time, and, you know, I'm sure it's going to grow with time.
Mm-hmm. You know, that's an interesting, you know, point you made, how for such a long time people made, like, you know, intrinsically, you know, connected Bitcoin and blockchain, and kind of for the good and for the bad. And a lot of times when coming to the traditional banks and stuff, for the bad, you mentioned you guys getting rejected because all they could hear was Bitcoin, Bitcoin. Are we at a point now where you know, the people in power really understand that, wait, there is a difference here? I mean, you mentioned that a lot of them are trying to integrate blockchain. Is it a lack of them finding good use cases, or they have use cases and the technology is not there to implement that use case?
So the answer to the first question is definitely. wherever we go, there's usually a blockchain team, and that would be our go-to points of contact, talking to these people. And luckily, and I'm very happy that there are no more discussions of blockchain does not necessarily equal Bitcoin, because, and again, even now, but like 2-3 years ago, it was complete, it was so difficult because it was not Bitcoin. Bitcoin itself, is Bitcoin, is maybe neutral, is that Bitcoin, and all they can hear of was, and all they can think of, it's come to mind, articles about, the Silk Road. So if you're talking about Bitcoin, if you know about Bitcoin, oh, this must mean you're also into drug dealing over the internet, human trafficking, and all these horrible stuff. So please get out of my office. And we're not there anymore, luckily. And I think that every organization now realizes that blockchain is there. Again, as I said, still, I have to tell you, this is the number one. It's not, say, the $1 million, but $1 million, maybe the $1 billion. What is blockchain good for? And now the discussion is with many of these large, institutions, organizations, etc., is that they want to adopt it, but usually they have the wrong idea and the wrong use case. And this is where we come into, and we've said, in some cases, listen, and I'd say in most cases, trying to convince, listen, this is not a good use case for blockchain. And usually the discussion opens up is, listen, if you try to apply blockchain for the wrong use case, it's going to be horrible, because blockchain is quite binary. For the thing it's good for, it's absolutely amazing, and it can really take it to the next level. For the thing it's not, is trying to square the circle. It's going to be a failure, it's going to be expensive, and we don't want to be a part of a failure with your organization. So, great talking to you. You should leave blockchain alone for the time being for this use case. So again, the most difficult challenge is trying to understand the other side's problem, challenges, and see whether blockchain fits. And only then start the work.
Now, I'm sure this really depends on the industry, but in your view, what has so far been the best use case you've seen for blockchain at an enterprise level? And then secondly, where do you see that it has the best potential? It's not there yet, but has the best potential as use case for enterprise.
So I think that perhaps the best use cases have been through supply chains, making them more transparent, more manageable in terms of, being able to really understand where items are at, how the supply chain works, how are all the parties cooperating or not cooperating, and where there's a leakage. There also has been some use cases, with finance, which are also very interesting. Again, I'm not talking about cryptocurrency trading. Mostly, whatever concerns document notarization and trying to make all these processes much more smooth, that how can we all see who approved what and who's signing what document, and how can we all make sure that we all have access to the same version of document, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This is also making a very big difference. I think that a very interesting industry that has not been influenced by blockchain yet, and there is huge room for improvement, is GovTech. And I think that so many aspects over there, which at first seem like the most boring solutions or products ever. Like if you talk to 20 years ago to someone, let's try to revolutionize GovTech, there would be no way. I mean, cyber is great, cloud is great, all these, internet, of course, but GovTech, I mean, who cares about GovTech? And I think that there's so much, and I think that this sector has been neglected, by innovation, by real innovation, trying to look at existing problems and trying to solve them. There's so many bureaucracy in so many countries. Again, there's so many corruption, and blockchain can really open up these, you know, these bottlenecks and really make all these dark spots better. So I see huge potential over there.
For sure. I mean, it's transparent, it's mutable. These are really aspects that should make it excellent for that. Do you foresee a future where voting happens on the blockchain?
So it's a very interesting question. I just had yesterday this entrepreneur that we're in touch with who's trying to promote blockchain, voting over blockchain. I think it's an interesting question. I think that at some point, because the main problem over there, I mean, I think that one misconception that people have about blockchain, that in most places that most people that we talk to, is that blockchain cannot help you verify the quality of your data, right? Because blockchain necessarily does two main things. One, it allows us, you know, parties to create one source of truth. We both see the exact same data, and now the question is, do we agree on this data, yes or no? As you know, if we do, let's go on, right? We both see everything, we share everything. There's no my data or your data, there's our data. And everybody can see that and then proceed. The next thing is, now that we have a shared source of truth, right, a single point of view, and we're trying to run some computations, right, usually through smart contract, etc., then how can we make sure, how can you make sure that I'm doing, that you know exactly what I'm doing, or vice versa, right? So using smart contracts, you can not only see the code, but you can also see what I'm doing to the data, what's my analysis process, you know, whether I'm trying to manipulate it in any way, but you can see everything. So these are the two important, you know, again, in my perspective, the most important new innovation with blockchain. Now with voting, that really depends where is the problem, right? Because let's say that in a certain, you know, in a certain, I don't know, state, and right, the problem seems to be inputting the data, right? No one trusts the voting process, right? I want to, let's say I put a, you know, a small piece of paper saying who I'm supporting for presidents or for, you know, for the parliament, then I know that I put this piece of paper in the envelope and I put it right into this box. But so there's no question there. So the data in is what, the data that I put is what got in. The question is, you know, with digital voting, let's say I pressed on a button saying I want candidate number 2. How do I know that this choice is not manipulated into, you know, candidate number 3? So in those cases, blockchain cannot help. You would have to have very strong encryption and all sorts of other, you know, digital ID. However, if you're trying to make sure that once we agree on the input, right, in order to avoid garbage in, garbage out, then blockchain is very, very, very good. However, you know, my estimation is that it would take some time before most people would really come to trust digital voting in general. And again, it would have to be done gradually, but I think definitely there is value, you know, trying to recap.
For sure. Okay, well, so basically it could fix some of the problem, but not all. It depends on what the problem is for the voting, exactly. Whether input or output. Switching gears a little bit, you know, Orbs offers cross-chain interoperability. In your view, how crucial is it for the continued growth of blockchain technology and its adoption that the kind of blockchains kind of play nice with each other and allow for this cross-chain work, or is it fine that each blockchain kind of serves its purpose separately?
I think it's a must to have this interoperability, because it's more of a, I think that I've never come to an industry in which competition was more of the most, you know, basic aspect. Again, as I mentioned, I don't see one blockchain for everything. So you have to have this interoperability, allowing, you know, chains to at least to communicate at some level. So I really think it's a must. And again, the whole philosophy of blockchain is sharing, right? So how can I say you really need to share everything, but now there's this other protocol. No, I'm not sharing anything with him. So it would be, just kind of contradicting myself, which does not make sense, I think.
Is Orbs working with other projects to kind of achieve this concept of a kind of a network of blockchains all working together?
So at this point, no. I don't know other protocols that are doing such a thing because, everyone tries to focus on what they do and tries to do it best. However, for instance, we provide interoperability with Ethereum. So any other protocol that provides interoperability with Ethereum, obviously, we could be interoperable with them. So, Ethereum being the most, I think now, the most trustful network that there is out there, no doubt about it, the most distributed network. So obviously, I think, again, that this might be some sort of a standard. So if you're interoperable with them, then you can be interoperable with everybody, right? You do not have to tweak to every other protocol out there. Obviously, it will take most of your time. But yeah, I mean, we do see this as a very, strong value of, not being a closed world of our own, because I think that, software has proven that, at least in most cases, being open is the way.
For sure. Speaking about sharing in this open world, Orbs is actually, one of the founding members of the Blockchain Education Alliance, which is a campaign for blockchain in education led by Mousebelt. Now, your team is made up of experienced engineers, academics, and researchers from Israel's top universities. What's your perspective, kind of at the university level, regarding training the workforce in computer science for Web 3.0?
So I'd say, usually universities, I think that, again, not trying to be too much of a cliche, is that it would be best, to provide you not knowledge, because you can provide you with tools, right? Not provide you, with a fish, but with fishing gear. So I think that this is what universities and academic institutions should do, is provide you the tools for you to acquire new knowledge by yourself. So yeah, there probably should be some courses about that. I'm not a computer science graduate, so I don't know exactly what's the curriculum. But from my academic history, then usually you're getting the basics, and the basic and the background for everything at first, and only then you're getting into specific topics. So maybe that should be, the advanced topics, but every computer science graduate or whatever, any kind of, exact sciences graduate for that matter, engineering, etc., should when he or she graduates, he should have, enough tools into, being able to learn new materials, new subjects by themselves. And probably, Web 3.0 would be one of those.
Mm-hmm, for sure. Now, we're not talking face-to-face. We're talking over Zoom. This is because, of this COVID-19 pandemic that's kind of taken over the world. And we now live in a world with kind of a major shift towards working from home. Do you think there's arisen from this, a unique opportunity for blockchain technology kind of in this new remote world reality?
I think that the opportunity is, in a way it is, because I think that, let's say 6 months ago, for instance, trying to acquire new customers, new business partners, at some point you had to go and meet them, right, in order to be considered as serious. But now it's practically impossible, traveling to most countries or from most countries. So it forced people to change their paradigm. So I think, and again, working from home, right? If I told you 6 months ago that the largest companies in the world, Google, they'd say, everybody can work from home, or your team, where you work, yeah, everybody can work from home. It would have sounded, well, you have to meet, you have to be in the same room to have, a meeting, conference, whatever. But now, reality is stronger, right? So we had to adapt. So, and it forced us to rethink things. So I think the same, again, while it might not have direct influence on blockchain, but it goes to show that maybe sometimes you need to stop for a second and try to rethink things, right? And blockchain really calls for that, right? Let's look at a problem. Now, we're always trying to attack it and approach it from this direction. And again, not using, the most cliches, let's think out of the box, right? The stuff like this. But sometimes it does, circumstances change, and now we cannot think from here. We have to try and think from this direction. So I think that blockchain calls for that, and hopefully it will make a difference,
Well, speaking about blockchain making a difference, it's not just the coronavirus, but in response to the horrific explosion in the port of Beirut, Orbs actually wrote an open letter to French President Macron explaining how the blockchain can help in the aid process. How does Orbs envision blockchain actually helping in aid?
So this open letter is actually based on a POC that we recently developed and delivered to our customer, which is one of the largest global financial organization, whose aim was to track and trace funds. And I think that financial aid is a must. Unfortunately, right, as we wrote, there's always going to be a need for financial aid. However, there have been some unfortunate showcase cases that so much money was just gone, and no one was accountable for, and no one knows where it went. And even the largest aid organization realized that very large portions of the funds they're providing and raise are just going to the wrong hands. In some cases, it goes to the wrong corrupt hand. In other cases, it goes to really, really, really wrong malicious hands. So now people do want to donate. Countries want to donate. However, they want to make sure the money goes to the right place. And I think this is a perfect use case for blockchain, because we realize that a lot of financial aid organizations, once the money goes beyond the border and you just transfer it to the project management unit, they don't know where it's going. They completely rely on reports, and we think this is tragic, because again, people want to donate, but they want to know where their money goes to. And blockchain is so good for that. And as we've demonstrated, right? So it's not just, talking and, having these great decks. I'm talking about actual project that is now being tested and can be very easily adapted to other countries, other financial organizations in order to overcome this.
But don't we run into the same issue with the election problem, that we still need good input? So if we're tracking the aid, what's stopping those same fraudulent project managers, whatever, from just inputting hey, yeah, I gave it to this poor family, even though they pocketed it? How does blockchain fix that bad input problem?
Now, this is an excellent question. So we have two solutions for that. I'd say the one for the near future would be simply integrating into banks' IT platforms. So given that there is a KYC, a proper KYC, let's say that you're the financing organization and not the project management unit, you allocate the people to make sure that all the transferees of the funds undergo your KYC procedure. So again, there probably will always be fraud, but how can we make the fraudster's life much more difficult? So let's assume that you approve all the KYC, all the bank accounts. Now the money goes through the banking account. So unless everybody was able to forge, set up new accounts, work with the banks, et cetera, then yeah, the money will be lost, some of it. Still, you will have the full trail. So later on, again, if you want to have, some sort of investigation, where did things go wrong, you will have all the information you need in order to realize that. So this is one. The next phase, which again, it will take time, right? But I hope and think that at some point of the future, this is how it will all happen, is everything on the blockchain, right? So it will not only be mirroring, tracking and tracing, real world or financial transfers, mirroring over the blockchain, but also actually transferring value with tokens. So you will have full control of everything, and no money can be transferred to anyone unless you approve that. So, and then, you can figure out, the mechanisms, how these tokens are redeemed, et cetera, but this is another problem. But in both cases, you improve the situation, by several measures, right? Like at scale compared to what you have now, which is just sending the money and, financing a new hospital with $100 million and hoping that within 3 years, there's going to be a new hospital. If there is, okay, no question asked, you don't know how much it costs. If there isn't, then you're going to say, what happened? And then you're going to get all sorts of answers, which you cannot, this is what you have, right? You have no way of validating them or knowing if it's true or false.
It's very exciting. The prospect of the blockchain technology is so young and so new that it really has very exciting, which directions it may take. What in last question before I let you go, I know you're very busy. What is next for Orbs? What's the future look like?
So we're constantly working on improving our solution. Recently, we've had some very interesting, projects with, I'd say, global organization and one global brand, which due, to confidentiality, we cannot disclose the details right now. But I think working on, having new partners and really driving blockchain adoption. Naturally, our project is, the product itself is constantly being improved and upgraded. So we're looking for that as well. But I'd say, really trying to drive adoption, and I believe it's like a tidal wave, right? The more organizations see other organizations adopt blockchain, they will put more effort into trying to figure out, okay, let's try a look at what they did and what can we do now. And I'd say that usually, and this is like one of the things that I like most, is when you try to, blockchain makes you think differently about solving problems. And it's not that there are no problems out there. It's they require more people to think in a blockchain way, right? How can sharing data with you, and how does being more transparent with you makes me stronger and better, right? And in the business world, in the government, everybody's thinking, and again, it's a good thing. What is the information? How do I keep my information secret? How do I not share information with my competitor because this is my advantage, my so-called advantage? With government, how do I maintain people's privacy, which is, of course, the most important thing. However, blockchain tries to, really look at things differently. I think I said that like a million times during this interview, but how sharing information with you, my business competitor, makes me strong. How can we, again, the cliche, how can we as competitors make the pie bigger, right? By sharing information, how can we both benefit, right? And making our market, and, your benefit is my benefit, even though we will keep on competing, right? But, I have information you have. If we share it, then it's for everybody's best interest. So I think that this is what blockchain, this is the idea, what it brings, what it innovates. And the more people, try and think about the challenges in this way, then, it can become more, more frequently used and and more widely adopted.
Well, Ron, you're talking the talk, you're walking the walk. I really appreciate you sharing your knowledge and your information about blockchain and Orbs with us today. Thank you so much for joining us. And for all our viewers at Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Reimagine 2020 is brought to you by Mainnet. Mainnet is a blockchain that conducts real operations with cryptocurrency, forwarding it from senders to recipients. And now yous know.
Dear citizens of the world, there is a revolution upon us, you see. The old and outdated ways of indirect representation, where those who parade around as if to have exceptional power, in their all but flattering three-piece costumes, claiming to speak in the voice of your values. The archaic ways of our past where we are separated by entry barriers to knowledge, where we are separated by time, space, and the speed at which information can travel. The days left on those bygone years are counting down and dwindling. The shadow of our past that casts itself upon the present is growing dimmer and dimmer by the day. Those of us here who believe in a brighter future, founded on technological innovation, distributed models of power, the separation of money and state, and, above all else, the free and open exchange of ideas. Those of us who believe in these things know what is to come. Through our collective efforts and through a coordinated strategy to educate others, we can, without permission, reclaim this world from the ground up. So, please, my friends, join us. I hope you are ready to reimagine 2020.
Hey, who's that? Mo Crypto.
Yo, Mo Crypto, what
Yo,
up?
what's up, man?
What's up? Kryptonite, Jess, have you guys seen CoinMarketCap today? CoinMarketCap, all in the red, double digits.
What? That's bad, right? That means we're losing money.
No, it's good, man. That means everybody's losing money. You got to buy that dip.
Everyone knows you buy the dip, 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 dip.
Legend gang, gang, gang. Going bro, we gon' buy that dip, dipping. I buy the coin on that low, ain't worried about no FOMO. Coin market cap out the crash on my lap when the bitch bounce back like a pogo. No fiat dough, I got Divi coin, I got Bitcoin, I got Ether. What y'all know about a pump and dump? John McAfee all on my tweeter. In the office with a 2-liter. By ATH, that must be a joke. Wife keep asking if we are broke. She don't know, I got a master know. Even my son told me buy the dip, ain't talking about what you put on potato chips. Even my son told me buy the dip, ain't talking about what you put on potato chips. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucker. fucking dip. BTFD gon' buy the 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 dip. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD gon' buy the 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 dip.
Ledger gang, buy the dips, get the gains. Y'all complain, but you dumb motherfuckers should do the same. Crypto, stacking up, private keys, I back 'em up. MacBook, fast as fuck, lock the door, the girl's acting up. I buy the dip when I'm sleeping, I buy the dip when I'm jogging. I buy the dip when I'm buying dip, I buy the dip in my coffin. That's Coin Bros on YouTube, buy the rumors, sell the news. For this crypto, I'm selling shoes on Craigslist, I got shit to
I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD gon' buy the 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 dip. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the dip, dipping. I buy the motherfucking dip. BTFD gon' buy the 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 dip. Buy the dip, dipping. 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 BTFD gon' buy the dip. 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 What?
Hello, everyone, and thank you for tuning in to our virtual conference series, Reimagine 2020. This is version 2.0, Disrupting the System, and I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, Head of Education at Mousebelt Blockchain Accelerator. Today, I'm interviewing a returning guest, Rachel Siegel of Crypto Finally. If you didn't catch it before, head on over to our YouTube channel and see our first interview with Rachel. Thank you so much for coming on again. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I am out in New York City right now, hence my not so great camera setup, but I am excited to be talking to you guys again. I was excited about your first conference as well.
Yeah, did you catch some of the interviews? Were there any favorites of yours?
I did. Honestly, I was skimming through all of them. So you guys were doing about like 12 hours of interviews, right?
We did a live stream of 72 hours of content that we dropped all at once.
No, I thought it was great. Honestly, I thought it was great, and your distribution was great too to get people involved. But yeah, I did watch some of them. I'm not remembering the exact names because I think I was in and out for those 72 hours. I kept clicking.
Yeah, we kind of did the Netflix model of like drop a whole season of content all at once for people to binge while they're stuck at home. Yeah, and actually, I'd love to talk to you more about, the format and content and distribution, because you're a content creator yourself. Rachel is a vocal advocate and a speaker for the blockchain space, and you specifically focus on demographic expansion and increasing mass adoption of blockchain and looking at consumer culture. So one of the things that you say is that, community is the catalyst for growth and adoption. And I'm wondering if you see any parallels to how the crypto space is approaching mass adoption, or how this community is growing to other niche industries or emerging technologies, or is this pretty unique, the way that the crypto community is growing?
Well, I will be completely honest. I do not observe any other communities except for the crypto community. So in comparison, it's a little bit of a hard bet. But looking at the crypto community, especially even in the time that I've been around, Crypto Finally is fairly new as of November 2018. So I'm about less than 2 years old right now. I've been watching the space change, honestly, and seeing more people get involved. I think that we are headed in a really good direction. It's just a matter of making this content accessible, So for me, when I talk about demographic expansion, when I talk about getting the community involved as a catalyst, it has to do with accessibility. So I know that a lot of the content that's out there about blockchain and cryptocurrency uses very dense technological jargon. I mean, at all times, it's hard for an everyday consumer to get involved in. So my goal is simplifying. So always simplifying what is blockchain technology, what is cryptocurrency, what is Bitcoin, and how is it that it can benefit you. I think a lot of information gets lost in translation in our community. I think that there is a lot of pertinent information that, if explained in lesser words, could probably make a bigger impact. So I think that having these conversations and starting to acknowledge this situation where we do need to get a more baseline consumer audience involved in cryptocurrency to reach adoption, I think that that's going to make a major difference when it comes to the future of where we are with Bitcoin and blockchain. But I have been seeing that growth. You know, even 2 years ago, I mean, I was one of the only girls who was active on crypto Twitter, right? There were like the original OG girls who have been around in the space. But I was one of the first new ones in this new wave. And now we're seeing like all these other women coming out and starting brands in cryptocurrency, getting involved in blockchain. And I'm just loving to watch that story arc, you know, even in 2 years' time, to watch just the perception of what it means to be in cryptocurrency start to change.
Yeah, I think yours and my experience might be pretty similar as far as entering into the crypto space kind of after the last big bull run, right? I kind of got in 2018 to help build this university program for our accelerator. We wanted to invest in student projects. We knew there's a lot of innovation and interest in blockchain at universities. And what I found was that there's a huge demand for this information from students. And legacy institutions like the academy are slow to adopt, slow to change policies. It can take up to 5 years to get an accredited course, you know, into the curriculum. So we really wanted to support students who were doing all this grassroots work to build the crypto community. But yeah, I've been around for the last 2 years, came from more traditional. I know you came from mainstream media. I did theater and production a lot as well, but eventually got a master's degree in philosophy. So I was teaching university courses, and I'm just so interested in education, open access educational resources, how blockchain can help people you know, prove that they have certain learning experiences, expedited background checks. There's all sorts of great use cases there. But yeah, definitely big advocate over at Mousebelt as well for curating all this content, because there's just so much out there. And like you said, a lot of it gets lost in translation. So trying to distill it down for people, create educational resources and make them free. You know, this whole conference, everything that we're doing here is just goodwill for our community to really highlight the cool projects and advocates like yourself and what they're doing in the space. Also, you know, to inspire students that this is a real industry. People are making their careers here, and they can do it too. And they don't have to be technical. And I think that's what's great about people like you and I talking, who come from like maybe a humanities background, not technical at all, but are able to communicate or understand the importance of communication in driving an emerging technology. So kind of leads me to my next question about how your experience in mainstream media has helped you, and those lessons about communicating that you've been able to use in your blockchain career.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, I don't think I ever did anything before cryptocurrency that could have prepared me for like cryptocurrency, right? So I was in mainstream production for a long time. I worked for the Blue Man Group for 3 years at HPE, Weight Watchers, Lion King, Wicked. So those are all commercial theatrical productions. And it really sort of got me in tune with the process of production. I would say that that was the greatest asset that I took from there. You know, communication, obviously, that's working in teams and team building. Any righteous human being should probably learn that at some point. But it was primarily just the operations angle for me, which really helped me start creating my content. So when I first jumped out of the door with Crypto Finally, I was making these Bitcoin related music videos. And the Bitcoin music videos were really rooted in that background that I had. That was theater, that was production, that was about the animations and the music. So for me, that I think was the closest correlation to that part of my life. I was also a substitute teacher for a long time. So in New York City public schools, I taught K through 12 and District 75, which is special education. So children with varying degrees of autism, Down syndrome. And I would tell you that that job, substitute teaching, definitely prepared me more for blockchain, in my opinion, than necessarily the production angle. If you can talk to a room full of 30 children and get them to listen, like you can talk to some people on a live stream, you know? So that really made a difference to me in being able to, if you're asking about communication and being able to create a language that people outside of myself can understand, right? So working with children's a great example of that, because you can't necessarily give them, you know, full on what it is that your thoughts are. You need to think about your language. You need to think about your juxtaposition in the way that you're speaking and the way that you're presenting to them. So I think that that really played into sort of what I tackle here in the space, which is a curve of understanding as opposed to just a curve of learning, which in my opinion is saying to people, hey, you can get involved in this. It's not just that people need to hear about Bitcoin, it's that they need to understand that they can do it. So in that way, I think that it was really fundamental for me, even in just knowing that that's a reality, that not everybody who doesn't have Bitcoin doesn't want to get in Bitcoin. It doesn't mean that they've never heard of it. A fair group, like a large majority of those people, have heard about Bitcoin, but just don't believe there's a way for them to get involved. It's too difficult for them. And that brings us like all the way back to the language and the way that we portray ourselves. So in that sense, I think my background really has helped with crypto and blockchain.
Yeah, and in terms of language, it's not even just about the words you use or, you know, quote unquote, dumbing something down or using non-technical terms to explain blockchain to someone. You know, a language that someone can understand is when you're talking to them about something they care about. And I know part of your demographic expansion is, you know, talking specifically about millennial audiences and what they care about. What do you think that audience cares about, and are people in blockchain communicating to them well? Is there some tips that you would give companies looking to get more millennials involved in blockchain?
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's fundamentally rooted in the language and the technical jargon. Like, I will say that. I think there are a lot of millennials who are swayed by the idea of cryptocurrency, but it is difficult and it's droning to sit there and listen to someone talk about the technicalities of it, and it makes you second guess your ability. As far as inclusion of millennial audiences, I think that a really big push for cryptocurrency and blockchain technology would be the fact that a lot of millennials have been stuck in the gig economy. And this is something that I speak on a lot, is that we were hit with a gig economy. All of a sudden, there were no jobs. I don't care what boomers watching this right now convinced there were jobs. There were no jobs. No, everyone was working in the gig economy, and it's very, very tough, honestly. And it was tough for this entire generation of millennials. So with cryptocurrency and blockchain, I think it's really providing opportunity for a lot of younger people to start in their own jurisdiction on their way up, right? So this is an emerging market that people can get involved in on their own. And I think it does give people that opportunity to do what they want to do. People are creating companies, people are creating business, people are building together in a way that they weren't feeling as though the gig economy was their only way out.
So it's really awesome to learn that you also worked with younger people as well as a substitute teacher. Do you have any thoughts about bringing blockchain education or content to even younger generations than millennials, high schoolers, middle schoolers?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I genuinely believe that they're the next wave, right? So I think it's up to a little bit of the older audience to create palpable technology with good UI, good UX, and good distribution that next younger wave can get involved in. I think that that's what they're really looking for when it comes to the translation of technology and generationally, right? We are here breaking out of this gig economy. We're here building the groundwork for a much larger industry. And I think that those younger people, you know, the middle schoolers, the elementary school kids who are babies now, and, you know, 10 years they're going to grow up and suddenly be utilizing blockchain technology. I think that phase is going to have to be what's under the table. That's when we're really using the products that utilize cryptocurrency and blockchain, but they don't really know what's going on. And in my opinion, I think that's the next wave for the younger generation. I think that this age group right now, what we're looking at, millennials, maybe the tip of Gen Z, I think this is the final wave for when it comes to actually talking about this technology and sharing with the younger audience. I think that the next generation after us are just going to be using cryptocurrency and blockchain technology. I don't think that it's going to be any part of their minds that crypto or blockchain is drastically different from what they know. I think it's going to be what they do know. So it's just going to be a bit of a different approach when it comes to getting them involved. You know, I think we can put information about blockchain in front of them. We can tell them about cryptocurrency. But I think at the end of the day, when we look at those much younger audiences, and honestly, like the kids of the future, right? So they're going to be, God, like 20 years from now, who knows what's going to be going on with cryptocurrency and blockchain. But I do believe that the real angle for them would be creating products that actually work, creating products that they can actually use, and not focusing on the crypto or blockchain end.
Yeah, having the user interface and experience where the blockchain tech kind of disappears behind the background, and this is just an everyday thing that we all use. And you know, I think we see a lot of stuff in esports and gaming and NFTs, and it seems like younger people are really primed to understand how they might be able to like earn some kind of token, right? Token economies make a lot of sense to gamers. You know, they're used to like using in-game assets to like get what they want out of them. You know, I used to teach philosophy to high schoolers and media literacy to middle school girls. And I think that's where the education could kind of start, which is just more knowledge about how social media works and influences them, what money actually is. As a philosopher, I have really loved talking about crypto to new people, because to really start the conversation, it's actually a philosophical question. You have to ask them, like, what is money? And then you realize that people don't really understand what fiat is, or the fact that gold, the dollar isn't backed by gold anymore, and they really start to rethink their understanding of like, okay, so we started with bartering as humans, and then we needed this thing to like represent value, and then they see where those problems can come in that blockchain solves, like removing middlemen and the ledger, right? So I think conversations like that, high school and middle school students are totally capable of and interested in. And I think educating them on, you know, just financial literacy to start, like understanding money, finances, so that when they go to create their own finances, they understand like the benefits or pitfalls of a cryptocurrency solution.
Yeah.
So as someone who spends a lot of time on social media, content creating, I do as well. We had a fun debate with our students last week about whether the Twitter hack was good or bad for Bitcoin. I'm wondering if you saw any of the reporting on that or have any opinions.
Yeah, I mean, I was following that from before it took off. Literally the second that CZ and Binance got their accounts taken, I was on it. But I don't honestly think that it has a big impact. I'll be honest, when it first happened, everyone thought it was going to be bad for Bitcoin. So the Twitter hack that you're talking about, initially when it rolled out, first it took CZ Binance's account, then it took Binance, then it took Gemini, Kraken, KuCoin, Coinbase, then it started hitting Satoshi Light, Justin Sun, Tron Foundation, and it started rooted in the crypto community. Obviously, we know then it branched out. Obama, Biden, Kanye West, Bezos, they all got their Twitter accounts taken too. They were putting out this scam, basically a Bitcoin X for XX scam. I personally think that it's not incredibly impactful. I think that the idea of Bitcoin being nefarious is long rooted. I think that people already sort of believe that in the back of their minds, and that this kind of thing, I don't believe it was going to sway people who didn't already think that. I think it was just an example of something else happening. Now, that being said, I know when it came out, when the hack happened, everyone was losing it. Everyone's like, oh, nobody's going to like Bitcoin anymore. Like, of course they're not. Now we're all criminals again. But 1 week later was when the OCC approved custody of crypto assets in banks, right? So it only took 1 week after that scam for the banks to come out and say now they're custodying crypto, which to me just shows like the lack of importance of something as small as that scam. You know, we were all concerned about it because we exist on crypto Twitter. We're in that echo chamber of crypto Twitter, right? So it's so overwhelming for us, and we're watching this Bitcoin scam take off because we live on the Twitter. But in a larger perspective, it really just, I don't think it was as big and bad as we felt like it was, just because it was so close to home with our community. You know, the fact that the banks came out custodying crypto only 1 week later said something really large to me, and that they're not necessarily getting caught up on these little moments.
Yeah, no, that's such a great point, because one thing about even though it's a scammer coming out and saying what was the currency that they asked for, it was Bitcoin. That proves that necessarily this thing has value. And then a week later, the banks are saying this is an asset, this is valuable, this is something that we can be custodians for. So yeah, that's one big thing that came out of it, is this scammer announcing all across the world and on hundreds of profiles that Bitcoin has some sort of value, or they wouldn't be asking for it, right? I thought it was a great example of Bitcoin's transparency. You know, they were able to track down the source of it really fast, and if anybody is concerned, and hopefully, you know, by communicating these things in an interview like this, or with my students in a little debate, is that when their friends who aren't familiar with cryptocurrency ask about it and say, hey, I heard about that Bitcoin thing, isn't it only for scammers? We like, actually, it's a really terrible coin for criminals. It's completely traceable. So that's one point as well. And then I'm hoping that also it starts conversations about the pitfalls of like centralized social media. And as someone on a lot of different platforms and who kind of relies on social media for their business, I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on Web 2.0 platforms, any blockchain solutions that you are hopeful about or even use that are, you know, censorship resistant blockchain social media.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea of owning your own content is really important, right? So as soon as you put something on YouTube, it belongs to YouTube. Technically, you got a YouTube copyright, but they're allowed to do with it whatever they choose. And we've seen a lot of that in cryptocurrency. Creators being banned, creators being ripped and removed, just for talking about Bitcoin. So it is a really important industry to be able to utilize free speech, censorship resistance, and ownership of content. For me, that ownership, I think, is the biggest part. My content remains mine, and there's proof that it's my content. I personally use a Library. I think that Library is a great video hosting platform that exists on blockchain technology. I think that there are some questions to be brought up when we're talking about Web 2.0 and Web 3.0 when it comes to jurisdiction and safety. So I think that these are questions that are going to need to be tackled. And I think that we're going to come up on that. And I've asked this is like an offshoot question, but like just for people at home who are thinking about Web 2.0, Web 3.0, talking about censorship resistance, talking about owning your own content. What do we do when nefarious acts start taking place on these blockchains? What do we do to make sure that people are safe? And just like the normal sort of cyber crime that you might see. And I asked this question openly on Twitter, to which nobody was actually able to give me a great front end solution. We're talking about layered solutions, right? Never can you actually fix this on the blockchain. You can only fix it on the second front end. I'm asking questions about, what about situations where someone else's content was stolen? What about situations, victims of trafficking, and the way that, you know, we have seen this sort of nefarious activity happen on the internet in the past? What happens when this stuff starts going on the blockchain? What happens with children? What happens with underage people who might be involved in some of this stuff? And what does it mean for that permanence to exist? How can we tackle it? So I love the technology, I really do. But I think that there are going to be questions like that must be answered before it can hit an adoptive stage, because I can see it going wrong. And I'm a big advocate for it. And the people who are able to answer those questions for me are going to be the people that I support. Not enough tech nerds are thinking about the human beings that are going to be using Web 2.0 and Web 3.0. And I think that it's really important, going back to the community, going back to the way that we behave and our perceptions, to acknowledge human behavior as well. Yes, censorship resistance is amazing. Yes, owning your own content is amazing. There shouldn't be the ability to rip it, but what about real situations where it needs to be taken down? What are the tactics for that? So I'm out here asking questions to the decentralized communities about how they're going to handle situations like this. And I do think it's important to look at. I think that people aren't looking enough at it. I think we might be a little overexcited about blockchain technology, and we're not thinking about the negative ramifications that could possibly happen.
Yeah, and it's a question of like ethics and human behavior, which just goes more to the point of we need everyone involved in this, in the development of this technology. We need philosophers, we need psychologists, we need people who can communicate the costs and benefits of different solutions. I was just listening to a podcast series you probably enjoy called Rabbit Hole from the Times, and they are going into just how different social media companies handle these kind of echo chambers. And they talk about YouTube's first move to what they called responsibility for their platform, which was, you know, they had their algorithms running on watch time and recommendations, all of the AI that they were using. And then there was a shooting or a disaster, a natural disaster that they wanted to put on the front page of YouTube, because they said, you know, we have a responsibility to make sure people are getting this information, even if they don't want to watch it and they don't click on it. And that was a couple years ago, the first time they said, actually, as a platform, we have a responsibility to inform, to keep people safe. So whether these different platforms have a sense of responsibility, I'm not sure, but I would love to talk to them and hear from them about that too.
Yeah, and I think it's important. I just think that these kinds of questions aren't necessarily being asked, right? We're wondering about that 2.0, that 3.0. What does it mean to own your own content? But I do think that there should be some sort of method in place, not necessarily to police people, not to prevent censorship resistance, but to prevent crimes, you know, to prevent crimes from taking place and to prevent the permanence of crimes.
Yeah, well, thank you, Rachel, for asking the hard questions and being out there talking about this important stuff. Speaking of like social media apps that are on the blockchain, I'm always curious to ask people, are there any non-wallet or non-exchange blockchain apps that you actually use, like on your phone or on a day-to-day basis?
I mean, I use, you know, CoinMarketCap, CoinGecko, you know, those are not necessarily interface. Those are just to like look at crypto prices. I use some gaming apps, right? So some crypto-based gaming apps. Aircoins is one that's fun. It's augmented reality, and you can like catch crypto coins the same way you would Pokemon Go. That's just a fun one. But yeah, for the most part, honestly, like my crypto experience is going on my computer. But as far as exchanges, apps, it's mostly gaming and wallets. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just I'm just kind of interested in people who've been in the space for a few years, and I'll answer. You know, I only have one. It's called Sense Chat. It's on the EOS platform, and that's just because, you know, I got into that community learning more about EOS, and I hardly use it, but just curious as far as adoption, how many people are actually using blockchain applications, and is there actually a use for them? Granted, we use it a lot on their phones, but I think we're kind of still in the like wallets and exchanges are the apps that most people have on their phone. Speaking of different blockchain use cases, this theme of this conference is disrupting the system. A couple months ago, you know, we asked everybody, how are you reimagining the year now that in response to the shelter in place orders and event cancellations, trying to provide content for our community at a time when they were stuck at home. And it seems like the last 3 months, we've seen a lot more failure in our systems with the response to the pandemic, political issues at home and abroad, the economy. And I think a lot of people are tuning into the fact that these systems aren't working. So we are asking all our interviewees, what blockchain use cases are you most excited about, or you think have the most potential to fix or disrupt or change our systems?
Yeah, I mean, I think first off, looking at the COVID times, right? I think that people are questioning the monetary policy for the first time in a long time. I would say that up until COVID and the Federal Reserve printing $2.3 trillion in COVID relief, the mass majority of people, especially in the United States, have never questioned the monetary system. So I think just inherently by having this happen, it's starting to ignite a lot of curiosity about what it means to own a US dollar. What does it mean to print money at the Federal Reserve? What are the long-term ramifications of this? And I genuinely believe that we are now starting to organically, as a, like, not our crypto community, but in the United States specifically, especially in relation to the money printing, I think we're actually starting to look into solutions to hedge against the dollar. And I think that this is the first time that I've ever heard so many common consumers literally ask that question. How does the dollar work and how can I hedge against it? So I think that we're looking at a bright future. And I think that it's starting to ramp up in a way that it hasn't in a really long time. You know, we've been talking about pro Bitcoin. We've been talking about pro blockchain for a long time. These are the use cases. This is what's up. But until people start to actually question the monetary system, until people start to understand what their dollar is, I think we'll still be sort of in this phase where we're working to build something up. I have high hopes for what's going to happen next, now that people are actually starting to look at monetary policy. I know that there are a lot of blockchains that can be used on an everyday basis that are going to help people. A really good example of one, and I just like using COVID as a use case because it's such an interesting time where a lot of problems needed to be tackled very quickly. VeChain was actually distributing KN95 masks, right? So there were KN95 masks that were being distributed all over the world on VeChain blockchain. And I thought that was a really interesting use case, especially for what's going on right now. And more stuff where you can actually track distribution, make sure that what you have is legitimate. I think that kind of use case is going to be really strong moving forward.
Yeah, because I think there was some concern about counterfeit masks, right, that weren't actually going to provide the protection that people thought they were when they purchased them. So they were able to track it on VeChain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, to wrap up here, I wanted to ask just a fun question. I know you produce music videos, and I saw in one of your videos you talked about, you know, content creation and consumer culture and music being such a good way to communicate ideas because it gets stuck in your head, right? So I'm wondering if you have any earworms right now. I'll say mine. I finally saw Hamilton because it came on Disney Plus, and now all I hear in my head is Hamilton songs, and I have to listen to the soundtrack a lot to try to get it out. Any current earworms for you?
Oh man, I'm not sure particularly. I'm like a mixed music kind of person. So like that musical background, my father's actually a record producer. My mom was a classical pianist, and I'm a lyricist. So I'm all over the place. I'll be honest. I don't think I have anything stuck in my head except for maybe that like Rose's remix, the really electric one. But nothing that's really pounding at me recently. I have been looking at making some more Bitcoin songs, but that's like a rollout process.
Yeah, I can't wait to see more of those. Any podcasts or books that you're digging right now that you would recommend to our community?
Yeah, one that I always say is great, Bitcoin Standard, anything by Andreas Antonopoulos as well. If you're looking for specifically podcast content, I always recommend Scott Cunningham, Scott C Business. His videos are super, super accessible, and he really talks about what's going on in the blockchain space. Those are the people that I really pay attention to.
Yeah, awesome. The one I like anything having to do with how technology is affecting us. So I've been listening to the Rabbit Hole one by the Times, and then Tristan Harris from the Center for Humane Technology has one called Your Undivided Attention. And the first episode is about casinos and slot machine design and they make a parallel between slot machine design and the addictiveness of them to how social media interfaces have been developed. And it's really interesting to see the design principles are pretty much the same, you know? But yeah, thank you so much for hopping on and telling us more about your work in crypto. I know you do Finally Fridays and you're on Twitter. So I want to let people know where they can find you.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter at CryptoFinally and YouTube at CryptoFinally. You'll find more of my educational content and sort of talks about the community on YouTube, but I'm very active on Twitter if you just want to keep up on a daily basis.
Absolutely. Finally followed you. So I'm looking forward to seeing all your content and any new music videos you dropped. Thank you again, Rachel Siegel from CryptoFinally, for joining us. And we'll be back with more from Reimagine 2020.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. I'm here to tell you that if you're having green candle erectile dysfunction, just remember that ETH is money and market buy that
We have some breaking news. The Lightning Network, the Layer 2 scaling solution for Bitcoin proposed by Blockstream, is still just 18 months away. It's only been 18 months since their last vaporware announcement. Back to you.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't. Yeah, fuck, I shouldn't have done that. And my brother hit me up on the phone, sparked my interest. What up, bro? Told me to quit my job, I should invest. I'ma do it. Told my boss I ain't coming back, just to impress my co-workers. Did my brother just fuck me over? Is that incest? Weird. 1% daily I was getting back. Already lost all my ether on the parody hack. Now my girl's all stressed, so I told her relax. I'm just waiting on Mount Gox to mail me back. Still waiting. All these motherfucking scams got me saying damn.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance.
Damn.
Big Connect promised me $100 grand.
Liar.
Borrow money from my mama just to land again.
Sorry,
then these motherfuckers hit me with an extra scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Nope. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Damn. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I fucked that up with a bad investment. BitConnect put me in debt. Had full faith in what I spent. Had a sublease just to pay my rent. It's like a foreign language, how do I vent? Got me tapped out on what I spent. Might lose my crib and have to pitch a tent. I just hit a wall, caught a president. Thought crypto was heaven sent. Still holding on like James Bond, trying to moonshot Neil Armstrong. The market cap was right on track. Used to Uber, now I'm walking back. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, but I still hold her, no looking back. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance.
Damn.
Big Connect promised me $100 grand.
Liar.
Borrow money from my mama just to land again.
Sorry,
then these motherfuckers hit me with an extra scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Nope. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Damn. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance.
Damn.
Big Connect promised me $100 grand.
Liar.
Borrow money from my mama just to land again.
Sorry,
then these motherfuckers hit me with an extra scam.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, pulled out. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Nope. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Damn. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't do it. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but now I'm broke.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda, so when I had the chance. Big Connect promised me $100 grand. Borrow money from my mama just to land again. Then these motherfuckers hit me with an extra scam.
Damn.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and today I am glad to be joined by David Wasson, Director of Business Development for Simba Chain. David, thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, I'm happy to be here, Yona. Thanks very much.
Well, David, first to start off, give us our viewers a little background about who you are and how you kind of got into the blockchain.
Right, sure. So I've been in technology for the last 20 plus years, but mostly up and down the West Coast. And the way I got into blockchain was in 2016. I was working for a company that had a technology kind of in traditional trace. It was using serialization to track drugs through the marketplace, prescription drugs. It was all about anti-counterfeiting. But the next logical step from serialization, which is your QR codes, was to move that into to blockchain, because blockchain has just a natural fit for provenance and supply chain and track and trace. So I got involved in that, and that led me to work for a protocol. I worked for Null's Foundation here in San Jose. I did that for almost 2 years, and then I moved on to Simba Chain just the beginning of 2020.
Mm-hmm. I've been interviewing a bunch of people for this conference, and it seems like there are a whole lot of blockchains out there. What's so special about Simba Chain?
Yeah, so Simba Chain, it's not a protocol. Just to be straight with that, we don't have our own chain. So what Simba Chain is, it's a platform that assists people to build smart contracts and decentralized applications on a variety of different platforms. We support about 5 different protocols right now, including Ethereum, Quorum, Binance Smart Chain, Hyperledger, and RSK. So we really provide an easy way for you to design a smart contract and build an application without being a coder. So we're really, we're not a chain, if you will.
Yeah, kind of blockchain as a service, kind of, which is really interesting. It seems like everything is becoming as a service, and that's the way to go. What limitations though, does that, obviously it comes along with the ease of coding, you don't have to be a blockchain coder. What kind of benefits does that bring to a company as a blockchain service? What does that mean if they're not actually getting a blockchain, they're getting the service? Do I come to you with hey, this is my business problem, and then you guys provide the business solution?
Right, no, that's a great question. So a business, if you look at it from a couple different angles, one, we do a lot of work with business enterprise, also with government, and also in the education space. So we work with higher education. But in the business enterprise, to answer your question, so a business will come to us and they'll say, hey, we're considering putting this business process on the blockchain, or it may be a startup. We work with a lot of startups, especially here in the Bay Area, that want to build a business around blockchain. And what they want to be able to do is build out a proof of concept to see if the application will actually work on blockchain. So what they can do is, without having any coding experience, through basically like a Visio screen is what our platform looks like, you can build the business logic, and you're using assets and transactions and relationships between those business objects to build out your business process. So whatever the use case is. So it could be a large company like Dow we're working with and Boeing, or it could be some small startups like we're working with here in the Bay Area. They just want to get to a proof of concept quickly, and they don't have the coding talent. But what's beautiful about it, Yona, is that while you're drawing this visually, your business process out, it's generating Solidity code in the background, which is your smart contract, which will later be used for your application. So it's really, really excellent tool to get to a proof of concept for a new application or a business model.
Is this an automated process? As I'm building my business logic on the front end, this is automatically generating these smart contracts on the back end, or is this more, I'm inputting, my business logic, and then someone from your team is actually, writing a corresponding smart contract?
No, this is, Yona, this is 100% do-it-yourself. I mean, we do build and assist clients, but this is a do-it-yourself tool. I mean, even if you don't have any coding experience, you're just, as long as you understand your business use case and you understand, what the assets and transactions, basically what the nouns and the verbs are around your use case, and you know how to build those relationships just visually, it's completely automated. The code is being generated in the background, and that's the code for your smart contract. And then you basically, the next step is to move to the application, and you essentially insert that code from the smart contract into the application, and you deploy it to a blockchain. It's really just 4 simple steps, and you pick which network you want. If it's Finance Chain, or if it's Hyperledger, or if it's Quorum or Ethereum. So yeah, it's do it yourself. You do it yourself, and it's all generating in the background.
Well, you mentioned some of the chains that you guys support, including Ethereum and Quorum and Stellar and Hyperledger. How did you guys choose which blockchains to start off on?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So for us, the first thing is we're set up kind of around Ethereum. So if a blockchain network is using what they call Ethereum virtual machine, EVM, it's pretty easy for us to integrate. So many blockchain platforms use EVM. And EVM is just the thing that makes the network smart. It's what runs the smart contracts. It's the computer on top of the network, essentially. So that's why Ethereum was, of course, our first one because of Ethereum virtual machine. But Quorum is a JP Morgan version of Ethereum, so that was a natural fit. Binance Smart Chain, it's also an EVM, and also Hyperledger is an EVM. So that's kind of how we got onto those chains. I think the only exception to that is we do support Stellar. In fact, we're having a big Stellar event this afternoon, a webinar. But yeah, so that Stellar is really the only one that we support that's not EVM. So how do we select them? We're pretty particular about who we select. It needs to be somewhat mainstream. There's a lot of bleeding edge protocols out there that are great, and they're doing, they're really moving the industry forward. But we're pretty picky or particular about who we select to support. There's other protocols that we're talking to, and there's some fabulous ones out there like Hedera and other ones. So we'll be adding more, but we stay agnostic when it comes to the blockchain platforms.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, you mentioned that all of them are using EVM except Stellar, and you guys even launched a payment app recently for use on Stellar. What was the reasoning behind choosing to work with Stellar specifically as the first non-EVM blockchain?
Yeah, I mean, Stellar is just really fantastic for financial transactions, and it's very simple to use. It's I think there's 12 or 13 different transactions that you can create, like withdraw, escrow, deposit, different financial transactions. And Stellar, they've been around a while. They have created some adoption for their network. It's actually Stellar it's almost like Bitcoin, but it's not. It's more for apps. So it's a really good financial network for us to use, and we have a lot of popularity, a lot of demand for building apps on Stellar. So yeah, it's a really good platform.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and these are apps these are dApps, decentralized apps, which is and that's kind of been since the beginning of blockchain. There's kind of been this mystical talk of the killer dApp, of the dApp that's going to drive mass adoption and kind of do the work of marketing for us and do the onboarding for us. Have we seen that dApp yet? And if not, why is it taking so damn long? Or is it not taking long because this is a very, very new technology? Where do we stand in terms of the evolution of dApps?
Yeah, that's a really big question. So I think the challenges for adoption have been, blockchain's been around for almost 11 years now. And I think really it's been a really well kept secret with developers. It's been a developer driven, highly tech solution. And now I think we're at the point in adoption where you're seeing anybody using it. I mean, for instance, Simbachain, and there's others like Simbachain, but Simbachain's being used for undergrad education at Portland State University is one. They're teaching students that are 19, 20-year-old students, first-year business degrees, that have no desire to code and have never coded, but they're able to create a smart contract and deploy an app. Now that 3 years ago, that couldn't have happened. I mean, you had to be a coder, you had to understand Java or Solidity. So today that adoption is being created. And so I think the adoption it's been that barrier of entry and knowledge of coding that has kind of stopped it. But I can say this, in terms of apps, that killer app, well, you see DeFi especially, there's a lot of killer apps in DeFi these days. But just Simbachain alone, if this is any kind of barometer, I mean, we just crossed this week 3,000 users using our platform to build apps, and they've created over 1,200 apps, decentralized applications on those different blockchains that I mentioned. So is it gaining mass adoption? I think so. I mean, you see, we're working with companies like Dow and Boeing, Caterpillar. Those are pretty mainstream companies that are building applications or at least experimenting with it. But the killer app, it'll come. But I think it's close. I think adoption, we're really at the point where adoption is about just really explode.
And some might argue we're at the point where there's too much adoption, especially on the Ethereum blockchain. There's high network congestion, and with that high network fees, slow transaction times. Is that a fear for you guys? You guys are blockchain as a service and a startup as a service also, and you guys are offering this for mostly Ethereum-based blockchains. Is there a fear that due to the inability to scale so far by Ethereum, this will drive people away from Ethereum, away from developing on Ethereum and towards other blockchains?
Yeah, so that's definitely a legitimate concern, especially the gas fees, especially recently. But one of the things that we do on our platform is we have a simple platform that you can design your blockchain use case around, but we also offer what we call off-chain. So just simply by clicking a button, you can store information off-chain, things that you don't need on-chain. You can store on, interplanetary file system. You can store it on Microsoft Blob. You can store it on Get. There's that kind of non-critical off-chain data. By putting that by hashing that into your blockchain, into your actual code, you're just referencing that information, which really increases the speed and reduces latency. But yeah, I think Ethereum, that's kind of a good thing too. It's a double-edged sword. The fact that Ethereum is so busy means there's a lot of activity in blockchain, a lot of people looking into it. And then of course, we're also going to be supporting, Ethereum 2.0 and their proof of stake, consensus mechanism. So that might be pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, fingers crossed. I've been covering the space for a while, and they've been promising Ethereum 2.0 for a long time. Proof of stake starting, and I'm excited to see it because I'm sick of talking about it, and I want to actually see it already, as I'm sure you are as well. Now, Simba Chain, I believe that the corporation was formed in 2017 from a grant awarded by DARPA, which is the advanced research arm for the U.S. military, in order to develop a secure, unhackable messaging and transaction platform for the military.
Right.
Is that still a big client for Simba Chain? Is the U.S. military still active in the blockchain?
Yeah, absolutely. And we received that DARPA grant in 2017. And actually, the DARPA grant was given to University of Notre Dame and to a manufacturing company called Atamco. And Atamco is, they manufacture small precision parts, mostly for the Department of Defense, like precision gears and that type of thing. But the grant was given to University of Notre Dame. So our founders, one is Dr. Taylor. He's from the Computer Center of Excellence at University of Notre Dame. He's our CTO. And our CEO, his name is Joel Nideg. He's from Atamco. And they created this secure messaging system using blockchain encryption, military-grade encryption, to send these specifications out to forward deployed troops. And it could be at a naval air base, or it could be on an aircraft carrier. And then those parts were 3D printed in the field, which is really, when you think about it, kind of amazing. You could, have an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Red Sea, and you're printing a 3D part for a rotor blade on a jet. So it was really impressive. It was highly successful. Base Camp is what it was called. But yeah, since then we've had additional contracts with DoD, the Navy, the Air Force, and also the Department of Energy. But right now what we're growing is we're trying to grow the business enterprise piece. So that's why we are working with Boeing and Dow's and Caterpillars, and a whole bunch of universities right now are adopting it because it's so easy to use. It's really easy to use as a teaching tool.
When you look at emerging technologies, especially the internet, but you can kind of see it across the board, but especially the internet, these technologies and very complex technologies usually get their start and their push from military applications, and then go on from that, filter down to enterprise use, and then eventually to the consumer use. Do you see that also happening here with the blockchain, where a lot of what we see as consumers, a lot of the innovation that's happening in the space as consumers, obviously we see these DeFi products and mostly speculative tokens. But is there actually a lot of innovation that the average blockchain or crypto lover doesn't realize is actually going on in the blockchain space because it's happening for military grade blockchains?
Yeah, I think probably so, Yona, because even myself, I started working with Simba in the beginning of 2020, and I had no idea. There's many projects that the government is soliciting. Some are even things like, remote voting for Congress. Some are around contact tracing. Even I just saw yesterday that the International Monetary Fund is promoting cryptocurrency. So these government agencies and organizations are doing a lot with blockchain, and it can't be ignored anymore because it is becoming mainstream. And maybe there's not that killer app like the Uber of blockchain yet, but there's plenty. It's drawing plenty of attention. Blockchain with responsible use cases. And I think Simba Chain's a little bit conservative side. Our roots are from academia, which is University of Notre Dame, and also the government and manufacturing. So we're a little bit unusual than most blockchain companies in that, like, we have a top secret military clearance, which I don't know that there's any blockchain company that does that. Yeah, we're pretty conservative and pretty unique in the blockchain space.
David, that's really cool, interesting. You don't really think about blockchain, at least as the end consumer. You don't really think about blockchain, in that way. When we're hearing about the blockchain innovations and advancements, I'm thinking DeFi. But that is cool to know that there are projects working with military, especially locally in the country as well. Now, one of the things I liked is when I went to prep for this interview, I went to your website, and you guys had a 4-question quiz to check whether your business needs a blockchain. And it was a very cute quiz, 4 simple questions, yes, no, do you need a blockchain? What I really liked was that if your answer was no for any of those questions, it recommended you say, hey, maybe blockchain isn't the correct use case for you. And I find that very refreshing in this space, because it seems like, especially through the blockchain buzz, it seemed like companies were just throwing blockchain onto their name or onto their business, just kind of as a buzzword. So kudos to you guys for really trying to actually find use cases and an actual solution for the blockchain to you guys. So definitely kudos to you. Now, we spoke about blockchain as a service. And kind of, I guess, tied into that is smart contract as a service, right? Does that fall under the same umbrella?
Yeah, it's smart contract as a service, and essentially what it is, you use what we call smart contract designer. That's what we've been talking about this easy tool to design and build a smart contract and then deploy it on an application onto the blockchain. That's the tool that gets you to a smart contract and to the app. But then, the smart contract as a service comes in. You can scale up that once you've created that smart contract in the app, if it's successful and it proves out in the proof of concept that it's workable, you can scale that up. We're partnered with Microsoft Azure. So you can scale it up. We call it smart contract as a service. It's available on Microsoft App Stores, and we're also available in Power Apps. So if you're more of a developer, it's a little bit more advanced than just building the smart contract using it visually. If you're more of a coder, you can scale it up to full scale production. So smart contract is a service. It's a monthly subscription, just like your LinkedIn subscription, and it's providing you, access to all those APIs that you might need from an enterprise to interconnect with your ERP systems and the other front end office systems that you have. So it makes it fully enterprise. But that's a smart contract as a service, yeah. And that's actually got some more development coming. There's going to be some announcements being made about that in the near term. So yeah, we're excited about that.
Oh, very excited to hear what pops out of that. That sounds very cool. Now you mentioned a couple of big companies you guys work with, including Boeing. When these big companies come to you, they have right now there are a bunch of enterprise blockchain or enterprise focused blockchains out there. And so why would a big company like Boeing, why would they choose Simba Chain, over going directly and developing directly onto, Hyperledger or Quorum or one of these other ones?
Right. Yeah. And Boeing's an example. Dow would be another example. Like Dow came to us. They have I'll just talk about Dow for a minute because I'm not all that familiar with the Boeing project. Okay. Someone else is responsible for that. But the Dow project, which is another big company, they came to us because they have a very robust supply chain. So they came to us. They want to, look at putting a part of that value chain onto the blockchain. So they don't have expertise. Their IT group does not have expertise in blockchain, but they do understand their business process better than anybody else, much better than we do. So they came to us, and they're using our smart contract designer tool because they can, code without coding. They can build out their business model, and it's generating the code in the background. So that's why they come to us. maybe some of these companies never ever have any desire to have, blockchain engineers on their bench, and they want to have their business analysts be able to build out the blockchain, protocols, and then be able to launch that code. At some point, you have to have somebody look at the code, for security points of view and quality points of view. But the bigger companies come to us for that, and it's the very same reason for the small startups. They come to us because they can't afford to have, blockchain designers and engineers sitting on their bench. So they have business analysts and people that understand the business, and they can build it out, a proof of concept, really quickly. So I think that's what's driving it, is just the lack of the talent and the resource, and the lack of desire to invest in that type of resource.
Mm-hmm. And that probably gives you guys, some incredible insight into the blockchain innovation and what direction blockchain is heading, because you guys do have, these companies from all walks of life, and probably usually not so focused, their core business probably isn't built off blockchain. Their core business is something, and they think the blockchain could help it. So you're probably getting to see a lot of interesting smart contract ideas and interesting use cases being designed on the Simba chain. So my question is two parts, actually. One, what is the most common type of use case you guys are seeing developed on the Simba chain? And two, what's the most surprising one that you have seen developed on the Simba chain?
Yeah, so there's some great use cases, and I see, half a dozen use cases every day, and a lot of people experimenting with different ideas, both big companies and small companies experimenting with different ideas. The most common, obviously it's supply chain. I mean, supply chain and track and trace and provenance, because that's just such a natural fit, because you're basically tracking assets and transactions and chain of custody. So lots of things happening in the supply chain space. But in addition to that is decentralized identification, DID they call it. That's becoming much more mainstream as well. A lot of companies looking into that to be able to, guarantee your information, your own sovereignty, and through that decentralized identification. And also with that comes credentialing. We're seeing a lot of things happening in authentication. We're working with one client right now, I can't say who, but because of a lot of things happening in social media these days, they want to protect themselves against deep fakes. When they're releasing news, they don't want it to be, copied and deep faked. So we're using blockchain to create an authentication of that media, so that if someone comes and says, "Hey, look at this," and they'll say, "No, this is our original media," and it's protected by the blockchain. So that's really unique and something new. And actually with this COVID, we're seeing other use cases too, like, streaming is becoming very popular, at-home entertainment. So we're doing some work with a company that is, we're providing unique identifiers for tickets that they buy to attend watch parties for actually live performances on Broadway. So there's a lot of innovative things happening. And it's amazing how the blockchain industry has really responded to all the circumstances that have happened recently, both, the social unrest and also the COVID. So it's really amazing how we've all, gotten together and teamed up and responded to that.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I mean, this is for many of us, definitely for me, but for I would say everyone, this is a once in a lifetime event, this global pandemic that's really changing the way that we work, the way we live, the way we shop, the way we interact. So, how have you seen, blockchain kind of step up into that role now? Like we mentioned, one of the biggest use cases, especially at enterprise level for blockchain, has been supply chain. And we've seen the global supply chain really put to the test, especially early on during Corona, where countries were fighting over medical supplies and trying to get ventilators and things like that. Do you think that blockchain has the potential there, or has even already, to really streamline that supply process, and especially now as especially as work from home, and you mentioned the need for authentication and validation, very crucial when it comes to medical supplies as well. How have you seen the blockchain step up to this global crisis on all fronts?
I think, well, to your supply chain question in response to COVID-19, I think, those, the protective equipment, that all needs to be, authenticated. There's a lot, we hear stories all the time about, counterfeit, medical protective equipment that's out there. So verifying it, I've heard some use cases where they're using IoT combined with blockchain to track and surveil those supply chains. But the one that I've been most recently involved with was around contact tracing, which actually kind of, when you think about it, really is supply chain. And contact tracing is, where you're making sure that people that are tested positive, you find out who they've been around so that you can notify them. And we're trying to do that electronically. We've teamed up with, Notre Dame and Microsoft and a company called Prism. And Prism is really big in social economics, behavioral economics. And we're combining that behavioral economics with technology and blockchain. But we're also adding a different twist to it because, we have these bracelets. Why do you want to wear it? You need to have an incentive to wear a bracelet that's going to notify you that if you're near someone who's, tested positive, why would you wear this? So we're actually adding a tokenization element to it where you'll have an incentive to actually wear this bracelet that will be used for contact tracing. So you'll earn these tokens that are redeemable for different things. So
Very cool. Has that launched yet?
No, it's in development right now, but there's actually both private and public sector clients that are interested in that. So.
Oh, very cool. I mean, that like you mentioned, that does seem like a really good use case for the blockchain. We have many parties who can't really trust each other. That does seem like a blockchain 101 right there. Now, before, you mentioned before how Simba got its start in the universities and how you guys still do education. It's really tough right now because blockchain is so early on and it's innovating at such a fast pace. I mean, 3 years ago, there were whispers of DeFi, and DeFi is through the roof. And if you were told someone 3 years ago that ICOs would be gone, they wouldn't believe you. I mean, the peaks and the falls happen so quickly, and the innovation is happening so quickly. So someone who's studying blockchain, I mean, especially at a university level in a formal setting, does it even make sense to study this in a formal setting when, by the time you're done, the curriculum you just learned could have been outdated already by a year?
Wow, that's really a great question because that's actually one of the issues. I talk to universities every day and I talk to professors and instructors every day, and they have several concerns, and that's one of them, that they plan this curriculum out. By the time they implement the curriculum, the shelf life has expired. So, but one of the ways that we've worked with universities on that is that our platform, which is used to develop these apps, is platform agnostic. So we keep up with the different protocols. So even if the protocol makes a change, if you're using Simba Chain, by the time you implement the curriculum, we've already caught up to that. But in a university setting, it needs to be taught formally. And a lot of the other pushback we get from universities is, why would we teach that? I'm afraid to bring it to my administrator to offer that course because there's Bitcoin media investment hype, there's Silk Road, there's all these things. But that's part of the story. It can't be ignored. It needs to be part of the education process, but then also assuring that you're using a curriculum based on real world experience. And also, honestly, apps, blockchain is so abstract to understand. It's really hard to learn blockchain by reading about it or listening to lectures about it. The best way to do it is to do it. And that's this high touch learning experience, which creates tacit knowledge, which is knowledge by doing, is the best way to learn blockchain. And look, hey, I've been talking about blockchain since 2016. I didn't really understand blockchain until I built my own smart contract. And I have no coding experience. My background is economics and business. It's the best way to learn. It really is.
Right. And I mean, and definitely connected to that, when you're talking with these universities and these professors, are they teaching it as part of a computer science curriculum? Is it its own specific track, or is it even considered maybe? I mean, I always consider it in my mind as more cybersecurity. It seems like a security protocol, a secure system. I mean, is there a blockchain degrees? Will there be blockchain degrees, or will it merely be a course to take within computer science?
Yeah, it's a really exciting time for blockchain and education. So, I think Coinbase did a study in 2019 that showed the different departments that blockchain is being taught, where there's certificates being earned, or where there's actually just programs, elective programs. And so almost 70% of those curriculums are being taught outside the computer science school. So they're being taught in law, it's being taught in finance, economics, business management, and humanities, like even philosophy and entrepreneurship. And it's amazing how it's really, it's reached way outside of computer science. And it's fundamentally, it's going to affect all those different businesses. So it's not just a financial use case. It's like we've been talking about, supply chain and other use cases.
I mean, you said your background's in finance and economics, and so I want to pick your brain a little bit here because DeFi is really, really popular right now, and I think it's really fascinating and powerful tools there, where for the first time, just anyone with an internet access has access to these really incredible and complex trading tools. So, when it comes to universities, do you think that the financial degrees and economic degrees should be teaching about about not necessarily specific DeFi products, but about the idea of DeFi? Hey, this is the technology that's out there, and this could really be used, in extremely powerful ways. It's no longer, hey, you graduate from business school and go work for Morgan Stanley or Goldman Sachs. You don't have to go that route, but rather it opens the door to everyone, essentially.
Yeah, I think what I've seen in terms of the finance departments, what they've been teaching, and also in economics, but in finance in particular, is they teach a lot. Well, first, everybody kind of starts at the same place when you're learning about blockchain. You have to go through all those basics like wallets and explorers and that. But for finance, when you start getting into the details of finance and that discipline, a lot of it's around tokenomics. It's around, how does a token accelerate, a product? How does it provide incentives? How does it provide security around a network? And I think that the tokenomics piece is probably, if you talk about DeFi, like how do you create a total supply for a project? What do you base that on? What do you base a maximum supply of tokens on? So like that whole tokenomic aspect is really important. That's being taught in schools now in the finance departments. And yeah, they're certainly looking at DeFi. DeFi's caught on like crazy, especially just recently. But it even has its own limitations. I mean, it's really started out as borrowing and lending, and that's pretty much what it's been based on. And a lot of that's been using to hedge and to borrow money to make larger equity transactions, which is kind of good, but it can also be a little bit dangerous. So I think in the university settings, what I'm seeing in finance is mostly around the tokenomics.
Mm-hmm. And we've already mentioned the Simba Chain's connection with governments, and we've been talking about all this exciting new technologies, new innovations, new abilities. Have you sensed, or in your dealings with them, is there a fear at all on their part that this technology could be used potentially by bad actors for malicious intent?
Yeah, I mean, I think. If you even look at what the International Monetary Fund just put a video out yesterday about cryptocurrencies, which is amazing that they're talking about cryptocurrency in the IMF, but there's certainly this, incognito, this privacy, this, malicious bad behavior, but look at it from the dollar point of view. I mean, the dollar is used for more malicious and more criminal activity than Bitcoin's ever been used for, or probably ever will be used for. So, it's kind of an argument for the sake of the argument,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, this might be outside your range, but do you foresee a CBDC or a U.S. CBDC anytime soon?
You mean an electronic
central bank
currency?
Yeah, like an electronic dollar. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they have to. I mean, they absolutely have to, and it's not going to be called cryptocurrency. It's going to be a version of a cryptocurrency. It's going to have some of the inherent benefits of it, but it's going to be pegged to a dollar, which is, that's the centralization piece that doesn't work, I don't think. But yeah, there will be. They have to, for remittance and international, movement of money. They absolutely have to. China's done it. Many other countries are doing it, and it's time that U.S. has to step up and do it. Absolutely.
Now, touching upon, one of the other use cases I actually saw on the Simba Chain website was actually combining the Simba Chain and now integrated with Unity 3D to combine gaming and blockchain. What's happening over there?
Right, that's pretty new. That's a pretty new feature, and we are, Unity is probably the premier development platform for 3D, and we're actively trying to develop that market. So that was our first step, was partnering up with Unity, and we're out there talking to some of the rather large gaming companies right now about how they can use Simba-Chain to kind of speed up that process of getting games to market. So I don't have any clients that I can name right now, but yes, we're moving into that space.
Well, you don't have to mention any names, but could you mention potential use cases for how blockchain might help a gaming company?
Yeah, I think it's really about speed to market, and also a factor of resources and being able to put a large number of you have gamers that really understand what a game looks like and the kind of economics behind it, the behavior behind it, but they don't necessarily have the coding. They don't have the coding experience. So what Simba-Chain does is it kind of alleviates that barrier of entry, so they can bring games. It's kind of like the business analyst versus the developer. This is the gamer versus the developer, and it's they can bring these games to market faster. And then you have all the Unity tools right at your hand. So we're integrated with Unity. So I think that's the biggest use case, is just getting games to market faster.
Mm-hmm. Well, more games the better. I mean, I'm a big gamer, and so I'm excited what comes from that. And last question before I let you go, it seems like Simba-Chain really does have enables kind of the everyday person, anyone with the hey, I want to try out blockchain, I want to see if this works, and I don't want to have to go and learn how to develop on blockchain. And so that's really an incredible use case. I've been talking to a bunch of projects recently, and this is one of the more unique blockchain projects that I've actually seen. But what is next for Simba-Chain? Is it to continue to make it easier and give newbies more powerful tools on how to develop on the blockchain, or is there another direction?
I think we'll continue with Smart Contract Designer and making that even easier to use and maybe a bit more robust. It has some limitations right now, but I think we'll make it more robust going forward. And I think we may also add an element where it takes it even beyond our application. Our platform comes with a user interface, so it's got a built-in user interface. It's pretty basic, but I think at some point maybe we'll have a better user interface for applications once they've been developed. So we'll spend time on that. But what's really exciting is we're spending time with our smart contract as a service, and that's going to be announced pretty soon. That it's going to have some pretty incredible like query and block explorer. It's really going to, and we're going to continue expanding with our Microsoft Power Apps and Microsoft Azure. So I think those things, more on the SCAS side, what we call smart contract as a service, that's really going to be, we're going to be spending a lot of development time there.
Well, I'm excited to see what you guys come up with next. David, thank you so much for joining me here. And for all our viewers at home, for Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Fortune, I just got the news. I can be a millionaire too. Check the OP, what did he do? Gas in his bag still to go to the moon. Spent half an eighth, I got 1 million coins like the real McCoy. I feel that joy, cause if it goes to a buck, I won't believe my luck. And now 10 on my Lambos for me and my friends. Butterfly doors, but I'm already in dock. Trump is like whip from my squad on the block. Jamming with a whole life. Chat rooms, we scroll at night. Bitcoin ether, been told twice. Now I hold my ish like it's Moldavite. Going to the stars, cause it's only right. Read the white paper, I was sold that side. Now I steal my shit coins, cause I'm overhyped. We can't take the pressure. Cashing out for you was tether. My craft ship shape. Ashy sails through stormy weather. With pleasure, come with me on this endeavor. I will be smoking fat joints on Italian leather. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. This goes out to my crypto squad and the crypto gods. Blockchain clearing that fiscal clog. Rolling through town like the Frisco fog. Push the button, bought some coins. Now push the button, start my whip. Used to push my feet through the tenderloin. Now I'm pushing this spaceship. Some thought it was a bubble. Now vision doubled. Wishing they had taken the trouble. Hardware wallets, private keys, no more paper and duffels. Bank staying puzzle. Now I'm going for hikes. Have the mountain sex. My returns just hit 10,000x. Used to be humble. Now I proudly flex. Should I fly to Dubai or Saudi next? And I only cashed out part of my assets. Hodled to my last breath. Not the one to half step. It's so strange. Wealth is like a rebirth. Clawed my way out of debt. Fueled by my racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lamboland. Crypto fam, heart racing like ambulance.
In a world full of ICO scams, vaporware, and Ponzi schemes, we wish to remember those who have passed on. Rest in peace, dear friends.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Fauci Nakamoto. We all know accidents happen. For example, you might have accidentally forgotten to convert all of your directly deposited fiat into cryptocurrency. And that's okay. I'm reminding you that when all else fails, there's always Plan B for Bitcoin.
Tron, a new world. What does a virtual civilization of the future look like? It is decentralized, independent, self-governed, equal, cooperative. It has high performance. The Tron ecosystem wins at speed. Each Tron data unit can evolve and become part of the ecosystem. It is democratic. Every member of the Tron community can vote for their leader of choice to govern the ecosystem. Global developers around the world create outstanding apps every day, building a virtual world. The moment we've been waiting for is finally here. The future is now. Tron, decentralize the web.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tyler Olson. I am one of your hosts at Reimagine 2020. I'm also the University Program Director at Mousebelt, one of the teams behind Reimagine virtual events. You're tuned into Reimagine 2020 V2. That is version 2. Our first virtual event was back in May, where we had the pleasure to discuss with and get to know a little bit better some of our industry partners and hear about some of the interesting and innovative work that's taking place in the blockchain and cryptocurrency industry. We also had the chance to talk with some of our students at major universities all around the world that we have acquired in the past 2 or so years, out of an effort to give support to students who are eager and interested in learning more about blockchain and cryptocurrency technologies, but may not necessarily have the support structures around them at their institutions in order to study these things in a systematic way. We had such a good time and the conversation was so great, then we decided to sort of revive it and bring things back. Joining me today is Pascal Sama, who is a product architect at Salcubit. Salcubit is a blockchain API aggregator, which helps people in different regions of Africa access financial technologies for various reasons. Pascal, how are you, man?
I'm all right, Tyler. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm glad to have you here because I have a lot of questions about Salcubit. I know that Africa is in a lot of ways a hotbed for a lot of activity in the blockchain space for various reasons. But before we get into the specifics of your product, maybe you can tell us a little bit about your background. How did you get to where you are today?
So I think it started off in college. I did my undergrad at the Georgia Tech University, located in Atlanta, Georgia, in the United States. And I was an electrical engineering student. And at the same time, while doing my undergrad, I was very interested in innovative technologies of all sorts. I was fortunate to work on a few research projects that were in the field of electric vehicles, as well as IoT. And working in those projects kind of it encouraged me to embrace up and coming technologies and to be kind of visionary in the way I approach technologies. There's always something down the pipeline coming that is interesting, right? And so I was always curious about what is that thing that is going to be important 5 years, 10 years from now. And graduated out of college, started working as a network engineer for AT&T. I worked for AT&T for about 5 years, and then I worked for Sprint Corporation, doing almost similar work, working on IoT networks, building out IoT networks for both providers. And from there, I transitioned to product management and worked for IBM and a few other Fortune 100 corporations. But somewhere about 4 years ago, my partner Oyedeji and I, we usually get together a lot and talk about up and coming technologies. And then he was really heavy on cryptocurrency, blockchains, and peer-to-peer networks. And we decided to form a startup. There was really no objective behind starting the startup. We just started a company and then started brainstorming. This is a very interesting technology. What can we do with it? And Deji is from Nigeria and I'm from Cameroon. And both countries kind of share the similar challenges. When you look at the typical person from Cameroon or Nigeria, people are unbanked for the most part. Financial services are very restricted. So we started to have these conversations of how can we use this technology to fill the gap, the existing gap with financial services. And that basically gave birth to Salcubit, which we've been working on roughly about for 2 years. And we thought it's the best place to start. We need to build the foundation. There's a universe of blockchain networks out there, which work fine, which are perfect, but they need to be perfect for the African market, right? So we kind of evaluated the best networks which we can aggregate those APIs and in the future build sandbox tools that fintech solutions locally would leverage to build their solutions or integrate their existing solutions with blockchain networks.
Got it. So maybe we can back that up a bit. Could you go into a bit more detail as to what SalQubit does, and maybe sort of you can frame that around the sort of problem that it's trying to provide a solution to. How did things work in these African regions, which sort of jogged your thinking about this project in the first place?
Yeah. So it's mostly use case based. There's a few use case that got our attention, of which there are several, right? When you look at sub-Saharan Africa, about 68%, somewhere between 68 to 64% of the adult population is still unbanked. However, there is still transaction of value occurring, right? And one of the interesting use cases which we came about was currency exchanges. If you think of some in the developed world, currency exchanges can occur in banks, in credit unions, at hotels, in different venues, right? Which, funny enough, occur in those same infrastructures in sub-Saharan Africa. But for some reason, the street currency exchange sector or industry seems to be the most attractive when it comes to that service. And it was a very interesting use case for us, which we decided to use to build an MVP product for SalQubit. Another interesting use case is remittance. The sub-Saharan African region, or Africa as a whole, probably falls somewhere between second to third in terms of the amounts of remittance annually. So if you can think of the amounts of service fees that are being charged to send money across borders that are very high, right? What if we can do that on a blockchain network that is already built to execute those same services, but for way cheaper? So we have multiples of those use cases. And I think for now, what we have selected to go with is the currency traders. We believe that they're kind of at risk. It's been an industry that has functioned for decades with no disruptions. But now, if you look at how technology is increasing and propagating, and almost everyone has a mobile phone, now there is this threat that there might be a new method of exchanges for currencies. And what if we could, sustain that market with a cryptocurrency option where exchange of value can now occur in a digital form, just like how it occurs in the cash form today.
So is there is there going to be some sort of need to, I guess, onboard these people that are using these street currencies that you refer to using cryptocurrencies, or what are the street currencies that you're talking about here? Would they be tokenized onto a blockchain network, or are we talking about a full migration away from the currency as it, so like the form that it currently takes for these people, and then moving them into cryptocurrencies exclusively? How does that work?
Yeah, so we kind of look at it like alternatives, right? Right now, the go-to converter is the US dollar. That is the reference point. And if we take the scenario of the Naira has basically suffered some inflation lately. It's moved somewhere between 350 per US dollar to 460 or so. And during that transition, a lot of currency exchange agents we're looking at alternatives, right? How can we secure the value of these assets in Nairas? And what if they had the option to somehow convert that cash value of Naira that they had to cryptocurrency? And also, what if their customers that wanted to trade their Naira or their US dollars for either one could also have an option of doing so with cryptocurrency? It's just another alternative to storing value and preserving value on both ends. So that's the way we look at it. We do not believe the whole service is going to move into a digital form, right? Because at the end of the day, the economy is still cash economy, but there could be an alternative which both sides, the service provider and the customer, can rely on to retain the value of their assets.
Right. Okay,
So,
I see. So,
like thinking of it as a network, right? It's just using a network layer on top of the service that already exists. And what is perfect about it is the street currency exchange industries in most sub-Saharan African countries decentralized in nature, right? It's a peer-to-peer type of a service. There's no single regulatory body in each of those nations that controls how much is being traded, who is trading, where are they located, where are they doing business, who are they trading to. So none of that happens. The best regulatory framework that they try to put in place is basically putting a cap on the rates, on the exchange rates for street exchanges. But so it's kind of decentralized in nature. And if you look at blockchain technology, it's decentralized, it's peer-to-peer. Both network and the nature of how the service is being done have the same characteristic. So what if you were just to merge them, right? Because they're already a perfect fit of each other. And that is what really attracts us to that use case.
right. So yeah. So like, I like the way that you had phrased that. You said it's not necessarily about a sort of zero sum game where you have to get these people to kind of abandon the old street currencies that they're used to, but it's more like you're sort of utilizing the network layer as a sort of vehicle for transfer or for exchange where it may not be immediately accessible to somebody in some sort of region, right? So if you had to, right, travel from one region of Africa to another, right? You could just utilize that network layer to sort of get your currency in one form to another, right? Without running into the risk of sort of carrying large amounts of this sort of tangible, if you will, currency across borders where there may be certain kind of restrictions in place, or if you're trying to sort of, I guess, save on the cost of sort of your exchange rates or sort of the transfer, all of that, right? You're saying that it's just a way of utilizing the network as a vehicle of transfer to kind of like reduce the risk in a number of different ways. So is there some sort of marketing campaign that you have? I mean, do you have anybody on the ground that sort of goes to these street currency exchanges and you sort of let them know about this new sort of vehicle, if you will? How do you actually get it implemented at the ground level?
Yeah, so we are actually in contact with 40 currency exchange agents in Nigeria specifically. So Nigeria is our first frontier of trying to address that challenge. We are constantly in contact with them, and we're basically reviewing different use cases which they have just within their line of work. They have certain interesting use cases as e-commerce. Some currency exchange agents are also in the business of buying and selling things online. and they want to understand how can we use this to purchase items from Dubai. And we found out of the group of 40, there were other currency exchange agents that were interested in using cryptocurrency to purchase vehicles in India. So we have all these use cases that are just blooming and we're constantly reviewing them and trying to convert those into pain points and opportunities which we can address with some type of blockchain solution. So we have one person on the ground right now with them, and pretty much they represent us there, but on a bi-weekly basis we have conference calls with them when they join, and they're pretty much growing along with SalkyBit. As we're building the network infrastructures, we're kind of growing with our first customer for our first MVP, and or we can say first users of our MVP product, and it's just a perfect scenario for us.
I see. So the use cases are already there. The sort of demand, if you will, is already there, right? So it's just a matter of like finding these people that are may already be willing to accept it, right? You just need to sort of give them that exposure. You know, I wonder, do you think that that actually makes Africa a sort of more promising region of the world for the development of cryptocurrency, financial technologies, blockchains going forward? Because there is, I guess, well, let me put it this way. In the sort of Western world, it seems like initially these new technologies were met with a lot of resistance because it sort of challenged the status quo, right? There was sort of it threatened, if you will, the sort of existing paradigm. But I sort of wonder what you think about the fact that Africa may not have such a robust infrastructure in place. Does that sort of make it a sort of hotbed? I mean, like, does that sort of give it a little bit of cutting edge with respect to the development of these new financial technologies?
Yes, we have to think about it kind of a supply and demand scenario. If you think of the developed world, right, specifically in the US, there are multiple ways you can send, you can do transactions, right, from one person to the other. You can use Venmo, you can use Cash App, you can use Zelle, you can, you know, you name it. But then when you look at your typical sub-Saharan African country, the options are very limited. You either have mobile money, which is dominating right now, and which makes sense. It's all done by the mobile operator. Most people have phones right now and have more than a 4G functional phone. But apart from mobile money, there's still a large group of people that are unbanked, and there is still a lot of infrastructure challenges and a lot of, I would say, policy challenges as well that restrict the use and of different financial tools similar to the developed world. But what is good about blockchain is a network that no single entity manages. It's a network. Most blockchains are public. Anyone can gain access to them. Then there is this dependency on connectivity and quality of connectivity, which is actually being addressed now. The typical adult in most sub-Saharan African nations operate a mobile phone, right? And if they cannot connect via internet, there are other types of connections through USSD or SMS that could still let them leverage services that run on the internet. So there's kind of this very high demand already and limited supply. So it is a hotbed for all sorts of technologies, right? and I'm sure it applies to almost every sector, not just financial. It's attracting the likes of a lot of big corporations in the US as well. Visa, Facebook, everyone has focused on the African continent and trying to understand how do we connect, how do we supply financial services to the remaining 68% of adults that don't have bank accounts now, that still go in their daily lives buying, making purchases and handing over cash and so on and so forth. So it's kind of, I think there would be two phases. The first phase is kind of like the first to solve the issue. And the second phase is gonna be how does that become sustainable over time, right? If you look at the option of Facebook, or I would say not just Facebook, but the typical startup from the developed world would provide maybe some type of financial solution that relies on cards, right? But if the average person doesn't have a bank account or some form of a credit card, how do they use your application? So those two phases will be very important, and we hope to basically capture those two phases as they occur.
I'd love to hear it, putting the power back in the hands of the people while also giving them access to what has become now arguably the single most important technological asset that we have today, namely the internet. Bringing those two worlds together.
Right.
Pascal, we're starting to run out of time here, so I'm going to sort of leave you with one last question.
Yes.
You know, I think it's safe to say that these new financial technologies, blockchain, distributed networks, distributed databases, and cryptocurrencies, and all that comes with them, I think it's safe to say that they are disrupting things. And I think in a good way, yeah, they are disrupting the system, if you will. Do you have any last words or any sort of beacon of hope for those people out there that might still be skeptical as to the power and the profound impact that all of this is going to have on the world that we live in going forward?
Yeah. I think like many other technologies, there have been a lot of skeptics and a lot of criticisms around those technologies in the very early stages. That is uncontrollable. And there's only one thing that is going to matter over time is what impact does that technology have, right? What social impact does it have? What value does it produce for the user? And if we look at the cryptocurrency space specifically, most of the traffic of transactions of cryptocurrencies that we see are based off people trying to leverage the price of the coin. So we're going to have to transition from that being the most important use case to it actually being more of a utility where people can use cryptocurrencies to pay for typical services on a day-to-day basis. So it's a transition. It's going to take time. And actually, we need those criticisms and we need those skeptics, because those skeptics are going to motivate us to solve that transition. How do we go from this almost $1 trillion of currency trading to potentially building, subsets of economies, digital economies that actually add value to the average human? And I think it's going to happen over time. We're in the early phases. Salkibit hopefully would be part of the companies that take on that challenge in sub-Saharan Africa. And I think there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and we're definitely on the path to it.
Well, there you have it, folks. Salkibit offering street currency exchange and other financial technology solutions in Africa. Pascal Sama, I really appreciate you for taking some time to sort of enlighten us a little bit today as to what you got going on in your corner of the world. Is there a website that you can plug? Maybe people can check it out.
www.saukibit.com. That's SAUKIBIT.com.
Got it. Well, Pascal, thanks again for joining me, man. We'll catch you next time.
This goes out to all my OG holders. Legend Gang. Coin Bros. I just woke up in the morning, check that market cap. We up. Shout out to my dog, what you barking at? What up, dog? A package at my door, man, I've been waiting. Hope the UPS guy ready for a conversation. We gon' talk about this crypto if you like it or not. Shut up, Jordan Belfort, bitches, shit ain't a stop. I'm that dude reppin' that blockchain on the block. Talking crypto with my neighbors while they taking a walk. And my girl love talking crypto with me. Got my son straight, ICO picking with me. Legend gang, man, I keep it with me. Better take a long lunch if you whipping with me. We gon' talk about it, we gon' talk about the dip. John McCaffrey told me Bitcoin to $1 million or he gon' eat his own dick. Ever seen a grown man eat his own dick?
What? No, hell no.
We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear we talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a piss. I'll be talking crypto in the Uber or Lyft. Talking crypto when my daughter's making the wish. I'll be talking crypto when I'm taking a seat on the bus, riding to a meetup. I'm talking like-minded people there to greet us. I'm talking Krispy Kremes, endless margaritas, man. I'll be talking crypto to the dude in the mall cleaning sneakers. This is peer-to-peer, ain't got time for waiting. No. This is peer-to-peer, don't need no bank statement. I got the QR, tanning for that fast payment.
Ooh, that's not matching up right. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it. We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
Yeah, we the Coin Bros, all we talk is that crypto, baby. So if you ain't about that, get the F out my face, dog.
We talking crypto, 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 we talking crypto. Ain't no doubt about it, if you come around us, you gon' hear about it.
We talking crypto, we talking crypto.
Look at the camera, say we talking crypto. We talking crypto.
We just caught word of some breaking news. People are outside of Parliament demanding that the High Chancellor answer their questions. The people are chanting, "When Moon? When Lambo?" When Moon, when Lambo. Back to you.
Hi, it's Miss Crypto Cleo here, your favorite futures telling psychic. Are you unsure whether to go long, short, or market buy? Not sure which of your altcoins is going to moon next? No problem. Call me at 1-800-555-MOON and Miss Crypto Cleo will tell your futures. Oh, here we have a caller now. Hello, it's Miss Crypto Cleo. How can I tell your future?
Hi, Miss Crypto Cleo. First off, I just want to say that I really love your show, and I want to know, is XRP going to 589? Thanks so much.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and today I'm honored to be joined by Roger Ver, founder of Bitcoin.com, crypto legend, amongst many other titles. Roger, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me on.
Well, first off, let's talk about the most recent or relevant news. Grayscale Investments, the world's largest digital currency asset manager, just announced that Grayscale Bitcoin Cash Trust has actually received DTC eligibility and will begin trading publicly on OTC markets. What does this mean for Bitcoin Cash?
I think it's just more liquidity and more people. The cool part about it for people that aren't living in as free of countries as I am, so for America, for example, they can now buy Bitcoin Cash exposure via their tax-deferred retirement accounts. So they won't actually be holding the Bitcoin Cash directly themselves, but they'll have access to this monetary instrument, and that the price of Bitcoin Cash goes up, the value of their retirement account goes up, and they don't have to pay taxes on that if they hold it until they're 65 or 68 or whatever number they keep moving the retirement age to in the US. But so that's a pretty big deal. So anybody with their E-Trade account or brokerage account, Ameritrade, whatever, they can get access to some Bitcoin Cash indirect exposure, but indirect exposure is certainly better than no exposure at all, and so it makes it easy for people to do it in a way in which they're familiar with. But they can still do it with the Bitcoin.com wallet in 30 seconds as well. So they have the more options people have in life, the better.
Do you see this also causing institutions to also get involved in Bitcoin Cash?
Clearly, yeah, institutions aren't used to using, Ledger wallets or the Bitcoin.com wallet on the iPhone to keep track of, millions of dollars worth of stuff, whereas they are, used to dealing with brokerage accounts. So this will be something that they're very useful to. And to be clear, the Grayscale guys made a very compelling pitch to me recently as to why someone, living in a country with no capital gains tax and no income tax, would still want to buy their product. And initially I thought, well, why would I want to do this? There's a 2.5% annual fee, and I don't have any taxes where I'm living anyhow, and where I'm a citizen of anyhow. Why would I want your product? But they made a really good pitch, and their pitch there was that, well, other people will want to buy it as part of their retirement account. And if you look at the historical, the Bitcoin trust and then the Ethereum trust and these other ones, there's a significant premium on the market there. Even though there's a 12-month lockup or a 6-month lockup, you can deposit your Bitcoin Cash now. And even though there's a 2.5% fee, there's likely to be a significantly larger than a 2.5% premium in 12 months when you're allowed to sell it. So if the premium's, let's say, 12.5%, boom, you made 10% on your Bitcoin Cash, and then you can withdraw the dollars from your investment account there, and then buy more Bitcoin Cash on the open market and deposit it into the Bitcoin Cash Trust and wait another 12 months and just cycle it through over and over and arbitrage that until the gap closes in the difference of price from their instrument and the actual Bitcoin Cash. And I thought that was a pretty darn compelling use case, and I think I'll probably do that with some of my own cash here. In fact, I have the documents are waiting for me to sign and transfer them some Bitcoin Cash. So I think that's a pretty cool way to help more people get exposure to Bitcoin Cash and make some money at the same time. So it seems like a win-win to me.
Yeah, that does seem like a pretty good use case. What do you attribute that premium to? Is it the, the convenience, like we mentioned before, of someone taking care of holding the crypto for you?
Yeah, I think part of it's the convenience, part of it's the additional convenience for institutions to get involved, and then part of it's the tax deferred nature. If they just buy Bitcoins directly, there are going to be all sorts of crazy tax reporting requirements and whatnot. If they just buy this inside their Ameritrade account, there's not it's not something that people aren't already used to dealing with. So it's just simpler, and people don't like change. It's a lot of work to learn how to do something new, and this allows people to get access to Bitcoin Cash in a way that people are already used to and familiar with. So that's worth a lot.
Right. Well, in talking about trying something new, BCH just celebrated its 3-year anniversary split from BTC Bitcoin Classic. How does that feel, these 3 years? And tell me, are you happy with where the project stands right now after 3 years?
I can hardly believe 3 years of my life went by that quickly. I just feel like I blinked my eyes and it was gone. But if you look at it, Bitcoin Cash has made amazing progress, because when the split happened from the one single version of Bitcoin, the BTC version wound up with all the infrastructure, all the wallets, all the payment processors, and the Bitcoin Cash community kind of had to start from scratch and rebuilding all that infrastructure. But today, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say there are more physical shops around the world accepting Bitcoin Cash than there are any other cryptocurrency in the world, including Bitcoin. So that's a really, really big deal. And as far as online merchants, it's probably about the exact same number between Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. But the Bitcoin Cash user experience is far, far better. And so once people kind of realize that the Bitcoin Emperor has no close, it has a bad user experience with high fees and unreliable transactions, I think people will wake up and see that for what it is. And if you have something that works as peer-to-peer cash and a store of value and has the exact same limited supply as Bitcoin that arguably only works as a store of value and no longer works as peer-to-peer cash, what do you need the BTC version? The Bitcoin Cash version does it all and does it better and does it for more people around the world. So I'm really, really, really bullish on Bitcoin Cash. In fact, I've been accumulating more the last couple of months here because it just seems like such an amazing bargain, because it works so well, has so much infrastructure that's been built out at this point. They just raised, in the last probably about 1 week, they raised around $1 million to fund different infrastructure projects. So the Bitcoin Cash node got 1,000 Bitcoin Cash. Electron Cash raised, I think, 800 Bitcoin Cash. So it's like $300,000, $250,000. And then the guys over at Read.cash also raised a huge amount of money to build a bunch of software infrastructure tools to make it easier for people to build on Bitcoin Cash. And in fact, in Antigua, where I am right now, there's a bunch of guys from Go Crypto running around setting up a bunch of merchants to accept Bitcoin Cash and Ethereum and Bitcoin and other things on their platform here in Antigua. So I think Antigua is about to become a cryptocurrency tourist destination here, where the country's not locked down. You can fly in today from Europe or the US. There's no direct flights from Tel Aviv yet, but there's lots of flights from around the world, and then you can spend Bitcoin Cash all over the island here. It's really really amazing how quickly it's taking on, and I think there'll be dozens of places here probably before the end of the week, as we're recording this on Tuesday.
Yeah. Do you think that the crypto tourists will come and they'll have a star map, and on the star map will be Roger Vere's house, and they'll be taking pictures? Oh, look, there's Roger lives.
I don't know if I want people in front of my house pointing to where I'm at, but there's already a map over at map.bitcoin.com where you can see all these locations around the world that accept Bitcoin Cash already. And it's really an amazing number, and there's more and more growing every week. And if you have a business yourself, you can add your business so simply over there. And if you haven't seen the Bitcoin Cash Register app, you can start accepting Bitcoin Cash at your business in like 30 seconds. It's so easy, and then just add your business to the map. And the worst thing that can happen is you get some new customers that you wouldn't have had otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's Bitcoin Cash up until now. Tell me a bit about the upcoming BCH November upgrade.
Yeah, so the big thing that's happening in this November is that there will be a slightly different difficulty adjustment algorithm for the miners. So the blocks will be more likely to be consistently at right around 10 minutes per block, whereas over the last couple of years, the block time has been able to vary a bit from a couple of minutes to a half an hour or sometimes even a whole hour. So we'll have much more consistent block times coming up after November, and that's the main thing. The other really fantastic thing, though, Mark Lundenberg, a Bitcoin Cash superstar, the guy that came up with in big part SLP tokens, the guy that came up with Schnorr signatures on Bitcoin Cash, the guy that came up with all sorts of amazing, and he's a former physicist before he got involved in Bitcoin Cash. He just got funded to the tune of he asked for $8,000 a month to work on Bitcoin Cash for the next few months. The community came up with that within 24 hours, and then somebody else doubled it. And so he has the equivalent of $16,000 a month to work on Bitcoin Cash here. And that guy is just a really, really big brained guy, and I'm really excited to see the future things that he builds out on top of Bitcoin Cash. Oh, how could I leave out Cash Shuffle, where you have super strong privacy on top of Bitcoin Cash as well. Cash Fusion is actually the current name. I'm sorry, cashfusion.com or .org. You can check that out. And amazing tool I have running right in the background of my computer while I'm chatting with you right now. It's such a powerful, awesome privacy tool for Bitcoin Cash.
All right, so we're going to touch upon each one of those individually. But first off, you did mention how these guys are raising money to build infrastructure. And that kind of has been a point of contention inside the Bitcoin Cash community. What's going on with the infrastructure funding plan, with the Coinbase rule, or I kind of know your thoughts on it because you did tweet out an article busting the myth that Bitcoin Cash needs a developer fund. In the article, it was highlighted the fact that companies that share knowledge and developer time to collaborate on kind of open source projects and shared infrastructure, what the tech world, the article said, calls altruism with self-interest. They pitched it as the best way to innovation and growth. Do you believe that this is the best way in general for tech to innovate and grow, and especially for Bitcoin Cash?
Yeah, we don't know for sure that it's the best way, but it has, an 11-year track record, right? That's how Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash have always been funded, and have done, arguably pretty darn well with that method. There's other coins already that have an infrastructure funding plan where the Coinbase goes to pay the developers directly. Coins like Dash, coins like Zcash, coins like Zcoin, and I'm sure many others out there. If you're interested in that sort of thing, people should go work on those coins. I don't think that we should alter the original plan that we had for Bitcoin to begin with. It would be a major change and open all sorts of other potential unintended consequences to take place. So if you're someone who is a fan of the block reward going to fund developers or projects or infrastructure, I invite you to Dash, I invite you to Zcash, I invite you to Zcoin, and I invite you to any other coin out there that already has that built in. But I ask you, don't change that characteristics of Bitcoin Cash, because Bitcoin Cash has had amazing success and gotten to where it is without any of that. So I think it would be a bit reckless and destructive to try and change that now at this point, especially with so much contentiousness within the community in regards to that.
It seems like it's been working so well. We will touch upon a lot of the innovations. You mentioned Cash Fusion, amongst other things. Why is there a push? Why does anyone even want a developer fund if things seem to be developing quite nicely and funds are being raised for the developers who are successful already on the protocol?
Yeah, the only developers that seem to be pushing for the infrastructure funding plan are the developers that haven't gotten any money voluntarily, but maybe that's because the businesses and the community members don't appreciate or don't agree with or don't like or don't value the work that those people have been doing. And so I don't want to get too down into the internal drama, but I can think of some developers I have zero desire to ever give any money to ever, because I don't value the work that they're doing, and I don't value their attitude in public. Where there's other developers like Mark Lundberg, I gave a bunch of money to him. I gave a bunch of money to the Electron Cash flip starter. I gave a bunch of money to almost all the flip starters out there because I do value the work that they're doing. And the Electron Cash guy is like a really cool feature. They have these reusable payment codes where you can post an address on your website or your social media or whatever, and people can send you money, but the rest of the world won't be able to see how much money you've received. And that's a big piece of the crypto privacy puzzle that's been missing on Bitcoin Cash, I think, up till now. So I'm really excited to have that ability as well, where people won't know how much money you've received at a particular address.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that ties in with Cash Fusion. Tell me a little bit about Cash Fusion and how it differs from just standard coin mixing.
Yeah, so Cash Fusion is really cool, because previously they thought, oh, you have to have everybody have the exact same amount like going out, and then that way you don't know which one of the outputs corresponds with which inputs. But what some clever people, including Mark Lundberg, did was do the math. And if you take a whole bunch of inputs with a whole bunch of different outputs, and then have a whole bunch of different outputs with different values, so different inputs with different sizes in, different outputs with different sizes out, but the numbers, 20 in and 13 out or something like that, and maybe 5 of those going in are mine, and 2 coming out are mine, or 3 coming out, or 8 are coming out are mine. The numbers become so big so quickly that there's more potential ways the Bitcoin Cash could have been shuffled up than there are atoms in the entire universe, which basically gives Bitcoin Cash privacy on the same sort of level as a Monero or something like that, where you have no idea what coins coming out correspond with what coins that went in. And so that's a really big deal, and you can run it right now. I'm running it on my computer. Go to cashfusion.com .com or .org. I should check which one of those it is, but you can download it right there. It's the Electron Cash wallet, and I can't wait to build it directly into the Bitcoin.com wallet with our more than 12 million wallets created on that platform. I want to bring peer-to-peer electronic private cash to the world, and we're going to do that with Cash Fusion.
And using that, it's essentially, is that something that you could see becoming standard, like you mentioned in Bitcoin.com wallet, so becoming standard where automatically, if you're holding any BCH, it will automatically go through this Cash Fusion and essentially making it a sort of privacy token?
Yeah, I think that's likely to happen within the Bitcoin.com wallet, and the Bitcoin.com wallet's the most popular Bitcoin Cash wallet, so that'll kind of make it the default way of happening there. And if that's the case too, it'll be really hard for any regulatory bodies to demonize it because it's just on for everybody by default with the most, I think we're probably the second most popular mobile wallet in the entire world at this point, behind blockchain.com. And so when I say wallet, I'm counting actual wallets where people have their private keys, not bank wallets where someone else is holding the private keys for them. So I think blockchain's number one, Bitcoin.com is number two in terms of mobile wallets in the world. And if it's turned on by default, and I've been gently nudging the blockchain.info guys or blockchain.com guys now to implement the same thing in their wallet as well, because I think that'll be a really useful tool that people will love to have available to them. And it works right now for desktop, and let's get it to mobile as well.
Awesome. Now, that's not just the only innovation happening on Bitcoin Cash, but also Bitcoin Cash SLP. You want to tell me a little bit about what that is and what it enables Bitcoin Cash holders to do?
Yeah, so probably the biggest thing to have happened on tokens on top of Bitcoin Cash already is USDT, right? Tether is now on top of Bitcoin Cash as an SLP token. But the really cool part about Bitcoin Cash's scalability is it can handle I'd have to do the exact math, but several times more transactions can be handled on Bitcoin Cash every single day than every single Ethereum transaction, every single Bitcoin transaction by several times. I should have gotten the math ready in advance of this, but it's a lot more there. And the fees will still continue to be a 20th of a penny. Whereas we just saw recently on Ethereum, the 24-hour daily fees were approaching $10 million. People were paying in fees on Ethereum for a single day's worth of transactions, and the average fee was somewhere in the range of $3 or $4 each, and similar numbers per transaction on the Bitcoin network there as well. Bitcoin Cash doesn't have that problem. We have tons of scalability, and the fees will continue to be a 20th of a penny, and the transactions are almost instant. That's a really compelling use case for that. And so one other example that Bitcoin Cash SLP tokens enable. So, for example, we talked about Dash earlier that has an infrastructure funding plan. Part of that governance model is by people staking their Dash in what's called a masternode. And you have to lock up 1,000 Dash into a masternode, and then you get paid 7 or 8% interest on your 1,000 Dash. But 1,000 Dash is about $100,000. Most people don't have $100,000 sitting around to stake a masternode and earn 7 or 8% on their Dash with that. But what we can do now is we can have one person or one group with 1,000 Dash make a masternode with 1,000 Dash there, earn the 7 or 8% interest, but then issue 1,000 SLP tokens that represent the Dash that are in the masternode. And then using this really amazing Bitcoin Cash dividend payment tool we have, we can share the masternode earnings with the SLP token holders. But while the people have the SLP tokens, they can then still spend them with payment processors or trade them on exchanges or bounce them around. So it's a way to allow people to still have access to the rewards from a Dash masternode while still basically having access to all the usefulness of their Dash in the form of an SLP token that people can bounce around. And so I think we're going to see all sorts of these staking tokens like the Tezos and the Ethereum, if they go to a staking model as well. All the staking rewards, I think, can be bumped over to Bitcoin Cash tokens that relate to the staked asset on those other chains. So I think we're going to see, kind of clones or mirrors of these other chains on the Bitcoin Cash blockchain as SLP tokens, and then using this dividend payment tool that we have that's live right now today. Anybody can use it. You can make the dividend payments in either Bitcoin Cash or any other SLP token. And so that's available over at tools.bitcoin.com, or there's a graphical user interface that's super easy at mint.bitcoin.com as well. And so I think we're going to see more and more traction on that front. And I'm pretty darn sure we're going to see additional other major stablecoins launching on top of SLP already. Tether set the lead there, but we'll see the other ones following shortly. And special thanks to USD Honest Coin as well, which was like the first stablecoin on SLP. So we're very appreciative to them as well there. So yeah, just so much happening here on top of SLP and Bitcoin Cash and tokens, and it's really exciting to see that.
These sound very similar to a lot of DeFi solutions that are out there. And I want to hear your thoughts on DeFi because it is red hot right now. But would you consider this DeFi on VCH, or do you guys have plans for a DeFi initiative for Bitcoin Cash?
Yeah, there's absolutely all sorts of DeFi stuff happening on top of Bitcoin Cash. The main guys that are working on probably what will be one of the most useful aspects of that are the guys over at General Protocols, and I think it's generalprotocols.com or .org. You'll know when you're on the right page there. And so they're building all that sort of thing. It's also been interesting to note that you have all sorts of Bitcoin BTC wrapped in Ethereum, and people are transferring around more Bitcoin on the Ethereum network than they are on the Lightning network or anywhere else. And there hasn't been so much of that happening with Bitcoin Cash on Ethereum. But the reason for that is that Bitcoin Cash transactions are already super fast and super cheap on the Bitcoin Cash network, whereas on the Bitcoin network, it's $6 a transaction, and who knows if you're going to get included in the next block or not. So it makes it much more attractive for people to wrap Bitcoin on Ethereum than it is for them to wrap Bitcoin Cash on Ethereum. So if anything, the fact that there's less Bitcoin Cash getting wrapped up on Ethereum and used over there just shows how strong the Bitcoin Cash blockchain is all by itself already, without needing it doesn't need something like that. It already works really well to begin with. Whereas, who would have thought that the layer 2 scaling solution for Bitcoin would wind up being Ethereum? The irony there is pretty palatable.
Right, and especially talking on that difference between Bitcoin Classic and Bitcoin Cash's transaction fees. Anyone who's ever looked at your Twitter feed can know this. It's filled with videos of you kind of highlighting that interaction. And also, what I found amusing enough was you actually reaching out to BCH haters on Twitter and actually sending them $5 in Bitcoin Cash and saying, hey, try this with Bitcoin Classic. Is this worth your time? There are a lot of haters on crypto Twitter. Is it worth your time to go one by one and try to convert each one?
Yeah, I do think it's definitely worth some time doing that sort of thing, because I've had a number of people say, wow, I didn't know Bitcoin Cash could do that. I thought Bitcoin Cash was a scam. And so it's just like every little kid in the world, everyone around them tells them Santa Claus is real, and they believe it. And so if on crypto Twitter, everybody around them is telling them, oh, Bcash is a scam, they might believe it. But then if they go and actually have some experience with it, they can realize, oh, this works pretty darn well. This is pretty darn cool. The dividend payment tool is cool. SLP tokens are cool. Bitcoin Cash transactions are fast, cheap, and reliable. So yeah, I had a number of people already that I sent. I was giving out $5 to random people on Twitter that seemed to have been brainwashed in regards to Bitcoin Cash, and several of them really had their eyes opened, and they said, wow, I didn't know this. Thank you for sharing this with me. And so yeah, I do think it's a worthwhile endeavor. And we used to have a tool on Bitcoin before the fees became too high that would pay anybody to tweet a pro Bitcoin or any Twitter message at all. The fees became too high on Bitcoin to do that anymore, but I'd love to relaunch that again soon on Bitcoin Cash. I think that's a really powerful tool to spread cryptocurrency adoption. At the end of the day, I don't care if it's Bitcoin Cash or Bitcoin or Ethereum or Dash or Ripple or take your pick. I just want something that works as peer-to-peer cash for the world. And the reason I'm so passionate about Bitcoin Cash is because it does work and it has the infrastructure and it's ready today for people to start using. Whereas some of these other ones, maybe 18 months later, they'll be ready. And I'm cautiously optimistic for them, but Bitcoin Cash works today.
And that is, undeniably Bitcoin Cash works very well as a peer-to-peer transaction and in cash. But why are you so let's say in love with that use case? I mean, blockchain offers many use cases. Even cryptocurrencies offer many different use cases. Some work better as a store of value. Some work better as a smart contracts to run smart contracts on. What is it about peer-to-peer transactions that you are, so in love with, and why do you find less value in the other use cases in the blockchain sphere?
Yeah, I'm not opposed to the other use cases. I just find the peer-to-peer electronic cash, which was the title of the original white paper, for me, that's what's so exciting. And I think maybe it's because of my e-commerce background. I understood, when I first started my e-commerce, there was no PayPal. People were literally having to mail postal money orders in the mail to pay for my e-commerce orders. And then I remember PayPal and eGold and these different things came along. And then, dealing with credit card fraud from people all over the world. I was selling computer memory. Before cryptocurrencies, computer memory was one of the most targeted items for people to buy with stolen credit cards or hacked credit cards. So every single day we were dealing with people that were trying to cheat me by paying with a stolen credit card for their memory. So I understand just how big of a headache online payments are. And when Bitcoin came along and worked as peer-to-peer electronic cash, not just for one single country, but for the entire world, where you could accept payments from anybody with no risk of chargeback or payment fraud or any of that. Like, there was zero doubt in my mind that that was going to become incredibly popular. And the reason I stopped promoting, the BTC version is because it just plain stopped working for free commerce. It wasn't working for me or my payments in my business anymore, and I needed something that did work. Well, Bitcoin Cash works fantastically well, and it's accepted at more than 100,000 places around the internet, and thousands of places in the physical world as well. It's fantastic, and I think there's just a bunch of people that are hoping to get rich quick by holding Bitcoin and convincing everybody else to hold Bitcoin, even though it doesn't work very well for payments. And they see Bitcoin Cash as a potential way where they're not going to get rich just by holding Bitcoin. And so they hate Bitcoin Cash for that reason. They don't hate it because it actually works as cash, because it does work as cash. And if they would start using it, maybe they'd see that selling some of their BTC for BCH would be a good, smart investment in the long term here.
Yeah, well, that answers my next question, which is, why is everyone hating on Bitcoin Cash? If it is essentially, just a fork from Bitcoin and steering and aiming as much as possible to the original white paper. But you've already answered that, and I think you do make a good point there that Bitcoin and Bitcoin Classic definitely holds a different purpose, and people are trying to get rich. So you think it's not a lack of education, it's not a lack of knowledge about the technical basis of how Bitcoin Cash works, but rather a different motivation that people are not loving Bitcoin Cash or hating on Bitcoin Cash?
Yeah, I think they already own Bitcoin. Just like the US dollar, the US government hates gold and hates every other competing currency because they want the US dollar to be the world's reserve currency that everybody has to use, because they already have a bunch of dollars and they can print as many more as they want at any time. It's very similar with the Bitcoin maximalists. They only have BTC and they want that to become the world's reserve currency, and that's why they hate everything else. But if you want something to become the world's reserve currency, it has to work as a currency and has to provide a good user experience, and BTC no longer does that.
You recently called Bitcoin maximalists the cancel culture of cryptocurrency. I did like that, and I think it's quite amusing to have a cancel culture in the decentralized, censorship free world of blockchain. But switching gears a little bit, you did mention before how Ethereum, how these fees are so high. The network is very, very congested there. I just want to get your thoughts on that. On Ethereum, will they ever be able to figure out the network congestion there?
Yeah, I sure hope that Ethereum will be able to figure out the network congestion, but it's really, really important to point out the differences there. The Ethereum network congestion is because the network actually is congested. The Bitcoin network is congested. The BTC network is congested because the developers artificially handicapped it to not being able to process more transactions because they didn't want it to be able to process more. So it's a very, very different, big difference in philosophy there. Ethereum wants to handle as many transactions as they can. Bitcoin, BTC, Bitcoin Classic, Bitcoin Core, whatever you want to call it, intentionally has limited the amount of transactions that network can handle. So that's a really big difference philosophically. And I think that philosophical difference tends towards Ethereum's favor in the long run. I feel like BTC, and I still own some BTC, but it's like they're shooting themselves in the foot with this. They could have had way more market share around the world, way more adoption. The price probably would have already been over 100,000 US dollars per coin if they just hadn't changed the game plan and made the user experience a bad one and lost. Bitcoin.com no longer promotes BTC. You've really screwed up Bitcoin, and when Bitcoin.com is no longer promoting it. What an absolute disaster. And their whole goal, for those that have been around long enough, they said, we can only do soft forks. We have to have segregated witness as a soft fork so we don't split the chain and we don't split the community. Well, look what happened. It split the Bitcoin chain into thousands of different altcoins there. So it had the exact opposite effect of what they said their intended effect was. And as one of my favorite economists, Milton Friedman, always said, you have to judge a program by its results, not its intentions. And maybe the intentions were good with segregated witness or Bitcoin Core developers, but the outcome and the results have been absolutely atrocious and disastrous for the adoption of Bitcoin around the world.
Well, Milton Friedman didn't live long enough to see it happen, but what would he have thought of DeFi? Because DeFi is really hot right now. It's regulation free. It's open market, baby. What would Milton have said about DeFi as it stands right now and its potential?
Yeah, I think he would love it. I read most of his books when I was a young man. And then Milton Friedman has probably an even more interesting son named David Friedman, who's just an incredibly interesting guy who's still alive. I think he's in his 70s, but actually a big part of why I got so excited about Bitcoin is from a book that was written by Milton Friedman's son, David, called Future Imperfect. And in that book, he describes digital signatures, and I think he called it cyber cash. And he explained how people could use the cyber cash with digital signatures to have a online identity that's separate from the real world identity. And the example he gave was they could practice law without a license and basically be an illegal lawyer practicing law and giving legal advice. And so basically he predicted the same sort of thing as the Silk Road, but with legal advice rather than drugs. But I read this book, I think it came out in like 1995 or 1998, or a long time ago now, and predicted all of this. And then his Milton Friedman's grandson, David's son, Patrick Friedman, is involved in this sort of free cities projects where you get special economic zones from existing governments where cryptocurrency will be allowed to use, and they'll have a lot more economic freedom in those areas. So I think they would love DeFi. People can experiment with what choice of money they have and how to invest the money and what to do with the money and who holds custody of it. This is a fantastic Darwinian evolution of the usefulness of money and the use cases for money as well. So I think they would all love it, and I love it as well.
Are there any particular DeFi projects that are out there right now that you're especially excited about?
I think it's still really early, so it's really risky on that front. So with my own funds, I haven't put really any in, just a tiny bit into some. I've been more interested in doing margin lending for the traders. And so you can earn, high double digit, high teens, 18, 19, 20% interest APR compounded daily on your fiat balance on some of these margin lending platforms. And to me, that seems a little bit safer at the moment. But as this DeFi thing gets more and more popular, maybe some of them will become safer from that perspective, although holding the underlying asset of ETH recently has just done incredibly well as well. And so that I do hold plenty of ETH, and that's done fantastically well for me as well.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I'm sure that this was inevitable anyway, that all these, DeFi and crypto as a whole would have skyrocketed regardless. But there's no doubting that COVID-19 and this kind of lockdown of the world economies, which has led to governments printing money just out of thin air, I'm sure has given a big push. How do you view COVID in relation to cryptocurrencies? Has it given it the push it needed now, to skyrocket? Has it for so long? Bitcoin, whether it be Bitcoin Cash or Bitcoin Classic or any type of cryptocurrency, most likely you've been yelling at the top of your lungs for so long now against quantitative easing and governments kind of doing what they want with their currencies. With COVID, has that come true clearly for even non-crypto lovers?
Yeah, I think there's been two pushes on that front. So during this lockdown here, governments have been printing money like crazy, and go and study economics. Printing money causes inflation in the long run. And so, but the other side of this is that now everybody's locked at home under lockdowns. They have time to spend on their computer. They can now research cryptocurrencies. We've seen the amount of web traffic on all these cryptocurrency websites. When the lockdown started around the world, the amount of web traffic really increased. So now people that previously didn't have time to read about cryptocurrencies or read about quantitative easing or how all this stuff works or read about the benefits of hard money, now suddenly they have time and they're able to be exposed to all of this. So we've seen the amount of web traffic on Bitcoin.com increase sharply when these worldwide lockdowns happen around the world. Or blockchain.poker is another example. It's a cryptocurrency poker website, but the amount of traffic over there went through the roof when all these lockdowns started. So I think there's a dual-edged push. Yeah, governments are printing a whole bunch of money, but two, people are locked at home, so now they have time to go on the internet and read about all these things and educate themselves and set up wallets and start using it. So I think from both sides, it's been a big boon for cryptocurrency in general.
And the crypto markets right now seem to be in a nice bull run. Have they reacted how you would have thought they reacted? And what's your general sentiment on the crypto market right now?
And so much of it is still just pure speculation rather than actual use in commerce. I think actual usefulness in commerce is what will sustain the long-term price. And so I've been through lots of booms and busts in the crypto world. I feel like the price has gone up sharply recently. I think at some point there's likely to be a pullback at some point. But the more useful you can make these cryptocurrencies for real people in their real lives and real commerce, the more bullish I'll be on the price in the long term. So and I went to DevCon at the end of last year. Like the Ethereum ecosystem is just amazing. How many developers are building how many interesting things over there. Really, really amazing to see that. And the Bitcoin Cash community, though, too, is absolutely one of the most passionate in all of crypto. There's a real big, passionate community of really smart and motivated people over there as well. So those are probably the two coins that I'd be the most bullish on at this point, because there's just so much brain power and so much dedication and excitement and cool people building cool things on those chains.
Yeah, well, you seem to be someone who values the actual usefulness of the coin and the actual projects and infrastructure themselves than the current price. Chainlink has overtaken Bitcoin Cash for price, but I would love to hear your thoughts, less on price, but more on actual usefulness of the Chainlink and the oracles. What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, so I know almost nothing about Chainlink. The only reason I know anything is because the price came out of nowhere and it became a top 10 coin basically overnight. And all I know is it has something to do with oracles, and maybe I'll spend some time reading about it, but there's just so much stuff to read about every day. So that, to be honest, I can't speak knowledgeably about Chainlink, other than oracles in general are going to be fantastically useful for all these smart contracts executing automatically on chain. So there's definitely a need for oracles, but I don't know about Chainlink's Oracle token and why that would have a $6 billion market cap at this point. My suspicion is that it can go down just as fast as it went up. But do I wish I bought some a couple of weeks ago? Sure, but live and learn. And do I think where is it going to go in the future? No idea. But if there's not an underlying usefulness for the token, I wouldn't be bullish on the future usefulness or future price of the token if there's not a real compelling use case for the token itself. Pet rocks, had their day. I'm not saying Chainlink is a pet rock, but if there's no actual usefulness in real commerce, I'm not bullish on the long-term price of these things.
If the goal is long-term usefulness of a project and the usability and spendability, Bitcoin Cash right now it's available. If you mentioned hundreds of thousands of merchants around the world, it's quick, it's easy, it's reliable, it's cheap. Where's the mass adoption? And this isn't only a problem for Bitcoin Cash. This is a problem, I think, for almost every single cryptocurrency or all of blockchain even itself. But when is it going to be, that not just the early adopter, but when we're going to reach that mass adoption where that is the standard. I go to my store and I spend, whether it be Bitcoin Cash or any cryptocurrency, that, like you mentioned, you don't care which one it is. You want them to choose the quickest, easiest, fastest, cheapest. When will be the first cryptocurrency to overtake regular, normal fiat money when people come to take out their wallet?
Yeah, so 10 years ago, it was a much easier proposition for Bitcoin because the banks and PayPal, they didn't have such fast, easy, cheap, reliable payments. But the traditional payments industry has made big progress in the last decade as well. But one of the other, I think, final missing pieces that we kind of need to help solve is the stability. Like lots of merchants don't want to deal with exchange rate risk. And so DeFi is helping address all of that. And then stablecoins are helping address all of that as well. I guess it would be a step forward for the world if the world starts using stablecoins on blockchains. Like that's better than what we have now, but not nearly as good or fulfilling as if the entire world were to start using actual hard money on a blockchain, something like a Bitcoin Cash or some other hard money asset out there. So, but yeah, let's overcome the stability issue, and DeFi and stablecoins are both helping address that.
So you consider Bitcoin Cash a hard money?
Clearly, there's a 21 million limit on there, so it's absolutely hard money. And a lot of people are a lot more hard-nosed about that sort of thing. So like, I think coins with a tail emission, like a Monero, where you know exactly what the emission is going to be, like I think that's hard enough money as well there. I don't have any problem with coins with tail emissions there to keep the mining going for forever. But even Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash there, the mining reward doesn't run out for another, like 120 years. That's tons of time. Like problems for 120 years from now aren't problems for us to need to worry about today. We can let people smarter than us with better tools than us solve those in the future. So,
for sure. Now, what do you see as that major, barrier of entry for people to start using cryptocurrencies? Even just as a peer-to-peer cash or even just as a store of value or any use that they want to use it for? Where is that barrier of entry? Because, right now, if I go to my parents and I say, listen, mom, dad, there's this amazing new cryptocurrency. You can spend it at hundreds of thousands of merchants and it's quick, it's easy, it's reliable. They're going to look at me like I'm crazy. So, what do you think is that barrier of entry? What do you think is that we could move away that stumbling block? What is that stumbling block that's going to allow people, to be ready to hop on board this runaway train that we know about, that they don't believe?
Yeah, I think it needs to be that pitch that you just gave to your mom and dad. Hey, there's this amazing new money. It's fast, it's cheap, it's reliable, and you can save 20% on Amazon with it. When you add that you can save 20% on something, that's a big motivating factor. And so websites like purse.io are a fantastic example of that. So for people that are in the US or North America, or even in mainland Europe, the UK and whatnot, you can receive big giant discounts by spending your Bitcoin Cash on purse.io, where the goods shipped to you directly from Amazon. That's a really, really big deal, and I think that's a fantastic motivator for people. We're actually looking forward to arbitraging that same system to be able to sell people discounted gift cards right from within the Bitcoin.com wallet, where you'll be able to buy an Uber gift card at maybe 10 or 20% off right there from your Bitcoin.com wallet. Then you'll be able to save 10 or 20% off Uber Eats or your next Uber ride, or Papa John's Pizza or Domino's Pizza, or Walmart, or all these different things out there. And so we're looking forward to getting that rolled out there as well, so we can tell people, yeah, there's this new money, it's fast, it's cheap, it's reliable. The payment fluctuates a little bit, but you can save 10 or 20% on your next purchase from whatever your favorite merchant is, and arbitraging those payment inefficiencies out there in the world, and using Bitcoin Cash to bridge the gap there. I think that's a really powerful, compelling use case that'll help drive mass adoption, because you can then market to every single Domino's Pizza customer in the world, hey, do you want to save 10% on your next Domino's Pizza? Use Bitcoin Cash. And if they're ordering Domino's Pizza every week anyhow, and now they can save 10%, and it's just a tiny bit of extra work for them to do it, they'll be motivated to do that. So I'm looking forward to driving more cryptocurrency usage around the world by actual use cases where people can save money by doing so. Because we have all the philosophically motivated people on board already.
Yeah, for sure. Now, and you do highlight a good point. It is very hard sell for someone, currently, if you're not going to tell them it's better, cheaper, faster, right now they know the dollar bill. And we say, hey, listen, the government's printing money, inflation will happen, but inflation hasn't happened yet. And historically, where the crypto community has seen this adoption for actual spending cryptocurrencies has been in places where inflation has already hit, Argentina, Venezuela, these places around the world with currency instability. Has Bitcoin Cash, have you seen strongholds in these areas where local currency inflation has skyrocketed? People are turning to something, obviously as a store of value, but have you seen also that actual peer-to-peer, that spending of money in these politically unstable locations?
Yeah, we're seeing it some in a real interesting example of that. And for whatever reason, Max Kaiser turned into a bit of a Bitcoin maximalist. And it was really interesting. I saw just yesterday, he quoted the tweet from a guy that he had invested in, maybe 6 years ago. And Max Kaiser said, I'm proud to have invested in this company, to the first outside investment in a Bitcoin company in India. And the guy whose tweet he was quoting, and the guy that Max had invested in, then replied to Max on Twitter and he said, that's why we're supporting Bitcoin Cash today, because it works for the people of India, because it's fast, cheap, and reliable, or something to that effect. And so right there, direct to Max, the guy that Max had invested in is saying, hey, we now support Bitcoin Cash today, not BTC, because of the fees, plain and simple. And then Max replied with using a 4-letter word at him, and it just seems so strange. And I think maybe that's another example of somebody that owns a bunch of BTC and they see Bitcoin Cash as maybe something that will compete with BTC, and they won't earn as much money from the price of BTC going up in the future if Bitcoin Cash becomes money for the world. And there's no doubt about it. It's not even arguable at this point. Bitcoin Cash provides a better user experience for payments than BTC does. That part's not arguable. And I think it just takes time for people to actually realize that, because if you haven't investigated it, you won't know that Bitcoin Cash payments are just plain provide a better user experience. But I have a video coming out on that very shortly that will demonstrate it very, very clearly for the world.
Well, I can't wait to see that. And it seems that you're not the only one who's realized that the power of the US dollar has been on the decline for a long time. From when it got de-linked from the gold standard to the government continually to print money. It's not only you, but if you look at on an international level, on a global level, governments used to do all their transactions in US dollars, and a lot of governments are switching away from that. If you look at Russia and China, I believe that right now, for the first time, in history that since it's been recorded, the majority of their transactions are not done in US dollar, but rather in euro and other funds. Do you see, or how would you feel if the world looks at the U.S. government and says, hey, we had enough of them manipulating the money that we've all been using. Let's band together. Let's make a centralized digital coin powered by the blockchain, and we'll all agree that there's a set supply limit, so that it's inflation resistant. Would you be against it merely because there are governments involved, or would you look at it and say, hey, you know what? They came together, all these governments, they made a good solution. I'll try it out. I'll go for it if it's cheaper, faster, and more reliable than Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah, I think the beautiful part about the invention of blockchains is now you don't need governments to do it. The market gets to compete because now we can have these monetary systems that can't be shut down and can't be turned off. And so at the end of the day, the world is going to come together voluntarily and say, hey, this blockchain with this token functions the best for my monetary needs, so I'm going to use that one. And so like if governments come together and come up with the best one, okay, that's fine. That seems really unlikely because just about any time government does anything, it's slow, expensive, and unreliable. And just look at the post office or the DMV or any of this other stuff that government does. So I think the free market is much more likely to come out with a fast, cheap, effective, reliable solution for the entire world to use. And we've already seen that in the fact that there's several thousand different cryptocurrencies that have been produced by the free market, and more people are using any of those than any government-issued blockchain currency that I'm aware of at this point. And I think that'll continue to be the case because governments can't shut these blockchains down. That's the key thing. Whereas previously, things like e-gold or even things like PayPal today, if governments want to, they can shut them down in a heartbeat. Whereas these blockchains can't be shut down.
Mm-hmm. And if you look at it, I think you make a great point there. But if governments are not involved, and we're looking at DeFi. DeFi is a great example of that. Let's take the power out of the traditional centralized hands. Let's put it to the people. There is obviously the beginning, they're going to work out the kinks, but isn't there always a danger? And I'm pretty sure I know your stance on this, but isn't there always a danger that that either one, uneducated people, these are very complex systems. Uneducated people will mess up, lose their money. I mean, look at yams. I mean, I don't know if you've been following these stuff, but with DeFi, isn't there a danger of kind of a manipulation of the system without any let's say security guard? I don't want to say security guard. That's a little tough, but any counselor monitoring the kids running around.
Yeah, there's absolutely that risk, but that's why it needs to be, buyer beware or investor beware. And that exact same risks, those exact same set of risks exist with traditional finance. And Bernie Madoff is the perfect example of that. He was supposed to be the regulator, keeping an eye on everything to make sure that this sort of horrible stuff doesn't happen. And yet it happened right there as well. So don't think that the government is able to stop bad people from doing bad things. They never have been able to, and I doubt they ever will be able to. So you need to be responsible with your own money. Or decide carefully who to trust to be responsible with your own money. So Coinbase is a good example of that. So far, they've been responsible with people's money and they haven't lost it. And if you lose your password, Coinbase is able to reset your password for you. Whereas other wallets like the Bitcoin.com wallet or the Blockchain.info wallet, if you lose your password, there's nobody in the world that can help you reset it. So people can decide which one of those two ones they want to use. Whereas with Coinbase, the government could seize each individual user's funds if they wanted to. Whereas with blockchain or Bitcoin.com, it wouldn't be possible for a government to seize the funds. So you have to decide which one of those risks you want to take: the risk of losing your password or the risk of having your funds seized by a government. And don't think that the government's only seized criminal funds. We can look at what happened in Cyprus a few years back. The government ran out of money, so they seized a portion of everybody's funds and everybody's bank account. And you didn't have to be any sort of criminal whatsoever to have lost a large percent of the money that you had in the bank. So just because you're not a criminal, don't think that means that your money is safe in a cryptocurrency bank. It's not. Governments always go and look for where the money is, and they try and figure out a way to take it.
Well, clearly you're not a fan of centralized power and centralized governance. I think we've gotten that so far. What are your thoughts on DAOs, both as a tool for managing these protocols and also potentially as a governance tool for life?
Yeah, I think it's the jury's still out on that one. It's kind of too early to tell, but I'm glad that all these experiments are taking place and people can try and figure out how to make a DAO that actually works and works well. And if people try enough things, hopefully at least one or maybe many of them will work well. But it still seems awfully early, and I've seen lots of politicking around DAOs with people still trying to influence the way those things work. So, but the more experiments people try in the world, the better, and hopefully we can find more new and useful tools for the world to deal with governance issues.
Mm-hmm. I mean, part of those experiments is now proof of stake, and we've spoken about Ethereum and their congestion issues and them trying to move over to proof of stake. What are your thoughts on proof of stake as a consensus model, and if it actually does prove to be superior, or if we wait and see and it works out, would you consider trying to push Bitcoin Cash over to proof of stake?
So I just plain don't know at this point, and I haven't delved really deeply into the computer science in regards to distributed proof of stake systems versus proof of work systems. So I don't have a strong opinion there. So for myself personally, I'm just going to wait on the sidelines and look for the empirical evidence of which ones work and work well, and the empirical evidence will be good enough for me. But I think we're still too early to have that empirical evidence at this point.
Mm-hmm. Well, I like it. You don't like to speculate. You like to see what works, and you flow. True free market man. So then I'll leave it at this. What is next for Bitcoin Cash? We've already spoken about many of the amazing features it has so far, but what is next for Bitcoin Cash?
I think more and more non-custodial financial systems are going to be a really big deal. So there's an interesting website out there, justfans.com or something like that, where people can post their photos and then charge their fans for their photos. But the payments are hard for that for worldwide. So imagine if someone were to build a similar platform on Bitcoin Cash, whereas when the person is sending their Bitcoin Cash on chain, like the payment address has two addresses. One is for the website that's hosting the platform, and the other is for whoever produced the image or the content. And so part of the money goes directly to the content producer, part of the money goes directly to the platform. The platform never even touches the money that goes to the content producer. And so I think that would be a really, really powerful tool where we'll see more and more non-custodial financial systems. Or imagine kind of a restaurant where they're selling food, but whenever the customer is paying for the food, 80% of the money that's paid from the customer on chain goes directly to the restaurant, and 20% goes directly to the server, to where the restaurant never even paid the server any money whatsoever. Only the customer paid the server money. So then the question is the server even an employee of the restaurant, or is the server just like totally on their own? Right now we're seeing a giant problem with Uber in California, where Uber's saying we're going to shut down in California if the California state government forces us to claim that all the Uber drivers are employees of Uber. Well, imagine if you made the Uber app, where the Uber app pays with cryptocurrency directly on chain, where part of the money goes directly to the Uber corporation, and then the other part of the money goes directly to the driver of the car, and Uber never even had custody for half a second of the driver's money whatsoever. It seems like the argument that the driver is an employee of Uber would be much, much weaker, and then the Uber corporation could tell the state of California, go to hell, leave us alone, we're not paying anybody anything. The people riding in the cars are paying the drivers directly. We never even have custody of the driver's money ever in any way whatsoever. And so I think that there's going to be a real big adoption of these so-called non-custodial financial services where people are paying directly, and whole big organizations like an Uber can exist, but where Uber never even touches the driver's money ever. And it's just the passengers of the cars pay the Uber driver directly and pay the Uber app company directly. I think that's a really big deal, and I'm excited to see more and more things get built out like that.
Well, you just fixed Uber's biggest problem right there. Have you called and reached out to them and pitched Bitcoin Cash as a solution?
I'm going to call Travis later this afternoon and let him know what I think here. So
it's incredible. You just fixed their entire problem right there, and I think that's interesting because building upon what we've all said, we're so early in the game in this brand new technology that we're still seeing such interesting uses of even basic use cases like peer-to-peer cash, where, like you just mentioned, potentially help reshift, the way massive corporations work. What's the most interesting use case, even within peer-to-peer transactions? What's the most interesting use case you've seen so far that you never even kind of imagined when you first discovered the technology?
I think the Silk Road was a pretty darn good example of that. I love it anytime I see people use cryptocurrencies or technology in general to get around stupid regulations. Like, there's so many stupid regulations around the world that are literally retarding the entire world's rate of economic growth and retarding all of humankind's progress into the future. And so if we can build tools that allow people to ignore stupid laws and stupid regulations, that's a good thing for all of humankind. And I'm really excited about those applications. And so maybe that Uber example is one more example, because Uber is wonderfully convenient. People love to use Uber as customers, and people love to drive for Uber as well. And the ones that don't love driving for Uber, there's plenty of other jobs out there they can look at, and they wouldn't be driving for Uber if it wasn't the best option that they have available to them at the moment. So, I think it would be a real travesty for people in California or anywhere to not have access to something like Uber. So, yeah, let's use technology to bypass, stupid laws and allow technology to enable people to do absolutely anything that's peaceful. So long as it's peaceful, you shouldn't need permission to do it.
Mm-hmm. Now, the one thing we haven't touched upon, which once again, I have a pretty strong feeling of where you stand on this, but the potential for blockchain to actually give people their private data, enable them to actually be custodians of their private data, because right now, big corporations essentially hold and sell people's private data. What are your thoughts on blockchain potentially being the solution to actually empower people to hold their data and enable them to monetize their own private data?
Yeah, so I think zero knowledge proofs can play a really big role in here. So like lots of times, and a lot of times I think they're dumb regulations, but companies are required to have, customer data as to who they're dealing with, but they don't, like, let's say, you have to be 18 years old to do something, but that just to prove that I'm over 18, I don't need to tell them my address. I don't need to tell them my social security number. I don't need to tell them anything other than that I'm and they don't even need to know, I'm 41 today. They don't need to know if I'm 19 or 29 or 41. Like, it's none of their business as long as I prove that I'm over 18. You can do that with a zero knowledge proof. And so the way a lot of people, they hear this term zero knowledge proof, they don't understand what the heck is a zero knowledge proof. So like the easiest way to understand what a zero knowledge proof is everybody's seen the Where's Waldo books, right? Let's say I want to prove to you that I know where Waldo is, but I don't want you to know where he is. So I would cut a hole in a little tiny or a big piece of paper, and I would move the hole so it's covering the paper's covering the entire book, and just the hole is on Waldo. And I'll say, see through the hole, there's Waldo, but you're not able to see where he is in relation to the rest of the picture. Now I've proved to you that I know where Waldo is, but you don't know where Waldo is because I just proved to you that only I know. You can do the same thing with identities. So maybe you'd have like, Equifax or some centralized institution. You give them a copy of your ID and proof and whatnot, and then they would issue you a token. And like one token proves that you're over 18, another token proves that you're a resident of a particular country, another token proves whatever. And then once the token is sitting at whatever address, you could just sign with a token that says that you're over 18 for whatever website that requires that its customers are over 18. You sign with the token. They don't know who you are. They don't know, what actual age you are, but you've proved to them that you're over 18, but they don't need to know anything. They don't know if you're a man or woman. They don't know anything else. And so you can prove things in a zero knowledge proof sort of way using these. And I think that that's better than when everybody turns over all their information to, what was the latest one? There was some, it's every week there's a new story about a company that got hacked for tens of millions of customer data, and IDs get leaked out on the dark net and for sale. It happens all the time. So this is a way to really help limit that sort of thing from taking place. And I think there's big business there as well. But I'm the most excited about the peer-to-peer electronic cash use case. For me, that's even more exciting and interesting. Permissionless cash, then this other stuff kind of becomes less relevant as well. So let's get peer-to-peer permissionless cash for the world.
It's funny you give that Waldo example. I was speaking to Alex Kahana, Chief Medical Officer for Consensus Health yesterday, and he actually explained zero knowledge proofs the same way. And I do think it's an apropos analogy for it. And a lot of that conversation with him also centered on COVID-19. And you've said that the world is suffering from the media and the government's fear mongering, not from COVID-19. You want to expand upon that a little bit?
Yeah, and to clarify, like COVID-19 is a real disease, and some people do die from it, and some people do get sick from it. But the government reaction has caused way more deaths and way more destruction and way more problems for the world than the actual virus has itself. And but it's you have to look at both what's seen and what's not seen. And so what you can see is, okay, some people have COVID and they're in a hospital, and some of them die. That's very clear to see. But what about the people that were locked in their house for weeks on end, all alone, weren't able to see their family or their friends or their husband or their wife or their children, and got depressed and then didn't eat right or didn't exercise, then had a heart attack or had a stroke or committed suicide or did who knows what? Those people aren't seen as being, out there and died because of the coronavirus government reaction. And there's probably a whole lot more of those people. Well, people that lost their jobs, couldn't pay their mortgage, couldn't pay for this bill, couldn't pay for their doctor checkup, and then, didn't detect the cancer as early as they would have, or they didn't, pay for their gym membership because they couldn't go to the gym, didn't get exercise, and then got cancer because of that. Like, there's just so much destruction happening all over the world because of these things that people don't necessarily realize. And so I think the government clamp down on the economy and people's freedom of movement and all this sort of thing has been far, far, far more destructive than the actual virus itself. And people have viruses, and that's the human condition, right? Like, these have lasted for forever. And the narrative has just shifted so strongly. Like, initially was flatten the curve. Everybody's going to get the coronavirus, but we don't want them to get it all at once. We want them to get it over the course of a month or three, so that the hospitals don't get overwhelmed. Well, here we are, months and months later, the hospitals never got overwhelmed, and they're still trying to lock people down and force people to not be able to go out at night and have to wear masks and this and that and can't travel to this country or that country. It's just it's literally retarding the entire world's rate of progress and so holding back all of humankind from advancing the human condition and raising up everybody to a higher standard of living. And so it's really really sad to see that going on for the whole world. And I think there's a lot of monkey see, monkey do stuff here. You see the big countries like the US doing all these things, and all the smaller countries think, oh, the big boys are doing it, we better do it too, because we're scared to do our own thing. And I wish more people would try doing their own thing in life and in the world, because that's how progress is made, right? What if Rosa Parks had just looked around and saw, well, all the other colored people are sitting at the back of the bus, so I better sit at the back of the bus too? No. People need to be willing to break out and say, no, I'm not just going to follow the crowd. I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to sit at the front of the bus. I'm going to go outdoors. I'm going to see my friends. I'm not going to wear a mask on Zoom video calls. Like, that's the latest thing. They're telling people they're supposed to wear masks on Zoom video calls in the US for certain government employees. It's just crazy. And so I'd like to see, society, it's not that all lawbreakers are good people, but society is moved forward by people that are willing to break the law. And so, Rosa Parks is one example of that, and there's plenty more all throughout history. Society has moved forward by the lawbreakers. Good people disobey bad laws, and I think we need to see more of that in the world.
Well, do you believe that something or should be done? For instance, you live on an island. If you knew that the stats showed there are no cases on the island, would you be pro saying, hey, we're not going to let people into the island unless we have a good and quick enough system that we can test them to make sure they're not bringing the virus on?
I think I already support everybody's right to do that with the property that they own. So if your house is COVID-free, you have the right to choose who you allow in or out of your house. But I don't think you own some big giant piece of land with millions of people living in it. And I don't think you have the right to tell people where they can or can't go when other people are inviting them to their own property. So, and I was just recently in an island that was exactly like that. In St. Kitts, there were 0 cases of coronavirus, and the country was still completely locked down, where people weren't allowed in. And it was really difficult to get out. So,
right. And you did mention that people weren't able to get out, weren't able to work out, weren't able to go to the gym. Something that I've been seeing some interviews, and I've always wanted to know. You practice Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I do as well, and I want to, now that we're towards the end of the interview, ask you some questions on that. First up, more general, what lessons have you learned from BJJ that you think you can apply to cryptocurrencies?
Yeah, I think, or just in life, is that there's more than one way to do something. And so I think I probably learned that from both Jiu-Jitsu and Magic the Gathering, is there's so many different ways to accomplish the same goal. So you need to look at what your goal is and then figure out a way to get to that goal. And so Jiu-Jitsu definitely helps with that, because there's a million different ways to submit somebody, and you just need to find any one of those will be good enough. So.
And there's a million different ways to do it, but what is your favorite position, favorite choke, and favorite submission?
Yeah, I'm getting older now, and so I don't have as good of stamina or this and that. And actually, I've been really, really enjoying wrist locks lately. I can just find them absolutely everywhere, and it makes it so my opponents, they're scared to even grab a hold of me, because I'm just going to wrist lock them right away. So I love that, and I can't wait to start training again. Actually, it's been a couple of months since I've been able to train because of the coronavirus issues. But I'm thinking by the end of this month I'll go somewhere where I'll be able to train again. So, and I hope you're being able to train in Tel Aviv there, because it's addicting. Life is not the same without the jiu-jitsu in it.
I 100% agree, and I'm letting you know right now, there is training right after this call is over. I'm going straight to roll for jiu-jitsu. So if you get the chance, fly out to Tel Aviv. I'd love to roll with you. Roger, thanks so much for taking the time. And for all of you watching at home for Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Greetings, fanciful leaders of this world, and wannabe authorities of all stripes. You thought that you could just print infinite money, did you? Well, the decentralized world of cryptocurrencies is on the rise. It's only a matter of time before the intricate web of blockchain architecture and distributed governance enables so much financial and existential freedom that your model becomes obsolete. Good luck. Time is running out.
Dr. Fauci Nakamoto here, advising all of you on CryptoVid-19, reminding you to quarantine your private keys. Now, don't forget that if they aren't your keys, it's not your crypto. Be sure to put a mask over your hardware wallets.
Hey, Reimagine 2020 is brought to you by Shill. Shilling in the world of cryptocurrencies is part of a marketing ploy. It's when a person promotes a specific digital coin or blockchain project.
Stop being a panic seller. I'm John McAfee, and I approve this message.
Every 10 seconds, someone panic sells at a new all-time low.
Yeah, don't be this guy.
I seen the market dropping, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling. Guess I'm panic selling.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Every time the market crashing, why you always belling? You be selling all your shit like you garage selling. Always catching nails, dog, you need to check the spelling. Panic, 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 panic. I thought I told you about the dip. Every time the market dropping, why you always jumping shit? You be buying at the highs and you never stick to script. Then you selling at the lows, dog, you wasn't built for this.
I seen the market dropping, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling.
Panic, 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 panic.
Guess I'm panic selling. All I see is weak hands, weak hands. Fuck, I need some money for the weekend.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling?
All I see is weak hands, weak hands. But fuck, I need some money for the weekend.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Pussy. Panic sell, crypto crashing, no one laughing when it drops. Need to stop pulling stocks just to make up for the loss. I'm losing my mind, didn't see the signs. Crypto going down, got me feeling like a clown. What the fuck's happened now? Can't buy another round. I took a me now, had a panic sell. What the hell I'm gonna do now? What the fuck's happened now? Can't buy another round. I took a me now, had a panic sell. What the hell I'm gonna do now?
I seen the market dropping, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling.
Panic, 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 panic.
Guess I'm panic selling. All I see is weak hands, weak hands. Fuck, I need some money for the weekend.
Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling? Why you panic selling?
All I see is weak hands, weak hands. But fuck, I need some money for the weekend.
selling pussy.
I seen the market drop it, I don't think it's stopping. The voices in my head keep yelling. I guess I'm panic selling. Guess I'm panic selling.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser. Today, I am glad to be joined by Morgan Politan, Principal at Comcast Ventures. Morgan, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Yona. Excited to be here.
All right, well, first, you want to give our audience a little background about yourself and kind of how you got in or find yourself in the blockchain world?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll take it back to 2013 when I first read the Bitcoin white paper. At the time, I was working in the nonprofit space down in DC, and I happened to be surrounded by a lot of economists, and was also had a background from college. I went to Northeastern University in business and startups and technology. And so when I read the white paper, I got very interested, and I found it because some of my economist friends showed it to me. I wasn't smart enough to, put my entire life savings into Bitcoin at that point. I probably wouldn't need to work if I did. Frankly, I wasn't even smart enough to put $100 into Bitcoin, which I almost certainly should have done. But I got excited about the technology. I didn't really do anything much with it at that point. But kind of fast forward several years to my first job in the venture capital space. Which was at Bloomberg Beta. It was the Bloomberg's venture fund, and that was 2015. So it was a couple years later. Crypto was even more prominent, still mainly about Bitcoin. And I got to the funds. I was brand new, and I said, "Hey, I think we should think about investing in crypto." And folks were skeptical, to say the least. Skeptical but interested. But it ended up being that because in 2015, crypto was all about Bitcoin, it was all about money, it was all about disrupting Wall Street. And, all the biggest Wall Street banks were customers of Bloomberg's, that we basically decided to put guardrails around crypto and not invest in the space. So it wasn't until 2 years later when I moved to Comcast Ventures, which is the current fund I'm at. And this was late 2017. That the timing was right. So this was in the midst of the crypto bubble when Bitcoin reached 20,000, and every VC fund felt like they had to have an opinion or perspective on crypto and make a couple investments. And typically what happened is they would pull the younger crowd in the VC fund and say, who's excited about crypto? And at least one person would usually raise their hand, like, okay, go figure it out. Let's see what we should do. And that ended up being me. So along with a couple other colleagues, I explored the space, met with a lot of folks. We made a handful of investments, and have been tracking crypto ever since.
Mm-hmm. Now you mentioned that now you're at Comcast Ventures. Is Comcast Ventures a strictly crypto focused fund, and is it connected with Comcast, the media company?
Yeah, great question. So we are not a crypto focused fund, and we are not a fund that invests only on in the areas that Comcast is interested in. The right way to think about us is, we are a traditional venture fund, just like any you might, hear in the news.
except that we only have one investor who gives us capital to invest, which is Comcast, NBC Universal. So we've been around for 20 years. We're actually a very generalist fund. We invest in both, everything from, away luggage to quantum computing. It's quite a wide range. And we invest very early and also, quite late. So, our check sizes vary, and we try to just stay on top of anything that's interesting, and invest where we think the best returns will be. So, crypto and blockchain is a part of that, but it's not the entire focus.
And would you say in the fund that blockchain is viewed more as the riskier end of the fund, or more of the out there end of the fund? How is blockchain viewed? Not in your eyes, because you're more familiar with crypto blockchain, but in the more traditional people working in the fund, how do they view it as something silly or something legit?
Good question. It's definitely a bit on the edge. So we have kind of 6 broad categories that we think about when it comes to investing. First is consumer. Second is enterprise. Third is fintech. Fourth is cybersecurity. Fifth is digital health. And then the 6th bucket is this somewhat catch-all bucket called frontier technology. And in from that frontier technology bucket are a whole bunch of technologies that are all emerging. They're relatively early. They show great promise, but they're not as mature as some of the other buckets. And so, it's technologies like artificial intelligence and cryptocurrency and blockchain fall into that category as well. And so, I think people in my fund are familiar with the promise of the technology. I mean, that's one of the things that when we started to invest in this space, we kind of made sure we educated folks on the space broadly, not just the specific investments. And some of my colleagues are also invested in companies themselves, in the crypto space. It wasn't just myself. So I'd say we're pretty, knowledgeable about it. But, I think the perspective, and maybe we can dive into this in future questions, is that there's still a lot of risk involved, relative to other spaces that we could invest in. And so, we're not yet kind of pushing all our chips into the table, but we're watching closely. We're making kind of selected investments. And my bet is that in the near future, it will become, a growing proportion of our portfolio.
And what was that kind of, spark that made Comcast Ventures open up their eyes to blockchain and also other VC funds in general? Was it kind of the ICO boom and they're saying, whoa, there's a lot of money and capital going into this? Or was it more they saw projects and like, wow, these are really interesting projects. These might be something to invest in, and thought that, hey, the money's not there yet, but the money will come?
It's a combination of factors. So I think for sure the hook was the prices. I mean, I think that's what grabs everyone's attention, whether you're an investor from the traditional world, or a crypto investor, or an engineer, or just the prices dominate the headlines. You can't get away from that. So in 2017, when the prices were rising very quickly, I think that for sure was the hook. There was like, what is going on here? There's an emerging technology, prices are rising, and people are making money. Well, we're investors in emerging technology, so we should probably pay attention to this, right? So that was the first thing. The second thing is that we started to see an influx of founders who were starting projects and companies, right? So like token projects and traditional startups in the space. And so, to be able to converse intelligently and analyze, with the founders and analyze these opportunities, we had to ramp up our knowledge just to deal with that inbound deal flow. So that was the second thing. I think the third thing is that there was, I don't think anyone would besmirch me for saying this, but there was a little bit of a slight fear or worry, especially with initial coin offerings, where, technical teams who wanted to start something, who previously would go only to the venture capital sector for capital, were now raising money from a global audience, without going through, our industry as a gatekeeper. And, I think a lot of VCs have seen disruptive innovation from a different perspective, right? From the sense of like, we are funding disruptive innovation in a different industry. And I think this was the first time where there was a legit and credible chance that like some of what we do would be disrupted, and we have new forms of competition. There'll be alternatives to entrepreneurs. And so I think that was the third kind of thing that that led a lot of VCs to dive into the space. And we all dove in with varying levels of intensity, but I think everyone was paying attention by that.
I mean, and I think you raised an important point there. I mean, I think it's super interesting, and that's why I was very excited to speak to you, to get your point of view and the kind of the VC point of view about ICOs, because ICOs are very different animal from VCs. And I think that one of the biggest differences there is equity. With the ICOs, you weren't buying equity. You were kind of hoping that mostly in speculation, that the price of this token that might have utility, might not, would raise and you could sell it and make money. So I want to hear your point of view from both sides. One, from the sides of the VCs who wanted to invest in ICOs. Were they kind of put off by the idea or kind of not willing because they said, wait a second, when we invest in projects, we get equity. Here, I'm investing in the ICO, I'm not getting equity. What's the promise here? So one, was that a big factor for why VCs were scared to go into ICOs? Because I mean, listen, VCs aren't necessarily scared of new technologies. This is what they do. They invest in new technologies. But here, the difference being the equity. So one, my question is, was the lack of equity a big barrier of entry or turnoff for VCs going in? And then also on the other end, for VCs, first answer that question because I think there's enough there. And then I want to get to what you mentioned about VCs being scared of ICOs taking away a piece of their pie. But first, my question about VCs going into ICOs.
Yeah, it's a very good question. And yes, is the short answer. that created a lot of friction, right? So, the way VC works is, obviously we are buying equity in a company. Not only are we buying equity, we're buying a specific type of equity, which is preferred equity, not the common equity that, founders and employees have. And that preferred equity comes with a lot of rights and preferences that we are used to having as an industry. I won't go into the details, but, you get a lot of protections as an investor holding preferred equity relative to common. And most VCs, it would be a deal breaker to buy common equity because of the lack of protections, right? So that's the kind of paradigm under which we operate, the VC industry operates currently. And then you had these projects, as you mentioned, that did not have, we're not selling equity, but we're selling tokens. And tokens have even less protection than even common equity. Common equity shareholders under Delaware law still have rights and still have, some protections, but tokens had none of that. And so there was definitely a control and protection and risk tolerance that, or risk level in buying tokens that I think were hard for a lot of VCs to get past. In addition, there were regulatory concerns that I think are still present for a lot of folks, and that is what is the securities classification of these tokens, by the SEC. A lot of the early ICOs, did obviously not register their token offerings with the SEC. It was kind of a gray area. But when you sniff under the hood, in many cases, the tokens look like securities if you apply something called the Howey test to them. And so it was unclear whether ICOs were breaking the law, operating in a gray area, or were legal. It was unknown, and we've gotten some more clarity on that, over time. But that was also a big hurdle. spent a lot of time with our counsel and external law firms trying to understand the risk level there. And then, the third thing is, okay, these tokens, they don't have a lot of protection. There's regulatory uncertainty as to their status. And, how do you value them, right? Like, in traditional finance, you have various valuation metrics that you can use, right? You can value a company based on their cash flows. You can compare it to similar companies in the public markets, or, acquisitions that were made in the private markets. And you can get a rough sense of what the fair valuation is for a startup. Like, this had none of that, right? There was no formal way to value these tokens. There were no comparables because they were pretty much brand new. So valuation, like, is this a fair price, or is this overpriced, or is this underpriced? I mean, we, really had no idea. That's a third level of friction. And the fourth level of friction is that, okay, how do we actually custody these tokens if we decide to buy them? Again, in the traditional VC sector, you receive, you can think of it as a paper stock certificate, even though it's all digital these days, but you get a stock certificate representing your ownership, and that provides you a legal claim on your equity. And you typically store that with a custodian, a bank who does this for a living. And, it's pretty cheap, it's pretty easy, and there's not much risk there. It's not something we worry about. But with these tokens, it was completely different. There was no third-party company, established company that we, were able to trust to custody these tokens for us. So, we were basically accepting the fact that we would have to self-custody. And, we ended up trying to become security experts overnight, right? Like, okay, we should get hardware wallets, we should get, safety deposit boxes and geographically distributed banks. We need, multi-sig, who are they going to be this? I mean, it was like this whole thing. This is, so there's probably a bunch of other risk areas that I've even declined to include here, but there was a lot. And, as a result, I think we'll get into what VCs as a group actually did. Because I think, all of the things that I just mentioned led to, a few different types of actions that VCs did in the crypto space.
Well, that was right then. So let's bring it a little more current, a little more present. You mentioned those 4 friction points. Well, let's break them down now if they still exist. Let's start off with regulation. Is the regulation there and clear enough that VC funds are actually now willing to take a serious look at crypto and at blockchain companies?
Yes and no. So since that time that I was talking about, right, early, mid 2017, you had the SEC basically say Bitcoin has is clear, right? It's not a security. There was no sale to begin with, so we're giving it the regulatory green light. You had them, the SEC say Ethereum, while probably an illegal sale of securities in the beginning, is now so decentralized, and there's no central party to go after, that we're kind of, we're looking the other way there, and you're in the clear. So that happened after this kind of initial wave of, VCs trying to figure out what to do in the space. So that gave some clarity, but, VCs weren't really considering investing in Bitcoin and Ether for the most part. They were looking at these brand new projects. So it still didn't provide a lot of clarity on those projects. And then you had, you had the SEC go after some projects. And at first it was kind of clearly fraudulent projects where, the teams just disappear with the money. So I was like, okay, we're not investing in those anyways. But then they went after, Kick. And that, I think that confirmed a lot of the worries of VCs, right? It's like, oh, this is like, a good team, an established project with good intentions. It's just that they may have overstepped, and we don't want to have invested in a project that gets subpoenaed by the SEC and investigated for securities fraud. So I think that puts through some cold water on the space for a lot of VCs. At the same time, you had a project like Blockstack, which did an IPO of sorts, a mini IPO, right? A Regulation A plus offering, I believe is what they did. And where it showed, I think that was an important milestone for VCs because, I mean, one, they're a VC-backed company, right? So Union Square and other VCs invested in them. And it showed that there was a legit liquidity path for token projects. And, like props to the Blockstack team because I think they were the guinea pig and they did a lot of upfront work to try to figure out like what that path is. And now it's easier for other companies to follow in their footsteps. So I think that did provide a little more certainty. But I wouldn't say I think what would really unlock, traditional venture capital from a regulatory risk perspective is some kind of safe harbor, right? That says, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not gonna be able to craft the right policy, but, we had a safe harbor of sorts for internet startups, right? There was also a lot of regulatory uncertainty at the time, with content, copyright, all these things. But the SEC kind of carved out this space and said, okay, you have a safe harbor, and here's the criteria you need to meet to hit the safe harbor. And we're just gonna, we're gonna put this in place so as not to squelch innovation in the US. And we're not gonna apply like the same, regulatory framework that we've applied for older industries here until we come to understand better what this space is all about. I think that's what crypto needs from to get traditional VC capital to invest more actively from a regulatory perspective, because without that, it's very much still a case-by-case analysis. We're still consulting counsel to apply the Howey test on a per project basis, and it's just not a scalable way to invest.
And is there a big push to try to get that safe harbor built? And have you heard anything, from regulators that they are working on a safe harbor like that?
I don't know if they're working on a safe harbor specifically, but regulators are certainly paying attention. And they're making progress. The recent OCC ruling that allowed, every traditional bank to custody crypto was a big milestone, which is both regulatory and, hits on the custody friction that we talked about earlier. And there are, really good lobbying groups now that represent the crypto industry that, go to DC and go to the Hill and explain how everything works and suggest policy. So that's a very good development. And some VC firms have been involved in some of those efforts. I think Andreessen USV, have made that visit. And so, I think things are happening. I can't comment on specifically what's happening now or regards to the safe harbor, but I'm hopeful that something like that will be coming in the next few years.
Mm-hmm. And one of those other frictions you mentioned was custody. There are a lot more custody solutions here. And is that what is the custody solutions good enough for VCs in big institutions to feel secure? And two, what kind of solution would they be going for? Would they want to then hold their own coins on a hardware wallet? Would they go to a third party? Will they go to an exchange or a company that specifically tailors to VC and big institutions custody services like that?
I don't think most VCs will want to self-custody. It's too much risk, and we don't have internal security expertise, and we don't really want to build that. So I think it's going to be third party. I don't think you need to have a firm that specifically only serves VC. I mean, I think most of what we would look for would be similar to other investors, whether they're crypto funds who are choosing to outsource their custody, traditional, Wall Street, or other, high net worths, et cetera. So I think, there are some solutions now that are out there that are more mature and have evolved their product. I think the one thing that the one unique need that VC has from a customer perspective that I think a lot of other institutional investors do not is support for extremely early long tail crypto projects. So, last I met with like all the custody providers, when we were trying to figure this out. I haven't met with them recently, so I may not have the most up-to-date information. But at the time, most of the custodians were serving or were supporting, the most liquid projects, understandably, because they tended to have the most customer demand. Didn't make sense for them to do all the, the technical integration work to support like a brand new token that won't launch for 2 years that 5 people want a custody. Made more sense to support, Bitcoin, ETH, Ripple, etc. And so that was a big hurdle, right? All the projects that we actually went to custody as early stage VCs were not supported. And so, it's possible that, you could build infrastructure to easily add tokens, but it just wasn't there at the time. So that's unique to VC. But I think that's really the only thing. And who knows, I'm excited to see what comes out of the OCC ruling. Like there were a bunch of rumors back in 2017 about all these banks working on custody solutions. And it largely hasn't materialized after the price dropped. But I think that may be changing.
And, one of those other friction points you mentioned was the inability to properly evaluate, the value of a token or a project, because there just was nothing traditionally to compare it to. Is that still the same situation today? I mean, I know that it's still a tremendously young technology, but it still is another 2 years, another 3 years. And on top of that, there are a lot of unique data points that are more relevant in blockchain and in cryptocurrencies than in traditional finance. For one being a sentiment analysis, like the TIE does, where because these projects are way more heavily reliant on communities, more so than traditional technology. So the sentiment data is a little more relevant, as well as just, we have seen projects around right now to compare them to. Is there still that same trouble of proper valuation for VCs in blockchain?
Yeah, definitely. The problem's still there. So just to give the audience a comparison, kind of even stepping outside of VC, just traditional finance versus like crypto finance or crypto economics is you might say. So in traditional finance, there are kind of well-proven theoretical models for how to value companies. I mentioned cash flows. There's something called a discounted cash flow model that every Wall Street analyst learns in their first year. And there's a lot of both theoretical work, empirical work, and just industry track record with using something like that to value a company. And there is no equivalent to that in crypto, right? And so that's the first thing. The second thing is that even at a more fundamental level, I'm not convicted that every crypto project understands how they capture value in the first place, right? Value capture mechanisms in crypto are still, I think, being experimented with and figured out, right? And so if you don't have that figured out, that's even a preliminary step to valuing it, right? In order to value a crypto project, let's say someone comes up with a DCF for crypto. Well, what are you actually measuring? There's no cash flows, so which in equity is how you capture value. So in the crypto world, you have to have the cash flow analog for, okay, we're gonna measure this value capture mechanism in crypto, and then compare it to other projects and compare it to future projections and figure out what appropriate valuation is. And I think there's no universal mechanism to do that across crypto projects. Within each project, there are I think strong anecdotal data points to support how projects capture value. In Bitcoin, it's total, right? That's a very simple equation in many cases, because there's a limited supply, and then it's just the law of supply and demand, which gives VCs its own and traditional Wall Street its own heartburn, but we'll put that aside. But for for other projects, there is this question of how does value accrue within a network? If you're Bitcoin, you just hold it, and there's diminishing supply for new buyers to acquire, so you can see how price goes up if interest in acquisition goes up. In other projects where monetary policy isn't so certain, then you're relying on the team that is in control or heavily influencing these projects to set a monetary policy and adjust it and run it. So you kind of have like that central trusted authority challenge. Can be hard to underwrite. And then, if you have, those are all layer 1 protocol questions. When you rise up the layers to app tokens and others that are, so-called utility tokens, it's not clear to me that anyone's going to hold these things to begin with. Like maybe you just trade in and out when you need them, which implies very high monetary velocity, which implies that even if you have a lot of activity on a network, you might not be able to capture all that value. And so there's been interesting work around these questions, taking ways to model the economy and account for monetary velocity, applying them to crypto networks. That's an interesting area of research. And then with Bitcoin at least, there have been attempts to analyze Bitcoin stock to flow ratio and correlate it with market cap, for both historically and across other commodities, which is, again, interesting research. And then you have some attempts to do simple correlations of as hashing power increases, so does price. As active wallets increase, so does price. Or as, GitHub, pull and push requests increase. I mean, these are all, there's not valuation, right? It's just correlation. So I think we have a ways to go on the valuation side. I think that may be actually one that is the last to fall. Like I think custody and regulatory uncertainty and these things will clear themselves up before valuation does. And in the meantime, it's very much I think it's a bet that cannot really be underwritten by solid valuation work.
Well, the last friction point, or the second one, but the last one we can get to speak about in the present terms is equity or lack thereof, because inherent to decentralized finance, decentralized projects, you can't really get preferred equity. There's not really equity to hold. But now with DeFi, and we're going to definitely get into DeFi, I would love to pick your brain on that. But sticking with this equity friction point, how does proof of stake and DAOs, kind of where you might not be able to get preferred equity and you might not be able to have control and tell a leader what to do, but if a VC fund were to actually buy enough governance tokens or stake enough coins, they actually would get say in how the project progresses. Is that something that would solve the equity problem?
I don't think it solves the equity problem, but I think it provides an interesting alternative governance model that will be critical going forward. I don't think it doesn't solve the equity problem, and I don't think crypto projects should try to solve the equity problem, right? I don't think it's incumbent upon them to do so. I don't think they need to. They don't need to give a exact analog, right, to VCs. I think, they can raise capital from other sources and they should do what's best for the project. And to the extent VCs want to participate in that, they can. And if they don't, they won't. And that's perfectly fine. So, governance is a whole kind of issue into itself. Again, very new, lots of experiments. In fact, as it relates to value capture, one of the theories about how crypto tokens will capture value is through governance, right? The ability to vote and participate in some of the decision making that goes on in the network. So that's also interesting. In order for a VC to participate in that kind of crypto native governance, they have to run a node. They have to, either custody tokens themselves or have a third party custody them. They have to make decisions around, things like delegation. They have to understand the economics of the crypto network and the decisions they're making. And it's kind of like all of that is a completely new field to learn, right? It is totally apart from the traditional governance structures set up in equity, where you have a board of directors, and the board of directors has certain legal responsibilities to common shareholders, and every VC sits on a bunch of boards and they're like familiar with how that works. So the cognitive load of adding a new equity startup in terms of governance is very low, but the cognitive load of adding even your first token investment and participating in governance is probably higher than like all the previous equity startup governance cognitive loads combined. It's a mouthful, but right, I think you got my point. I think that, I think that most traditional VCs are not going to be very active token investors. I think crypto native funds are much better suited to invest in tokens because they've been built from scratch, particularly for this asset class. They have engineers on hand, right, who know how to run nodes and participate in networks and build the infrastructure to stake and whatnot. They understand governance and crypto economics at a deeper level. They're comfortable with liquidity. I mean, that's another area of friction actually that we didn't even touch on. But in venture capital, liquidity is often, illiquidity can be a feature, not a bug, right? So the fact that VCs cannot easily sell private shares, post investment, but until there's like an M&A or IPO exit opportunity, actually again reduces the cognitive load significantly, right? You don't have to wake up every day and say, should I sell, right? There's only a couple decision points that may happen in terms of knowing when to sell. In liquid crypto tokens, it's not the case, right? Every day post investment, you need to be monitoring, prices, the market, your risk, and maybe you should sell 2 days after you buy. Maybe you should hold it for 10 years. I mean, right? It's much more akin to a hedge fund than a VC. So apologies if you hear any.
No, listen. This is the Zoom era. This is recorded. You could go take care of the baby. That's totally okay.
My wife is with them, but
okay.
2-year-old is
it's totally okay. This is the world we live in, and it's as accepted as possible. And I think it's interesting. The idea of VCs and blockchain and crypto, because they kind of should be enemies, and they kind of are enemies. Where especially with the ICOs, but even now with DeFi, VCs traditionally, like you mentioned before, were kind of the gatekeepers for funds for small projects and developers that historically didn't have access to money and to capital without going to a VC fund. And with the ICOs, and we could discuss whether ICOs, definitely were a bubble and whether they were done right. But ICOs, it started with ICOs, but now with DeFi and, this opened up the door for projects to get access to capital from way more places, from anywhere, essentially. And two, it also opened up the average person, someone without, $1 million or $20 million fund. They could have $5, they could have $1, and they could then invest. So, how does that feel, and how does that work? Being in VC, which I don't want to say you guys are the enemy, but you are one of the targets being disrupted by the blockchain field. Is there kind of a feeling, obviously not with you because you're more open, but in the company that, hey, watch out, what are you guys doing? These people could kind of knock us off our throne.
It's a good question. And I did mention that there's one of the things that got VCs to pay attention was like, whoa, projects are raising money without going through VC. Like, what is this about? I wouldn't say anyone is actually worried at this point. And that's not to, demean DeFi or crypto. It's just that it's it's still a growing pie. And crypto has actually added net new investment opportunities for VC, net new equity investment opportunities for VC. So I think it is true that you now have this growing category of founding teams who are raising capital to build new technology, and they are not prioritizing going to VC. That is absolutely true. I think that's wonderful. And that's one of the most exciting things about, crypto and DeFi, right? It's decentralized finance. It's, finance 2.0, rebuilding an alternate financial system that does not rely on these central gatekeepers. So I think it's awesome. And that provides a lot of opportunity for people who don't have, who aren't able to get warm intros to VCs and, right? I mean, this whole like network and relationship based economy and industry that we have, if you're in a country that doesn't have a VC fund and you don't have those relationships, like you can still raise money, you can still invest, and that's awesome. So, so that's great. I don't think VCs are afraid or fearful, and I don't think they should be. I don't think we should be, because one, there's still a thriving technology ecosystem outside of crypto that are providing plenty of investment opportunities. And that's the main focus for VCs right now still, even the ones that are very bullish on crypto. So that hasn't diminished. The second thing is there's been a new category of investments, which are equity investments into blockchain companies that have been added because of crypto and have generated great returns already, even though it's still so early. So, Coinbase is the most obvious example. They're on an IPO track. And there's a real gap to be filled in terms of getting, your average person to be able to interact with the crypto economy in an easy to understand way without handling private keys and needing to understand, all the intricacies of crypto. So that's a new opportunity that traditional VCs, I think, will continue to lead in. And I think the other thing is that, well, first, a lot of VCs are actually LPs in a lot of these crypto native funds, which is one of the strategies adopted by firms back in 2017 to get exposure, to spin up, ramp up their knowledge quickly into a new space, right? Like invest in a couple funds, and then you get upside exposure to those funds, and you also get the ability to have conversations with those GPs and have updates and information and all that. So traditional VCs still has exposure through funds. And then we do have some VCs who have moved aggressively into starting their own crypto native funds. I think Andreessen is probably the most prominent example. They have their own crypto fund. They're registered as an RIA, a registered investment advisor, so they can invest, in a more flexible way. So that's possible, and that's an opportunity for traditional VCs. So I don't think there's anything to worry about yet. I say yet, like maybe that will change, right? If blockchain really does eat all of software, then that's again a separate conversation. Like maybe everything is blockchain and there is no equity anymore and everything's decentralized and everything is token based, and then there will be some threat. But I'm not convinced that will be the case. And even if it is the case, I think it's still far enough away so as not to be an urgent threat or top of mind for most VCs.
Well, you mentioned that there still are equity plays in blockchain companies, and one of those companies in you guys' portfolio is Blockgraph. Tell me a little bit about Blockgraph. How you guys heard about them, and what about it excited you guys to get involved?
You're talking about Blockdaemon?
Well, Blockdaemon is another one of your plays, but I believe Blockgraph was also a joint venture between, to the best of my knowledge, between Comcast, Charter Communications, and Viacom CBS. Was that not Comcast Ventures? Was that Comcast themselves something different than you guys?
Yeah. No, thanks for clarifying. Yeah, so Comcast corporate has an internal group, doing following blockchain and doing blockchain experiments and projects. So Blockgraph was a part of that. I don't have up-to-date knowledge on that, so I won't be able to speak very intelligently on the Blockgraph project. But the equity investment that we made at Comcast Ventures is Block Daemon, which is you can think of it as like an App Dynamics or Datadog if folks are familiar with those companies, right? Like monitoring solutions for blockchain nodes. And it's an equity play. There's no tokens involved. A lot of the big protocols are Block Daemon customers, and a lot of VCs are Block Daemon customers. And so they're very kind of involved and native to the token ecosystem, but it's an equity company, traditional startup, and easy for VCs to invest in. And so I think those are going to be the easiest investment opportunities for traditional VC. A lot of the custodians are equity venture-backed startups. A lot of the exchanges, the centralized exchanges, are equity venture-backed startups. So there's there's analytics firms, there's trading firms, there's all kinds of opportunities. Not to mention enterprise blockchain projects, consumer applications like Coinbase and Flipside, data plays like Coinmetrics. I mean, there's plenty of equity opportunities to get exposure to crypto. And I think a lot of firms, including ourselves, have made those investments.
Well, traditionally VC funds, now a lot of times VC funds don't just provide capital, but also help with direction and vision, give connections and networking to the companies that they invest in. Do you guys find that tougher to do in the blockchain space just because it is so new and you guys don't necessarily have that expertise, or do you find that, hey, they might have the tech background, but we have that business savvy that they're missing out on?
I think a lot of crypto, founding teams do have a lot of business savvy too. But I get your point. So this is not a situation unique to crypto. Let's put it that way. And what I mean by that is anytime there is a new technology, whether it's crypto or AI or quantum computing or anything else, there is often a new set of relationships, people that are involved in that industry that your VC firm, your average VC will not have, knowledge about, right? Because they haven't made investments in, and there's no reason why they should, invest in those things until after they made an investment. And so that first investment in that new space, I think you're right that, traditional VCs may not be as deeply embedded in the crypto ecosystem. But after you've made that first investment, you have a pretty strong incentive to get involved, both to help your portfolio company and also to, just understand the space and source new opportunities. And so that's so, after we invested in Block Daemon, we've made it a point to, be proactively involved in the space. Hence why I'm, speaking here and a bunch of other folks have done other things. And so we're building up that muscle memory and those relationships and some domain knowledge, and that will grow over time, right? And in 5 years and 10 years, when we have made, 5 or 10 more investments, then it won't seem so new. And I think the other thing is that, we, with these new areas, we like to partner. We're not the sole investors in these companies, right? So we like to partner with investors who bring something else to the table. So like in Block Daemon's case, on the one hand, they're building a traditional SaaS business. We know a lot about building traditional SaaS businesses. On the other hand, they're running blockchain nodes and they're participating in networks and they're, doing all these things. We don't know as much about that. We're learning, but they have crypto native funds who invested as well, who bring that expertise to the table. And so, we can partner, and it's often good to have partner and have a bunch of smart people around the table, all focused on helping the company succeed. And we try to do that.
And there are many students watching this, from universities all around the world. What would you say to students right now who are interested in finance, who might be going into, PE or VC or investment banking or anything like that who also have a love for blockchain? Is there is the future there for them, and what would you tell them to focus on in their studies?
That's a good question. If you have a love for blockchain, then you should definitely pay attention to that. And it's great to be early and build up your knowledge of a space that is not yet mainstream, because that means there's career upside for you if you do so. I would ask yourself why you're interested in traditional finance. I think a lot of folks, because it's so mainstream, it's seen as lucrative, it's seen as safe, are interested in finance not because they love traditional finance, but because it's just what everyone does. It's what their parents want them to do. It's the best way to get a good job after college, these kinds of things. That's not a great reason to join an industry. Maybe you need to do it for whatever your personal situation is, and that's fine. But if you don't need to do it, I would definitely encourage folks to follow what they're actually interested in, and more so. Having said that, I think it is important to understand traditional finance, or whatever industry, is relevant to your interest in blockchain, because it can only add to your competency, right? So, and then there's probably a hybrid situation as well. I mean, there certainly is a hybrid situation where you're interested in blockchain, and a lot of folks in traditional finance want to have people who are knowledgeable of blockchain work at their firm. So you could work for Goldman Sachs and be the blockchain guy or gal and be on the blockchain team and not be a traditional investment maker or a trader, and that's a great opportunity too. So the last kind of parting piece I would say to folks interested in blockchain, if you're a student now, is get so good that people can't ignore you, right? I love that line. I think Steve Martin, the comedian and actor, was the first one that I've heard say it. And he was referring to his own comedic skills, and he wanted to get so good at comedy that no one could ignore him or afford to ignore him. And then there was a book that was influential for me by a guy named Cal Newport, who wrote it. The title was "So Good They Can't Ignore You," referencing the Steve Martin quote. But basically giving the advice of it's great to have interest and passion, and the first step is identifying what that passion is. But the second step, which a lot of people don't make the leap of because it's hard and it takes deliberate practice, and it's not as fun as kind of that initial honeymoon phase of your interest, is getting really good at that interest, so good that people can't ignore you. So whether that's a technical skill around blockchain or the economic side or the business side or whatever it is, time is your most precious resource. Invest in skill development and get so good that whether it's Goldman or Coinbase, they can't ignore you.
Well, Morgan, I really appreciate you taking the time. And this side of the blockchain world, the VC side, is not a side that many people from my world get to see. So I really appreciate you taking the time to explain it to us and show us a little bit what's happening behind the scenes. And for all of our viewers at home, for Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.
Was a thing.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger gang.
Ledger gang, Ledger gang, Ledger gang.
We stay rockin' in the chain.
Blockchain.
Auto, crypto, be the main.
BTFD.
See the ledger swinging from my neck? Y'all already know what I rep. Stack
Rocking that crypto, we gaining no haters. There's really no flex and be wet. Splash. I can go anywhere with it. Don't matter the number, there really no limit. Really no limit, there really no limit. Ooh, yeah, get it. Know that I get it. Do you know that I get it? Load the bit, pay, yeah, spend it. You know the private key is authentic? Know that I get it. Do you know that I get it? Load the bit, pay, yeah, spend it. You know the private key is authentic?
Y'all thought crypto was a fake.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger Gang.
Ledger gang, ledger gang, ledger gang.
We stay rocking in the chain.
Blockchain.
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD. Man, crypto's a bubble. When it pops, you in trouble. What you gonna do when the government kick in the door and start taking it from you?
Man, crypto ain't a bubble, please. Tell me how they gonna get my private keys. The government can't keep an eye on me. I mean, you act like you don't want privacy.
Yeah, but what's a Bitcoin really? I mean, it seems so silly. So what you trying to tell me is banks are about to fall flat on their belly?
Yup, that's what I'm trying to explain. This is peer-to-peer, global exchange. In this world, banks ain't running the game. Border to border, blockchain, blockchain.
Tell me what you know about the blockchain. Gas limit set low octane. Taking down the banks, we are not playing. Bitcoin and fiat, we are not the same.
Y'all thought crypto was a fake.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger Gang.
Ledger gang, ledger gang, ledger gang.
We stay rocking in the chain.
Blockchain.
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
Y'all thought crypto was a fake.
We ain't going nowhere.
We the OG Ledger Gang.
Ledger gang, ledger gang, ledger gang.
We stay rocking in the chain.
Blockchain.
Auto crypto be the main.
BTFD.
Greetings, fanciful leaders of this world, and wannabe authorities of all stripes. You thought that you could just print infinite money, did you? Well, the decentralized world of cryptocurrencies is on the rise. It's only a matter of time before the intricate web of blockchain architecture and distributed governance enable so much financial and existential freedom that your model becomes obsolete. Good luck. Time is running out.
Hi, my name is Winfred, and I'm a bachelor student in sonography at KNUST. And from KNUST Blockchain Hub, I'm ready to Reimagine 2020. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Daniel Adebimpe, president of the Duquesne Blockchain Group, majoring in accounting and computer science, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
Hey everyone, I'm Arsh. I'm the director of the Surge Mentorship Program at UT Dallas Blockchain Club. I'm a rising senior. I'll be graduating in May 21, computer science major, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
And a student of KNUST and a member of KNUST Blockchain Hub. I'm a medical laboratory science student, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
Hi, my name is Lazar Kuzmanov. I'm a business economics and finance minor at Illinois University, founder of the Blockchain Economics Club, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
Hi, I'm Michael Gotri, a graduate of business administration and a member of KNUST Blockchain Hub, Reimagine 2020.
Luis Sosa, I am the current president of UTD Blockchain, and I am a rising senior graduating fall 2020, and I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
Hi, I'm Bright Entry. I'm a pharmacy student from KNUST and a member of KNUST Blockchain Hub. I'm ready to reimagine 2020.
Thank you everyone for tuning in and welcome back to another university segment of our Reimagine 2020 virtual conference series. This is version 2, Disrupting the System, and I'm your co-host, Ashley Meredith, Head of Education at the Knoxville Blockchain Accelerator. And today I'm interviewing a returning guest, Gilberto Gordana, and he's over at Northwestern University, the president of the Blockchain Club there. So anyone who missed it last time, we did interviews with student groups all over the world. Check out our YouTube channel and watch some of our university interviews. Gilberto, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well, Ashley. Thank you for having me here today.
Yeah, so last time we talked, it was about 3 months ago now. We were just kind of responding to all the shelter-in-place orders, and students were having to come home from school, and we wanted to check in with you and see how what was the state of blockchain education out in Chicago at Northwestern. And so this time I wanted to invite you back individually and just dive in deeper to some of your projects or just check in first about fall semester. Are you headed back to campus? What's the situation at Northwestern?
Yeah, so in like 10 days, about 2 weeks, I'll be heading back to campus. It's kind of like 1/4 of the students are heading back. And, you know, there's a lot of regulations about what you can and can't do on campus just to kind of manage the spread of the disease, right? I'm not sure if campus is going to stay open, but I'm hoping it is because I'm heading back.
Okay, so they gave students a choice whether they wanted to do in-person classes or not?
Yeah. So it's everything you can do online, but there's like a hybrid component where it's kind of like some in-person meetings, which are optional to go to. And I just wanted to go back to get some face-to-face interaction. I like meeting with my professors and being with students, and it's just kind of like a learning environment that I really missed when I was, working from home in the spring.
Yeah, we talked with another school, Fordham, and in New York, and they are doing hybrid flexible as well. And this is a term that I hadn't really come across until all of this, but apparently has been a type of course for a long time at many institutions. We're kind of exploring this hybrid flexible model where you kind of have to create courses that can be done both online and in person. And I think that students, choose whether they come into class or not. So about 25% of Northwestern students are headed back to campus in 10 days.
Something like that.
Well, excellent. Well, I hope everybody stays safe and is able to get the most out of their learning experiences this semester. Speaking of coming back to campus or not, and what you can and can't do on campus, what are the plans for Northwestern's Blockchain Club this semester?
Yeah, so we really had to kind of pivot our focus. We really decided to focus more on projects. Before, we had a lot of speaker events and we had in-person meetings, and that really had to kind of change. Just we really wanted to be accessible to everyone, no matter what time zone they're in. So yeah, basically projects that we can work together on with Zoom calls or different meetings that we can have online that isn't really too impacted by where we are is something that we had to really move towards. One thing that we had to kind of like scrap is we were thinking about buying some mining hardware just to see how it works and kind of look at that in person and kind of set up the system. I don't think we're going to do that anymore, but yeah, really shifting towards projects that kind of give people a chance to work independently, but also come together as a group and work towards putting something together.
So kind of moving more to asynchronous communication, maybe, where you can work on a project and check in any time of day in a way that most like remote first companies are doing it.
Yeah. So like asynchronous, a lot of like group chat messages, but we're trying, if possible, to have like a weekly group meeting that works for everyone's schedules. So far, most of the club is either based in U.S. time zones or kind of like China's time zone. So it hasn't been too bad. We'll do more late morning or late night, but yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, now that we have new members coming in once the school year starts, maybe we'll have people from Europe, or maybe we'll have other time zones that we really need to consider when trying to schedule these meetings. And we might have to, like you mentioned, just have more asynchronous communication, or even subdivide the groups into separate meetings just to kind of make it work logistically.
That is actually something I've been hearing from more and more students, is this idea of having smaller groups that can engage better on a Zoom call than, like, you know, some of these clubs have 30, 50 members, and maybe it makes more sense to have smaller groups meeting to work on specific projects, or if it's the marketing team, or it's all focused on education or actually building stuff. So I think that's great. And I think it probably is the way forward. And I'm looking forward to having more topical meetings at Mouse Belt University, themes, guest speakers, and you know, maybe even some work groups, especially around educational technology. You know, that's a kind of pet passion of mine, and it's coming up more and more in the blockchain space and in the world, you know, with virtual educational experiences, how to build technology that can really help us have the best kinds of learning experiences. So just a little plug for Mouse Belt University there. We're going to be doing weekly debates and speakers from our Blockchain Education Alliance. So if any student clubs out there are thinking, you know, we used to plan a lot of speaker events, you know, you can just start tuning into ours and continue your club operations maybe a little more asynchronously.
Nice.
So speaking of the projects you guys have just decided to start focusing on, wanted to invite you here to dive in deeper to some of those projects. One is a paper that you wrote called "The Current State of Academic Blockchain Solutions in Supply Chain Management." And so you're trying to understand what the role of academics is in enterprise blockchain. So what are the types of projects that you saw that exist in supply chain management?
Yeah, so we're really focused on what solutions are being proposed by academics. And really the thing that really stuck out was the majority of these papers and solutions that were being presented really focused on tracking and tracing. Because of blockchain's characteristics, like being append-only, immutable, it really enabled, at least for supply chains, a way to track lots of products, or a way to track individual products and make sure to see where they're going and what to do with them. And so one thing that really stood out was, for example, it's easily seen by IBM's Food Trust, tracking and tracing of food, and that can really help with recalls. Like, let's say a farm has salmonella, then they can just recall those individual products and not have to scrap everything. So that can be cost effective. Another thing was big in pharmaceutical industry was the role of stopping counterfeit medicines from getting into the supply chain. And again, that really related to the tracking and tracing, because if you see you know, unknown products that are trying to be introduced, you can just not let them in. And of course, both of these solutions aren't perfect, but hopefully they can at least reduce some of the counterfeit products, and they can minimize some of the costs associated with the recalls. And I think those are two pretty interesting ones. Another one that was pretty interesting, or something interesting to note, was the role of Internet of Things technology that were being used for quality assurance. So something like maybe you have very expensive products that need to be kept at a certain temperature range or a certain pressure. If you have these sensors there, then you can kind of have some real-time assurance that these products are being maintained at a certain level of quality, and that can really help out. I thought that was really interesting.
Yeah, I would definitely love to plug, you know, another interview of the Reimagine 2020 conference series. Check out our YouTube interviews with industry leaders from IoTeX or IoTeX. So they're doing, they're building blockchain-enabled private and secure sensors that have, you know, GPS, temperature, all of those different things. RFID tracking software. It was our first startup at Mouse Belt. So we're really interested in hardware and how that can be attached to blockchain. We also did an interview with Dr. Mo Sadogi at UC Davis, and he's working on applications of microcomputing when you have like thousands of devices that are all trying to interact with a blockchain. So I definitely want to recommend people go check out those interviews as well. So looking at your report, you see what the standard blockchain solutions for enterprise that most people probably think about: agriculture, track and trace. Were there any papers or explorations into use cases that surprised you?
Yeah. I think one that was pretty interesting was the role of inventory management on the blockchain for loans, so business to business loans. So for example, a supplier will give a loan to a retailer, and that loan won't be paid back until a certain number of product is sold. And so the blockchain, like I mentioned, is tracking and tracing these products and tracking and tracing these sales, and the complex business logic that are built into the smart contract are able to assure payment, make sure it goes through, and in some cases even have a complicated, not complicated, a way to dispute certain transactions. Since blockchains are append only, businesses have to have some way to have dispute processes. And yeah, that's something that I hadn't really seen before, some type of dispute process. So for example, you think about like a multi-signature wallet, you need a certain number of signatures for a transaction to fully go through. You can kind of have that as well. Make sure that there's like a certain period to make sure that there's no disputes or anything like that. And if there's no disputes, then the transaction will go forward. And that was an interesting concept that I hadn't really thought about for business transactions on the blockchain.
So what was the ultimate goal of this report? What are you going to do with it next?
Yeah, I think the ultimate goal was just kind of trying to see, okay, where are we at? One thing that we really focused on was, okay, what's the degree of technological implementation that these solutions are at? And so what I thought I would see more of was a lot of like proof of concepts, a lot of working solutions, but there's really a disconnect between academia and enterprise. So there's not too many partnerships where I didn't see too many papers that talked about, okay, this is a working system, we've tested it already. Instead, it was kind of more like in-house testing of the systems themselves, kind of looking at more quantitative metrics like transaction per second, latency. But it wasn't really, I didn't really see too much of it actually being implemented in real world systems. And so another thing was just kind of trying to figure out, okay, what are some of the gaps in some of these solutions and where are they? So one thing that we really wanted to focus on was, for example, okay, so let's assume that blockchains are amazing and they actually are 100% immutable. Let's pretend. Something that we really didn't find is a lot of focus on the quality of the data that's being input into the blockchain. And so you could have the best immutable blockchain in the world, but garbage in, garbage out. And that's something that we really focused on, was giving potential suggestions for researchers to focus on. Another thing was the concept of economic models for really measuring and making sure we track economic and social models for tracking the value that these blockchain systems have, because it can be easy for companies or researchers to say, okay, let's replace these legacy systems with the blockchain because it's transparent, or it's going to remove the need for trust and it's going to be better for your supply chain. But for example, one thing that was interesting to find is that a lot of consumers don't care if you have a barcode that says, oh, this is actually a certified product. Like, most people don't want to pay extra for that. And that needs to be taken into account when proposing to replace legacy systems.
Yeah. Is this a cost saving measure or a social good measure? Is one thing that I've talked about with other interviewees about, for a lot of these solutions, the argument for why a company should adopt it might not be that it's going to help their bottom line. It may be a more ethical choice or something like that. So it's really interesting what you're saying about this lack of collaboration between the academy and industry. So the technological implementations of some of these explorations you said were happening in-house. You mean in-house at the university's labs?
Yeah, that's right. Or sometimes like they would rent out spaces. For example, I saw one paper that rented out a company's warehouse and used some of their product to they themselves actually test the processes, but they weren't actually helping like the day-to-day operations of the companies themselves. And so a lot of what they were proposing, I don't know if it's going to work or not, because the devil's in the details, and you need to figure out, okay, what are some of the challenges that are going to come up when you actually try to implement this in real life.
Is part of the problem, like, you can't truly test a blockchain solution until you have that amount of data where you have like thousands of transactions happening a day, tracing, an item from one country to another. So you actually need the mass, the critical mass of like an actual enterprise and enterprise operation to test these systems.
Yeah, I think it really depends on what solution you're pitching. What I saw a lot of was a lot of like hand wavy really concepts that were being put that were kind of like, oh, we're not addressing this certain aspect of the system because it's going to change for every company that adopts it. And so it's kind of a cop-out sometimes where you're neglecting, the pain points of the system just because you're not too sure what it would look like for individual companies. I didn't see enough case studies or proof of concepts that would really like give insight into, okay, does this actually work or does it not? And so that's why I saw a lot of like conceptual papers that we had to filter out, just because for me, I want to look at those pain points. I want to know what value is provided. I want to know what the issues are if someone's actually going to use these systems.
What do you think the message would be to enterprise innovation teams or blockchain teams who might be exploring blockchain solutions? We have the Blockchain Education Alliance, and we've, through our years of working in development and investing, have made relationships with different companies in the blockchain space and beyond, and have invited them, identify that they care about educating students and they want to do cool stuff, and they want to they want to do hackathons and see if people can build solutions on their protocol or for their product. And so we just brought on some enterprise companies as well. So AB InBev, Anheuser-Busch, one of the largest beverage distributors in the world, Rolls-Royce, ING Bank. So these non-blockchain companies that have been exploring blockchain proofs of concept for the last 5 years or so, what would be the message to them about the need for their support, or if there's a lot of interest? It seems like there's plenty of people writing about this stuff and they're looking for collaborators.
Yeah. So what I would recommend, well, let's talk about small and medium enterprises for just to begin. These companies may not have the resources for research and development into systems that may or may not help their bottom line or may not give value to them. So what I would say for them is, if they're really thinking about bringing a blockchain system in, either you're going to need to pick a platform that's kind of like that you can use out of the box, that you don't have to really modify too much. One that comes to mind is something like multi-chain, which can be easily, I'm not sure how easily, but it can really work out of the box with those parameters that you choose. So that could be one way to like cut costs and try to not spend too much on developers. But if you really want to interface with academics, I mean, you'll need to, if you're a small, medium enterprise, I think the best bet is just read some of these papers, see some of the proposals, because all these researchers, the majority of them are giving their solution proposals, and they're looking, like, they write in their conclusions, we want to test this further. And so these researchers already have the willingness to work on these systems. So what I would recommend is that these small and medium enterprises really read and try to find a good fit for which of these solution proposals may actually be viable for them. And then just kind of reach out to the researchers and see, okay, we're willing to work with you on this. I think just being willing to be part of the project, it's going to really bring a lot of attention. I think a lot of researchers would be willing to do that.
Awesome. And then for large enterprises who do have money to experiment.
Yeah, so like something like Hyperledger Sawtooth, like maybe if you have a lot more resources, then you can use some of the benefits that a platform like that may offer. But that comes at the trade-off of needing more resources. If you're a large enterprise, maybe you have millions of dollars to do this research. Maybe you have the ability to get contractors that really focus on these chains. But if you don't, then I would just recommend directly interfacing with researchers. I mean, if you're a large company, you may not even need researchers to have a working solution. It would be nice to get some theoretical backing to it, but if it works, it works.
Excellent. Well, really looking forward to some of our meetings we have coming up with the Blockchain Education Alliance, and I'll be sure to invite you, and you can present some of your findings to them and really implore them. Like, there's researchers who are ready to test some of these out, and they just need the support.
Sounds good.
There's another project that you are working on. I know last time we spoke, there's a lot of interest in healthcare applications for blockchain in the Chicago area and all the universities there. I'm sure there's, really great medical schools, and we talked a bit about that in our last interview. But what are some updates on some of the healthcare blockchain research you've been doing?
Yeah. So ever since we spoke, what was it, 3 months ago, we really continued on this project. And like I mentioned before, so this project was all about exploring what would it mean to actually implement product management backed by blockchain into existing companies. And so the way we did that was kind of we looked at a specific dApp. In our case, we looked at Colony that's built on Ethereum it's essentially a decentralized autonomous organization, but we were kind of trying to see, okay, would it actually work in a clinical setting, one which has rigid processes, rigid kind of like formalized steps that the systems could use. And so what we ended up doing is we kept exploring that project. We kept beta testing ourselves. We didn't get to the point where we started working with companies themselves, just because it's pretty hard to get the confidential data of what they're working on these clinical projects. I think that'd be hard to do. But what we did do was we actually had an expert interview. Our project mentor, Abigail Cyrus from IBM, really connected us with a fantastic expert in the living sciences industry, who really let us know, okay, are these potential value adds that we came up with actually going to help companies? And it turned out not really. So you have to remember that these blockchain solutions have to compete with legacy systems, which aren't burdened by some of the some of the technical barriers that blockchains are faced with, like scalability and speed and efficiency and cost. And we were trying to use this particular dApp to see, okay, could we replace or add to existing product management software? And the space is immature. It still needs a lot of work, a lot of development that needs to work. I mean, right now, I'm not sure if the dApp is even 100% secure. I'm not too sure. I haven't looked at the code myself. So even assuming if it's working great, assuming that the blockchain works great, it just doesn't have enough functionality. And so we were able to kind of extend that reasoning to the space as a whole, and kind of take a look at, okay, what's the status of these solutions? Which ones could actually be implemented into enterprise? So we kind of got a little bit more insight about enterprise blockchain as a whole. And as it stands, it's shaky, but there's a lot of improvements that are occurring. And what we noticed was that if you try to retrofit a solution into like an enterprise context, you're going to have a hard time. That's kind of what we figured out. You really need to custom make these things for the individual organizations. And using a public decentralized app built on Ethereum that wasn't specifically designed for your use case may not be viable, because they weren't looking into the specific trade-offs that are needed for certain situations, for certain scenarios. And we actually just finished this project. We published our article yesterday, actually, on Medium, and we kind of wrapped up the product. Now we're just finalizing Thanking our mentor, we need to thank Abigail.
Yes, so we'll have to share that article in the show notes on YouTube so everyone can check it out. It's on medium.com, and it's called Assessing Blockchain Potential in Clinical Research Project Management Through the Colony DApp.
That's right.
And it sounds like your conclusion was that if they're not custom built for the specific use case, it's really hard to show that any particular DApp would have enough benefit to justify the whole switch over and the cost benefit analysis.
Yeah, for companies, yep.
Well, great information to share with our listeners and all of our enterprise companies listening in. I feel like as more researchers like yourself look into all these different applications of blockchain, they can really get a better idea of how to go about it. Whether to work with researchers or not, whether they need a custom product or not. So all great information. And just to wrap up then, last conference we came up with the Reimagine theme. We saw all of these event cancellations as a chance to pause and reflect and reimagine what the rest of the year might look like. And I think since then, we've just seen a lot of our systems failing, failed responses to global health crisis, economic crisis, political strife. And we wanted to talk about disrupting those systems and ask you, what blockchain use cases are you most excited about, or which ones do you think have the most potential to really change our system?
Yeah. So this kind of leads me into a project that we're just starting out in the club. So what we're looking at right now is using an off-chain solution like interplanetary file systems to store data publicly. And so that kind of ties into like this idea of censorship. So at least for American politics, where it's very divisive, very polarizing, and it can be hard to voice different opinions. And the fear of censorship is real. Something like if you post on Twitter, that could be removed. But you can just imagine if you have a social media platform that people are actually using that doesn't necessarily have as much censorship, then you can be more confident in posting your opinions. And so, yeah, I think we need a little bit more disruption in the social media space, just so that we can get more opinions out there. It's kind of concerning when you see headlines that say, "Oh, most Americans are afraid to speak their mind," or they're afraid of cancel culture and that kind of a thing. And it's I think there's a lot of opportunity for more increased dialogues towards through these blockchain-enabled systems. I think that might be a area of promise.
Yeah, that's something I've always tried to pay attention to, the projects in the space. My favorite projects are those that, enhance our ability to exercise freedom of speech, anti-censorship, paying people for content that they create, letting people own their data and the things that they create, and fair journalism. So those are always my favorite projects. I'm interested to see how, maybe Voice does, or how Steemit will continue. And yeah, Web 3.0 version of social media that's censorship resistant and allows us to have fair, free journalism.
Yeah, also on a more traditional note, if you think about like Bitcoin or finance or that kind of a thing, I'd like to see more tools that actually allow you to that allow like the layman, the ordinary person, actually become their own bank. Because right now, if I canceled my checkings account and moved all my assets to Bitcoin, I'm gonna have a hard time, transacting at the supermarket or anything like that, or even peer to peer. Yeah, so that's something that I would like to look into as well. I mean, we've all been pushing towards disruption in finance, but can the average person do that right now? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's great to see all of the new consumer products coming out in blockchain, ways to earn points and rewards in Bitcoin, or use a Bitcoin ATM card. Some of the new DeFi solutions that may allow you to get a loan with less collateral. So yeah, really excited about becoming our own bank. I think that has the biggest potential, right, to disrupt the current systems that we're in, since money is part of what governs our politics and our education and everything. So thank you so much, Alberto, for coming on. Northwestern University Blockchain Club going virtual, some people going back to school, working on awesome projects around supply chain and project management for clinical research. Anywhere you want to plug that people can find you or learn more about any of your projects or the club?
Yeah. So just on Facebook, or our Facebook page is NU Blockchain Group. So if you check us out on there, you'll be able to see some more updates and stay up to date with our events.
Thank you so much, Gilberto. Thank you everyone for tuning in. We'll be back with more from Reimagine 2020.
Dear citizens of the world, there is a revolution upon us, you see. The old and outdated ways of indirect representation, where those who parade around as if to have exceptional power, in their all but flattering three-piece costumes, claiming to speak in the voice of your values. The archaic ways of our past, where we are separated by entry barriers to knowledge, where we are separated by time, space, and the speed at which information can travel. The days left on those bygone years are counting down and dwindling. The shadow of our past that casts itself upon the present is growing dimmer and dimmer by the day. Those of us here who believe in a brighter future, founded on technological innovation, distributed models of power, the separation of money and state, and, above all else, the free and open exchange of ideas. Those of us who believe in these things know what is to come. Through our collective efforts and through a coordinated strategy to educate others, we can, without permission, reclaim this world from the ground up. So, please, my friends, join us. I hope you are ready to reimagine 2020.
Hi, it's Miss Crypto Cleo here, your favorite futures telling psychic. Are you unsure whether to go long, short, or market buy? Not sure which of your altcoins is going to move next? No problem. Call me at 1-800-555-MOON and Miss Crypto Cleo will tell your futures. Oh, here we have a caller now. Hello, it's Miss Crypto Cleo. How can I tell your future?
Hi, Miss Crypto Cleo. First off, I just want to say that I really love your show, and I want to know, is XRP going to 589? Thanks so much.
Hey, it's the Crypto Twins. I'm Litecoin Lucy. And I'm Tammy Tezos. Trading can be hard. Not sure which coins to buy? Just go with the cheapest.
Reading fortune, I just got the news. I can be a millionaire too. Check the OP, what did he do? Gas in his bag so to go to the moon. Spent half an eighth, I got a million coins like the real McCoy. You know I feel that joy, cause if it goes to a buck, I won't believe my luck. And now 10 on my Lambos for me and my friends. Butterfly doors, but I'm already in dock. Trump is like whip from a squad on the block. Chatting with a hold alive. Chat rooms, we scroll at night. Bitcoin ether, been told twice. Never hold my ish like it's mold divide. Going to the stars, cause it's only right. Read the white paper, I was sold that side. Now I steal my shit coins, cause I'm overhyped. We can't take the pressure. Cashing out for you was tether. My craft ship shape as she sails through stormy weather. With pleasure, come with me on this endeavor. I will be smoking fat joints on Italian leather. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. This goes out to my crypto squad and the crypto gods. Blockchain clearing that fiscal clog. Rolling through town like the Frisco fog. Push the button, bought some coins. Now push the button, start my whip. Used to push my feet through the tenderloin. Now I'm pushing this spaceship. Some thought it was a bubble. Now vision doubled. Wishing they had taken the trouble. Hardware wallets, private keys, no more paper and duffels. Bank staying puzzle. Now I'm going for hikes. Have the mountain sex. My returns just hit 10,000x. Used to be humble. Now I proudly flex. Should I fly to Dubai or Saudi next? And I only cashed out part of my assets. Hodled to my last breath. Not the one to half step. It's so strange. Wealth is like a rebirth. Clawed my way out of debt. Fueled by my research. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance. Crypto fam, welcome to Lambo land. Crypto fam, hot racing like ambulance.
Welcome back to Reimagine 2020. I'm Yona Hockhauser, and I'm glad to be joined today by Naveed Qureshi, Senior Business Development Consultant at R Squared Data Labs, and Jeannie Neo, Venturing and Incubation Lead for R Squared Data Labs as well. Guys, thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you very much, Yona. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Now, Naveed, first question to you. R Squared Data Labs is connected to Rolls-Royce. That's where the R Squared comes from. Tell me a little bit about how R Squared fits into Rolls-Royce and your guys' goal there.
Fantastic. Thank you for that question. So let me start with talking about Rolls-Royce, who we are and what we do. Rolls-Royce is focused on pioneering the power that matters. Rolls-Royce pioneers cutting-edge technologies that deliver clean, safe, and competitive solutions to meet our planet's vital power needs. The way we do that is across three business segments. We create cyber-physical products for the civil aviation business, where we have both short-haul solutions and long-haul solutions. Then the defense industry, and finally, the power systems industry, which consists of cyber-physical products for the rail industry, for yachts and marines, and your gold diggers in the mines. Now, Rolls-Royce is very focused on having digital at the center of everything it does. So if you think of three concentric circles that start to overlap, where we have product, we have service, and then we have digital coinciding with one another, we are busy setting out a vision for the future where those circles fully overlap, where an engine will be connected, contextually aware, and comprehending. Our experts design, test, and even maintain these engines digitally, where we work with customers collaboratively to understand and harness their data. we are very much pioneers and we want to lead the way. And once again, with focusing on creating cyber physical products enhanced by cyber physical services, supported by cyber physical processes, our focus is on providing value to our customers. Now, R Square Data Labs is the data innovation catalyst inside Rolls-Royce. It exists to deliver untapped value from data, acting as a development hub for new services that improve the way we and our customers operate. We do this by three means. One is where we focus on perfecting the digital twin to drive continuous data innovation and to enable a digital-first culture. Within R Square Data Labs, there's a very important function that we have, which is what we call the ecosystem team, where we seek to partner with pioneering cutting-edge startups, scale-ups, and large enterprises. Jeannie Neo is one of our venturing incubation leads based out of Singapore. Jeannie, I'll hand over to you to share with us a little bit around what we do in ecosystem in R Square Data Labs.
And Jeannie,
Thanks, Naveed.
Jeannie, before you explain to us the ecosystem, I have a question for you. Naveed mentioned digital twin. What does that even mean? What is a digital twin?
It's the digital representative of the physical product and the environment it operates in. So Rolls-Royce has decades of experience of using data for gaining insight. Okay, pre-COVID, we at any time would have looked at about 13,000 engines and potentially 6,000 to 8,000 commercial flights that we would monitor per day. And to be able to do that, we have to gather billions of data points that are analyzed not just on the aircraft or on board, but are also relayed back into our business so that we can identify anomalies, issues that we can then signal back to people responsible for keeping you and me safe, so that we can continuously be able to get from destination A to destination B and be with our families.
That's for sure, definitely the goal. Now, Jeannie, Naveed mentioned this ecosystem that you're working on. You want to go a little bit about what this ecosystem is and what its goal is aiming for?
Yep, sure. So, so basically, in the ecosystem team within R Squared Data Labs, we do this thing of understanding our business needs, talking to our business stakeholders on what are some of the issues that they are facing internally, but at the same time also understanding what are some of the industry-related challenges or like market needs. And then at the same time, we look outside of the company to understand what are some of the companies that have certain capabilities that could really meet those business needs. And not just companies, so we are also looking at how we can build relationships with research institutes, government agencies, and basically the different entities in the ecosystem. So looking at how we can build the partnerships, looking at how we can leverage on each other's capabilities, and really driving new innovation and new insights through partnerships. So I think that's the core role of the ecosystem team in R Squared. And basically, we are looking at how we can work together with the different functions within R Squared and the different functions within the rest of the business. So supporting the civil aerospace, the defense, and the power systems business in driving innovation through partnerships. So I think that's like the core of what the ecosystem team does.
And just to add to that, for a moment, our focus in enabling all that is around boosting our digital culture and capability. We work in multidisciplinary teams comprising of technical, business, and design expertise, where we understand the scope of the business problem, research using empathy-led interviews with our end users, and target key areas that enable us to quickly reach the goals for our customers and our business needs.
Now, it's really interesting that you guys keep on mentioning collaboration and partnerships. And, if you look historically at big corporations, at big business, they weren't playing so nice with each other. Businesses guarded their own secrets. They had competitors. They viewed competitors as the enemy. And you guys are speaking much more in this these inclusive terms, in collaboration and partnership, and for the betterment of everyone. When do you think, Jeannie, this is for you, when do you think was this change? What caused this change where all of a sudden, we want ecosystems and companies are bringing in partners and want to play nicely with their competitors instead of trying to knock them off the game?
Yeah, I think, you are right. I think there's a period of time when companies are, I think, looking at a strategy of protecting their assets. So looking into like long-term R&D processes, really focusing on investing in some of the key capabilities and using those IP to protect themselves from their competitors. So I think there's a period of time when companies are doing that. And I think like in recent years, we are seeing that most companies are looking at collaboration because they start to realize that by doing things themselves, they aren't able to be quick enough to adapt to what's needed in the market. And we can see that there are a lot of companies out there who are actually starting to disrupt industries. And I think it's this kind of trend that has caused like companies to start thinking about, is it more about us, focusing on what we have and then losing out in terms of that speed and agility and also that leverage onto what like other companies are, working on. So really, I think there's a period of time, and especially for Rolls-Royce, we are becoming more open. We are looking at open innovation, looking at how we can start to partner with companies, start to leverage and understand what are the other capabilities out there. And even like looking at how potentially some of the work that we are doing, partnering with other companies could create new innovation. So it's really about understanding like how markets are evolving and understanding that, it's not about doing everything on ourselves. We can actually move faster. We can actually look at new ideas if we actually partner with different entities out there.
Mm-hmm. And that's such an amazing idea. This idea of decentralized knowledge, of sharing knowledge, and the group being bigger than the sum of its parts. And I think that when people think historically, you go to the average consumer and you tell them Rolls-Royce, they think of luxury cars and the most luxurious of cars, really, really great cars, but they don't realize that Rolls-Royce is much more than automobiles. Rolls-Royce is the second largest maker of aircraft engines. Amongst, I'm sure, as you guys well know, amongst a lot of things. So when we take this idea of kind of being working better when sharing, working better when innovating together. So Naveed, this one's for you. How does this idea of kind of this decentralized knowledge, but now with blockchain and with blockchain technology, this is a revolutionary technology. How does that fit in to Rolls-Royce, whether it be their cars or whether it be across their other many verticals of business as well?
So one thing to share is that Rolls-Royce is a very, very trusted brand. The need that it commands from the world is for us to always be at the cutting edge and the forefront of thinking. Not always easy when you think about it in terms of, so where do you put your focus? Do you put your focus in developing the technology or creating the environment where the technology can be applied to? If we wanted to create all the technologies in the world that would enable cognification, that would enable the fourth industrial revolution in all of its glory that it is, then that would be an extremely long and expensive journey. So what we do is we focus on the business problem that we're trying to solve. And the idea behind how we do that is understand the problem from the user's perspective, understand the challenges that they face. Focus on creating an environment where people can come and innovate in. And this is around the idea of bringing shared knowledge into a space where you can effectively create the ingredients for innovation to take place. And then the challenge and the focus for us often is, how do we lower those barriers of entry for people to be able to come and innovate within our environment? how can we launch proof of concepts to continuously prove out disruptive capabilities that are emerging 2, 3, 5 years down the line faster, so that we can stay competitive in the marketplace. And very much so, if we think about IoT and blockchain hand in hand for a moment, the amount of data that everyone is gathering is exponentially increasing. It's actually one of the spirits as to why we've called R squared R squared. You know, the squared is around exponential growth, exponential innovation, exponential adaptability. And so with blockchain, if we just come there for a moment, it's the opportunity is, right, developing something where you have a decentralized immutable consensus. You can, you know, automate your digital contracts. You have an auditable and secure environment for all the activities that take place. And you're able to collaborate across the tiers of the supply chain that you work with. However, the first starting point is, what is the business problem you're trying to solve, right? And then thus running these proof of concepts is extremely important to start breaking down these barriers of entry for disruptive technologies into our environment.
Mm-hmm. And so what are some of those business challenges that you guys have identified?
So one of these, which you know, I'll hand over in a moment for Jeannie to share with us on, is around how do we enable a connected supply chain throughout our networks? How do we enable more transparency and an auditable trail to lower the administrative margin of error and cost that takes place between these thousands and thousands of parties and people involved in pulling together a final product that we then use for powering the platforms that we provide power to. So Jeannie, is this a good point maybe to pull you in, and you can share about a little bit around the proof of concepts that we're running?
Yes. So I think what Navid said in terms of how blockchain can be used in the supply chain is really just back to the business problem. So I think within the supply chain, you know, sphere, I think industry-wide there are certain challenges, and I think the vision essentially is to look at how, you know, the supply chain can be interconnected. And I think in Rolls-Royce, we acknowledge that there's this problem, and we want to, you know, work on like testing it out to use like small proof of concepts to actually evaluate blockchain as a technology, whether or not like this like technology can be applied in the aviation environment. So in this case, we actually did a blockchain innovation challenge that we did that completed last year, 2019. And from there, we looked at the MRO, which is the maintenance, repair, and overhaul use case. So it's essentially when an aircraft engine has an issue, it is still on the wing. There is an on-wing team where they look at the engine, where they look at whether or not it needs to be checked. And then from there, when it needs more maintenance activities, they will have to take it down. They have to move it to a maintenance, repair, and overhaul shop. And basically the engine is being stripped, and more maintenance activity is done on the engine. So throughout the process, it actually involves multiple stakeholders and multiple transactions. Currently now, some of the processes actually involves quite a lot of manual paperwork, and like some of the processes are actually quite inefficient. So we're essentially looking at how we can potentially use blockchain as a technology to address some of these inefficiencies. So it could be in terms of increasing transparency. It could be in terms of tracking the different transactions that are coming in. And at the same time, looking at how it can actually build trust between different stakeholders or organizations that are involved in this process. So we use this maintenance, repair, and overhaul process as the main business like scenario, and put out this challenge to startups. And in that blockchain innovation challenge, we invited startups to present ideas and solutions to how they can address this challenge and what kind of blockchain technologies or capabilities that they have. And we went through a shortlisting process and eventually picked out a company called Block Arrow. So they're actually working with us on a proof of concept at the moment. And that is actually involving some of our key partners as well. So it involves our line maintenance partner, which is SI Engineering Company, and also Sazel, which is our maintenance repair and overhaul shop. So in a sense, this POC is a multi-party kind of proof of concept to really test out how different stakeholders or different parties can interact on a platform, how the transaction can actually take place, and how we can actually build trust between the different stakeholders. So that's a proof of concept that is going on right now. Yeah.
That sounds very exciting because it seems like a perfect match. It seems like, you know, blockchain has so far shown it's a really good use case, especially at an enterprise level for supply chains, and especially with Rolls-Royce, where it's manufacturing. And it's manufacturing, not just manufacturing things for fun or manufacturing things productivity, but manufacturing things like airplane engines and cars where safety is paramount. And so I think it's a wonderful, wonderful proof of concept you guys are doing, because it seems like a wonderful match to both get that transparency and that trust that comes with the blockchain, and it fits really well with the work that Rolls-Royce is doing. But my question on top of that, to both of you, whichever wants to answer, is especially now where we're seeing the development of electronic cars and cars becoming smarter, and our transportation becoming smarter. And Naveed, you mentioned before IoT, Internet of Things, where things are becoming connected and smart connected. Where do you see the role of blockchain or any other kind of decentralized or distributed ledger technology, the role in the future where cars are automated, cars are talking to each other, you know, automated fleets? What do you see the role of this emerging technology potentially there in the future?
A small hygiene note. So we're less focused on cars these days and much more focused on aerospace, defense, and power systems industries. So I will talk to that. In terms of, there's a separate business for the Rolls-Royce cars itself, and our business is focused on Rolls-Royce Aerospace. And so, absolutely. So going back to, you know, where is this going in terms of all things connected and all things contextually aware, all things able to make decisions by verifying, trusting, and being able to perform to the guaranteed levels that it has been set out to perform. And this is where I see, you know, one of the strongest opportunities for blockchain and, you know, edge connectivity, edge IoT, and all these concepts coming out. Edge IoT is not a new concept for us in Rolls-Royce. We have engine monitoring units on our engines, and these are attached to sensors, thousands of sensors on an engine that capture information every second. The next phase is where the supply chain, the government, because we have to go through certification processes. When we want to get the engine off the production line and take it into service, we have to go through certification processes to ensure that the engine will perform to the standards and criteria that it needs to perform. And so when we think about the fact that autonomy is needed by the sensors to record, act, and behave the way that they should, to verify versus the certification that it went through, to verify with any actions, corrective actions that need to take place, and to be able to then create the support mechanisms for where those actions need to take place. So as Jeannie talked about our maintenance, repair, and overhaul as a user case, how do we notify our suppliers to ensure that we have the parts that we need in the places that we need at the right time that we need it, to the right standards that we need it, to carry out all the necessary corrective actions to get you back moving as fast as possible. And so as we get better at implementing edge sensing capability, edge monitoring capability, edge decision-making capability, you need a trusted framework in the background where you have an auditable, transparent, and decentralized and connected trail to maximize the benefits that IoT and edge management can give you.
Mm-hmm. And you know, one of the biggest pros, let's say, the biggest strengths of blockchain is its ability to kind of be connected, but be secure and protected from other parties and untrustworthy parties. And you know, you mentioned one of the big arms of Rolls-Royce today is defense systems. Has the defense community reached out to you guys? I mean, you guys are doing incredible work. Has the defensive community reached out and are interested in this new emerging technology?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yes, so we are carrying out proof of concepts across all, our business segments. And what we do is, as with any strategy, you look to prove out different parts of your proof of concepts so that when it comes to rolling it out at an enterprise level, you're not having to revalidate all of the business cases that you seek to develop in different parts. That way, you're maximizing your return on investment as a result of it. We are also proving out supply chain in the context of our defense business for blockchain as well. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, Jeannie, you mentioned before. I mean, we spoke about this kind of sharing of knowledge and this inclusiveness, and Rolls-Royce doesn't just manufacture and produce, but you guys also educate as well. You guys are educated, and you guys work with various universities. And there's a lot of university students watching this, you know, who are kind of stuck at home because they can't go to school because of COVID-19 has shut down this in-person learning that we've become used to and accustomed to. And so what kind of work is Rolls-Royce doing with universities and other corporate education programs in order to help educate, you know, the kind of the future workforce that will eventually, some of them, end up working at R-Squared Data Labs?
Yes, so that's exactly one of our initiatives that we are doing right now. So I'll just talk a little bit more. Naveed can actually come in to elaborate. So this is an initiative called the Digital Academy. So basically, it is basically one of the ways that we within R-Squared Data Labs, we help to upskill our employees. I think during this period of time, we realized that, you know, these kinds of resources could be quite useful for you know, the wider community as well, given that, as you mentioned, people are staying at home, people are looking at what are some of the different skills that they need to you know, build up to actually address some of the new job market needs post-COVID. So in the Digital Academy, we are actually putting some of our courses that we developed for our Rolls-Royce people, but now we are opening up to the public. And we are encouraging people to actually sign up for them through some of our partners, such as edX and others. So there are a list of resources that you can find on our Digital Academy website. And yeah, this is basically one of the ways that we are looking at how, you know, some of the things that we have as Rolls-Royce, we want to open it up to the public to access and to really help the public to see, you know, what are some of the skills that they can, you know, learn from these resources that can help them in the future.
Yeah. Naveed, do you have anything to add on that?
Absolutely. So thank you for that introduction, Jeannie. You know, the Digital Academy teaches you the tools and mindset you need to thrive in a digital world. I touched earlier upon how we use proof of concepts for testing out different ideas in different business segments. You asked me about defense, and there are different parts of whether we're trying to prove out lower transaction speeds, or how do we fix the standards issue in terms of adopting common standards, etc. These are experiments at the end of the day, and really, when we think about it, there are two aspects to learning anything in life. There's the technical know-how, but then there's the mindset, and very much the mindset that we promote is, how do you get comfortable with experimenting? How do you become more bold and agile in the way that you do things and you think about things? How do you use concepts where you think about value-driven activities first? So you're not just thinking about fixing a problem, but a problem that matters. COVID has changed the world as we know it right now. So as Rolls-Royce is very well on its path in being a global technology company, we've really been able to develop resilience through being digital. Apart from focusing on the technical learning and the cultural learning in our business, we've decided to take some of our goodness outside of Rolls-Royce as well. And this is where we are offering courses in partnership, as Jeannie mentioned, through platform providers like edX, where we are targeting homeschoolers, school leavers, virtual upskillers, and sharing in growth networks to effectively, continuously build up on their knowledge and experience in different aspects of digital, both from the technical learning and from the cultural awareness side as well.
Wow. Now, Jeannie, you're venturing and incubation lead there at R Squared Data Labs. What's the project that you're most excited about?
What's the project that I'm most excited about in Rolls-Royce that I'm currently doing?
Yeah, you're venturing, you're incubating. What's the one that you look at, you're like, wow, that's like so cool. I cannot wait, for it to take off.
Yeah, I think all of them are really cool. I think I will just pick the one that is quite interesting for us, which is the blockchain project. I think why I think it's interesting, because essentially we are looking at how an industry, which is the aviation industry, where it's very siloed, like different companies are still operating within their own silos. And eventually what we want to achieve, the future vision is where the industry is interconnected. We have different information being shared with each other, knowledge being shared with each other, and we can build on that together. So it's a really interesting project, because it's a small step towards that vision. But at the same time, we are bringing together the aviation community. Currently, right now, we have 3 or 4 partners, and we want. So currently we have 4 partners right now, 3 aviation companies and 1 blockchain company working on this proof of concept. And really we want to look at how we can work together with a larger community, bring together different aviation players to really look at this concept and drive towards this vision. So yeah, I think this is a really interesting project. It's a small step towards a big vision. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Very exciting. Well, I mean, all this talk about where the world is going, and it's so cool to hear that that not just small projects, because every day I speak to small projects who are working on changing the world with blockchain, and they have big dreams, but they don't always have the big infrastructure to back them up. So it's really good and nice to be able to hear that even the big corporations like Rolls-Royce are kind of getting behind the technology and really trying to push the envelope, and not just push the envelope so they can pull themselves forwards, but also bring everyone along with them. So Navid and Jeannie, I really like to thank you guys for joining me today and kind of explaining to all our viewers out there, what the future of corporate blockchain might actually look like. Navid and Jeannie, thank you so much. And for all our viewers at home for Reimagine 2020, I'm Yona Hockhauser. Thanks for watching.